Good evening. It is January 20th, 2024. We got another watch along here going on. I did invite Scott, so he may be joining us at some point here a little bit. I did start the stream a little bit before the game is actually scheduled to start, so I figured why not? We'll get that underway. I'll set up my feed and everything, and we're going to see exactly how far ahead or behind everybody is, so we'll find out shortly. Stuke here was first. Hashtag beat St. Fran. Joel is sad that Houston lost. We do give him condolences, so we give him that. Paul, go Pack Go. Michael Ham, thank you. Appreciate it. And for you guys, I know for the rest of you, so Ham, Paul, anybody else, if any of you guys want to join in, you're more than welcome. It's going to be the same kind of thing. We're going to hang out and then chat about some BS, whatever. Just kind of chill and watch the game a little bit. I've got a eBay live auction that I'm keeping an eye on, so we're going to see if maybe I set up a little bit of a snipe, but we'll see. I got the beer in tow, so it's nicely chilled, so we'll crack that open here in a minute. Kamikaze, thank you very much. David, go Pack, thank you. That's some good support. Appreciate it. Yeah, I didn't send out the link or anything because for the most part it's just hanging out. So we'll see what happens here. Let's see some BB stuff now. So when I'm done as possible, sure. So I'll drop you a link anyway, so you'll have it on standby, and then you can pop in or out as you see fit. I did invite a couple of our other buddies as well, so they may be joining us maybe at halftime or maybe around then. It'll just be a matter of when they've got some time. So we'll leave it for that. For now, I will pass over the link. So I'm curious now, actually, what was the final line here on this game? I'm going to use FanDuel because that's the one I'm mostly familiar with, but I'm curious now what that ended up being just around game time here. Let's see. What do we have? What do we have? Sportsbook. 10.5. Wow. It's even worse than it was earlier. You were getting 9.5 earlier. Some of the money went on San Francisco. Got a music deck of cards to list, so it's like 30 cards. All good. Do your thing. 10.5, yeah. All right. 10.5. So really all the Packers would have to do is stay competitive, and you win that wager if you put it on Green Bay just to hang in the game. There is a lot of obviously there's a lot of money. A lot of folks figure that it will be San Francisco rolling over them, which is possible. I'm not saying no. I already know pretty much exactly what I expect to see. We'll know pretty quickly, I think. It'll be one of those deals where we'll see in the first quarter if they can basically make it competitive. I'm not too worried about it. It's just going to have some fun with it. So we'll definitely see how it goes. And then we already had the Ravens game, so they were able to hold court against Houston in advance. Yep. Good evening, Jeff. Go Lions tomorrow. Yep. Your Lions will be playing tomorrow. So curious if anybody's got any picks for tomorrow's games. Obviously, we got this game going on here, and then we're going to have the two games tomorrow. I think a lot of you have already given some picks anyway, but I'm curious if any of you who haven't have any thoughts where things are going to land tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that Kansas City Buffalo game, though. That's the one I want to see. I want to see if this is the time for Buffalo to actually advance. Let's take a look here. All right, perfect. All caught up. And yeah, in the same vein, if there's anything else you guys want to chat about, you can certainly put it in the chat, and we can chat about it a little bit here and there. There's going to be a lot of downtime between plays, so it's one of those things where the thing with the watch-alongs is just keep an eye on it. I got it on the screen here so I can watch it, and then we'll see how delayed I am compared to some of you. Some of you are probably in the future. Some of you are probably in the past. Fear of Green Bay fumbles or throw a pick early because of the rain. It's over quick. Yep. Turnover would be problematic early. That's pretty much it. If they can just hang in, then I like the chances. I like the chances. I usually don't, but I'll put on a little bit of the commentary just so I can hear what's going on. All right, I changed my mind. Just listening to a little bit of the back and forth commentary that's the reason why I mute the commentary. It gets boring after a little bit. So anybody having any big plans to watch any of the football games? You kind of hang out at the house and watch, or anybody go to a bar and watch? I'm curious how different folks are checking it out. It's always one of those things. I like checking out the games in kind of a communal way, but it's one of those things where you have to kind of go to your way. And it's been really chilly around here, so it's one of those things where, yeah, I think I'm going to stay indoors. Enjoy the game here. Yeah, there you go. Home of the drink. Fair. I know those feelings. All right, so I've got kickoff. So I don't know if you guys are a little bit ahead or a little bit behind. And let's see, we are underway. Do you approve of Patrick Waugh going back to the NHL? I'm glad he's going to give it a shot. I think it was with the Islanders, right? That was what I heard. Patrick Waugh is going to go ahead and coach Islanders. I don't know. I think with Waugh, it's kind of interesting because I just never really thought of. I know he's done it before. I just never thought of Patrick Waugh as like a head coach. I guess it's one of those things where he took a stab at it, did it for a little bit, and I'm just trying to get my head around the idea of him being back in the NHL as a coach. Get that his birthday tomorrow at 1, so going to watch the game at home for the Bucks game. Nice him, nice. So that's another birthday. We had Eric's mom's birthday yesterday, and then your dad's birthday tomorrow. Nice. Well, happy birthday in advance to your dad. Card Vibe, good evening to you. So after the snap, I'll actually be curious because that was one of the things that I had some fun where when Scott and I were watching, is that I was trying to get a gauge of how far ahead or behind. So right now I've got it set to live, and we're about to snap the football here, but I'm curious to see. 14:53, and the snap hasn't happened yet. I'm curious if you guys are way ahead. Well, I like the early game plan, if nothing else. Started off with a running play. I like it. The Lions make the Super Bowl. Does Barry Sanders sign a 1-game deal? That might be his opportunity. This might be it. There you go. You never know, man. I might like Barry Sanders. All right, so you're a little bit ahead of me. Gotcha. All right, so let's see what happens here. 10 seconds ahead. Gotcha. Lions make the Super Bowl. Does Barry Sanders sign a 1-game, possibly get a ring? Maybe. Maybe. All right. Looking good. Now, here's a question for you guys. Since it is still technically a sports card related YouTube channel-ish, if the game actually works out great, if Love has a great game, or even Purdy, well, I think with Purdy you're already baked in. But if Love has a great game, a big performance, how big a boost do you get in terms of cards? That'd be something that I'd be curious about because it can be pretty dramatic for some of the folks. So we'll have to see. I'd be curious to see what happens with that. Again, a win is a win. Scott, whenever you're ready, you just let me know, okay? Evening, Scott. How's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Not too bad. Fashionably late, Scott. You joining us now?
Well, I was having issues connecting, man. I don't know what happened. I was sitting there playing a game, switched over, and
you should have messaged me. StreamYard was actually having an issue. I had to close the browser window and reopen it. It took a little bit because once I saw, I had it set to like 8 p.m. initially, and then I said, "Oh, let me bump it up to 8:10." Give a couple minutes. And actually, I was trying to get out, and I was already in. And I was trying to get out just to make the quick adjustment, and the browser with tab actually froze on me. I was like, "Oh, is my internet having a problem?" But then I check, and I'm like, "No, everything else looks good. All the other tabs, everything else is opening up." It's like, all right, game's still playing for me, so internet's not my problem.
Yeah, it kept saying I had an internet connection problem, but everything else was working.
Yeah. Yannick says, "Good evening, Scott." Let's see.
Hey, Yannick.
20% change is what you're going with. All right. So if he has a big performance, you're saying a 20% change. Gotcha. Good evening, Josh. I think a bump will come when and if he's in the Super Bowl. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I think some people do ride. Some people ride the momentum. Like I said it before the playoffs started. I said, if you're trying to cash in on anybody, I don't care who it is, you're not buying during the playoffs. You're selling at whatever point you see fit if the opportunity presents itself. You can't be buying something right now and hoping to flip it unless it's ComC. ComC is like the only place that you could pull that off if somebody didn't adjust their pricing.
Right.
That happened. Like if Stroud had gone off and the Stroud price was still at the same price and everybody else had already increased it, and there's one guy who hasn't done it yet, you bought, deal's already done. They can't, no takebacks. And then you could then reprice it and then make your money immediately.
Well, I think if Love even has a good game, they don't even necessarily have to win for him to go up tonight, I think. So
I agree.
Because if he has a good game, because after last week, I'm like, he's the real deal. I mean, I thought that this whole season, but he pretty cemented that last week. So
I think the biggest thing for him is that he solidified himself as the solution going forward.
Yeah.
And then a lot of the Green Bay folks are now going to be very excited about it. So now then Green Bay money starts going behind it, and other people that want to speculate get into it, and combined they start bumping up the price.
Well, when you can go into the draft and not worry about having to worry about QB1, then that helps right there.
Yeah. Well, now that means this draft they're going to be able to start looking at the holes that they have and start filling in some of those holes.
Right. That's, the Bears, to me, I don't quite understand, because it sounds like they're moving from Fields, but is this rain supposed to be the whole time during the game?
I didn't check the weather forecast, but I know it's going to be raining for a bit for sure.
I mean, it is San Francisco, but there you go. There's your game plan.
Right now, listen, I've been very happy with this initial drive. Like, here's the funny thing, Scott. The hilarious part is, like, here's the deep football analysis that y'all need. My statement was, yeah, do the same thing you did against Dallas. First drive, run the ball a lot, and work the clock. Literally, just right now, Purdy and the San Francisco offense is just sitting there. And right now, I've got it under 10 minutes left in the first. So that's where I'm at right now, what I'm looking at.
I'm at 10-16 and counting.
Okay, so you're a little bit behind me. But right now, I can tell you they've already run more than 5 minutes off the clock on this first drive, which is perfect. Like, that's exactly what I'm looking for.
What's up, 357 and Josh?
Rain for the entire game. Got it.
Thanks for the Hall of Fame vote, Carlos.
No worries, Scott. Listen, I had to give like an extra 5 seconds of recording on my masterpiece. On my masterpiece. After I finished laughing to myself that I thought that the long con worked, I was like, it was so perfect.
Any reason to show that clip is great for me. I love that clip. So
yeah. But my favorite part about it is that I literally went back and I wonder if this is I knew I was going to do it eventually. But I was like, is this the year? Is this the one where we're going to do it? Let me think. And then I watched it. I was like, oh, it's perfect. Oh, yeah. I have. And then dubbing over Dave and Steve to IRP both times.
Yeah.
Mwah. Chef's kiss.
Well, and I'm seeing people splitting their vote between Amish Dave and IRP, man. I hope.
Well, that's the reason. That's the reason why I literally said. So the reason I did it, and we talked about it on the show.
Right.
I unfortunately though, Dave and Steve should have committed to it and just be like asking people, hey, guys, if you're going to give me a vote, just give it a vote for this one. We're both working on it.
Well, they have in the past, but I don't think they've done it close enough to this voting.
Yeah, but this is the first time though that channel is eligible. So specifically, it would have been good to just remind people, hey, by the way, a vote for IRP is a vote for either one of us. So if you want to, there's some folks that voted for both of them. So, but it's like, how about instead of doing that, just vote for IRP, and there you go. You save yourself a slot. And if you want to vote for somebody else, there you go. You got one more slot available to you.
Yeah,
which is perfectly fine. Colorado here says, yo, all Love's cards will definitely go up with a win against 49ers. Probably a good amount, but who knows? Maybe double. Next week's games come quick though. Yeah, doubles. A lot of people do freak over QBs. Yeah. Well, I think the key here, Colorado, is that winning this game against this team means you beat the number 2 seed and the number 1 seed. I guess hypothetically, if they manage that, that's huge. As a number 7 seed coming in, beating the number 2 seed and the number 1 seed in the conference, that pretty good. And then getting to the NFC Championship in your first full actual season as a starter. That's tremendous. You're going to get a lot of credit for a lot of love, pun intended, for that.
Well, I mean, so Lamar Jackson had a very good game today, but he's kind of where he's at. It's kind of like Mahomes. Once you get to a certain level, that's what people expect. So even when you win a Super Bowl, your card could go down.
Yeah.
Like Mahomes.
Well, I think where Lamar has a little bit of room, because the advantage he's got is that the word was, playoff Lamar isn't as good. Right. And this is second season with an MVP caliber season. Yep. So that's huge for him. But the problem they have is that, but if he does win, that's big for him, because that's an actual win. Mahomes is the guy right now that, well, he's got 2 Super Bowl rings now.
Right.
And the expectation is that he's in the mix every year. So anything less than that is a disappointment, which I get. So from my end, looks like a good drive. A bit of a shame the way that one ended, but it happens.
Bend but don't break.
Yeah.
So if you're, I know it's the playoffs, you want the points, but man, you almost want to see them go for it just because. Why not?
Yeah, but I think in 4th and 8, it's a bit of a stretch. You really do want to make sure because the big thing for me,
yeah,
the big thing for me is that you got a 7.5-minute drive.
Yeah,
that's a monster
big.
drive. Yeah, so it's like
with points,
you don't want to do all that and not get the points on top of it.
Right.
At least at the bare minimum, you made San Francisco sit for half a quarter. That's 1/8 of the game, Scott, has completed, and San Francisco has not run an offensive play.
Right.
That's about as good as you can ask for to start off.
So did you watch that whole first game?
I watched a good chunk of it. Yeah, I had it on the TV.
I slept through the first half. I worked over this morning, so it was a quick change. 11:30. I got home midnight last night and had to be at work at 7 this morning.
Right.
So was it? I mean, it was 10-10, I guess, at one point.
Yeah, in the first half. In the first half, it was 10-all. It was a bit of a struggle. Things weren't moving. Here's Andy. Two of my YouTube Hall of Fame nominees sharing the same stage. I'll join you boys in a bit. I promise not to be too
I
much
just
of a
watched
fanboy.
that, Andy. Appreciate it, man. I love. You're getting a bear hug when I see you. Don't worry.
I just love that because you didn't put the names in the description. It means that now Jake has to watch the whole video. I was like, Andy, did you do that on purpose? Did you do that on purpose?
I want to do that too. I think I was sitting there, I was giggling.
I approved. Secretly, it's like, Andy, you did it on purpose, didn't you? It's the same thing. It's the same thing as when he invited me that one time for the Hobby Palooza. It's like Andy knew what was going to happen. Andy knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing.
Well, Mike voted for you again this year.
And we have a storied history. Quote. That is a quote from Baseball Collector Mike. We have a storied history.
I got to give him respect for that. With y'all, with friction. I mean.
What friction? I am enjoying myself. Scott, I'm having a great time with it. What friction? Scott, Manapiece. Which part of Manapiece do you understand?
Look what Andy put there.
Thumbs up for that, buddy. Thumbs up for that. Well played, sir. Well played. Well played.
I mean, I can't say friction, but I think it's a mutual respect. There is there.
Yes. Yes. I agree. I agree with words said. Yep. Totally. Back to my drink. Refreshing. Oh, man. I have way too much fun with this, Scott. I'm not going to lie. I enjoy it way too much. I really do. But yeah, it was funny for me. I got a chance to kind of watch. I got a chance to watch in the Discord, the Turkey folks. I understand it. Because there's a lot of the different ones that I'll kind of listen to, and you can tell they're a little bit tormented because it's like if you're a favorite, you're kind of nervous because you don't want your team to let down.
Right.
If you're an underdog, you're like you invest yourself into it, but that's why I said that. I always get the year wrong, but I want to say 2015 NFC Championship. That one ended it for me. I've always support the Packers because I enjoy them, but they cannot make me angry like that again. It's not possible. Right. I was furious. As it is, I'll take it as it comes. But I would love it. But it's one of those things like, yeah, I like the fact this team, and I don't think any Green Bay fan can argue that this team has been in the mix, and they've been in the mix now for a long time. At least they've had a chance. The argument is like, Hall of Fame quarterbacks, but you've only won one Super Bowl. It's like, well, how many franchises would take that?
Right.
What if you had a Super Bowl every fifth? What if I told you your team will be in the mix constantly, and every 15 years or so you win a Super Bowl? You take it? Sure.
Yeah. I know.
Sounds like a deal. I'll sign off on that. That sounds great.
I would.
Yeah. Like that's not a bad deal. There's worse. There's certainly worse.
Yeah. Detroit's happy just to win a playoff game.
Yeah. But that's the point though. I think people forget it. Like it's actually hard
Dallas
to win.
fans, would have been the same way if we.
At this
But
point,
I
you'd
think
take one every 30 years because that's
right,
about you'd be about due. But the reality is that it's like people forget that it's actually hard to win. And it's like it's not automatic. Even if you have a team that's really good, sometimes really good teams make mistakes. Something happens and they slip on a banana peel, and a season that
well,
should have been didn't happen for whatever reason.
a key injury cripples you
Yeah.
now with salary cap.
Well, the San Francisco team was on the cusp last year,
Right,
and then Purdy got
key
hurt in the
injury.
NFC Championship, and the Eagles got in there, and they didn't win, but the Eagles got their opportunity.
Well,
And then
there
this year,
goes
the
Samuel
Eagles kind of crashed and burned. So we'll have to see. But it's interesting because San Francisco looked like a team to beat last year too. So
Right.
long term, we're going to see exactly what that looks like. But it is interesting. But I like the dueling narratives though. My big thing, obviously, other than beating San Francisco, which would be amazing, because Rodgers had a lot of trouble with San Francisco a number of times. But the other piece that would be interesting for me is I'm just trying to think of like what people will tell themselves. Oh, come on, Purdy, almost. Brock was about to be my boy. It's good. Nice. Oh, you'll see when you see the replay. I want you to tell me what you think.
They just have false start, so now probably on the play that you're.
Yeah.
Yeah, one play behind you.
All right. You let me know when you see it. I'll get your take.
What that drop interception?
Yep. But it was right to him. Like
Yeah.
he threw it at him.
Yeah.
I was like, it's like Brock is trying. He's trying to help us.
I think he got baited. I think that safety sat on that route. He knew exactly what was coming.
I was just, but that's what I say. I was like, but it's those little opportunities. I think Purdy will give us a few. Purdy will give us a few.
Yep.
So you got to capitalize on that.
Yeah.
Exactly. I agree, David. I agree.
Yeah. Well, that's why he plays defense and he's not a wide receiver.
Yep. But you got to cash in on those where you can, because if Purdy wants to give you a few, take it.
Well, and if they come back now and score any points, Samuel's hurt. He tried to go back out there. That's big.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. My big thing is that that's why the reason why I said I really would like to see them use the Dallas game plan is that if somehow they can get ahead a little bit and force Purdy to have to start throwing,
right?
He's got weapons, but still, like, you're forcing a guy to throw. If you force him to throw when he doesn't want to, when they want to mix it up a little bit, and you're forcing him to have to throw it, you can track some balls down. You can make some opportunities happen. The point of San Francisco is they can do everything. If you want to can make them one dimensional, then I'll take it. But yeah, that was my big thing though. When I was looking at a couple of the different, watching those threads go, it's like, yeah, I get it. But you know what? It's kind of, like I said, it's kind of fun. The advantage of doing these things is what we talked about last time. It's like, it gives you kind of that experience of being able to BS and talk about the game while it's going on.
Right.
And then just roll through it. That's the reason my buddy and I were chatting about the Royal Rumble, and we were trying to figure out if there's an opportunity to go somewhere and check out the Rumble, because it's good in a crowd with a little bit of atmosphere. It makes it a little more fun. I ordered the pay-per-view anyway. I've got it on the streaming thing so I can watch it, but it's a little better if you go the other way. When is Bedard going to return? I thought I saw a timeline on that. It's a good question. Bedard.
Oh, is he hurt?
Yeah. He got hurt a little while ago.
That sucks. Yeah. The one thing that Chicago has for him, going for him.
Yeah, he fractured his jaw. That was the injury. Ooh. Yeah, technically. So I think it's one of those things where they're being very careful. So here, this was, let me see. Yeah, 5 days ago he was doing a light skating. Technically, you could, like, I guess it depends on the Chicago, because with a broken jaw, you can just wear the full mask.
Right.
So you have the option if you
I
want
mean,
to.
I
It's a
know every
matter of
time
when
you
you're
get
comfortable.
hit, it's going to jar, but
Yeah, yeah. I know they're being careful, so I'm not blaming them for being careful. He's he's the franchise future
yeah,
guy, and he's playing well. So it's like, here you go, Michael Ham with Series 2 drops. That's right, Ham. Conspiracy.
that's right.
Josh says, does the movie theater still show the pay-per-views? No, Josh. I was looking, man. We were checking it out. Apparently, Eric, somewhere off in the distance, will appreciate this. Apparently, there's a Shoeless Joe's, which is a chain of sports bars. There's a Shoeless Joe's in Guelph that apparently is playing the Rumble. I was like, yes, yes.
I thought like either Hooters or Buffalo Wild Wings had a thing with them.
There used to be a couple. That's the part I was trying to figure out. I think COVID kind of wrecked it. So there's two things that I saw. Number one, I think COVID wrecked it a little bit. And I think the other part was that the president of WWE Canada actually started cracking down on it, because I think some bars were like ordering the pay-per-view normally. And when you're trying to do one of the, you're trying to have like a watch party, you're supposed to order a certain type of, like, you can't just order the pay-per-view and stick it on the TV. That's not what you're supposed to do.
Right.
There's like a special thing you're supposed to do. And they started cracking down on it. And all of a sudden, they're like, okay, fine, then we won't play it.
Yeah, I got told you could show it as long as you don't advertise. But if you put a thing out front saying we've got the thing here, then you're breaking laws.
Yeah, well, it could be, but it's one of those things where even if that's the case, that's the whole point. The whole point is you want people in the bar. You're getting people in the bar to come, especially you're trying to advertise to a certain clientele. You're saying, hey guys, if you want to watch the Rumble with people and hang out, we got food, we got drinks, and have a good time.
Yeah, because that's up in Virginia. They had this one bar had TVs at a lot of the tables and around the room. They didn't advertise, but everybody knew that's where to go for the games.
Yeah. There were certain bars that became kind of known as the wrestling bars, and the ones that were smart about it didn't have to advertise after a while because they became known as the wrestling bars. So what they would do is they would have a Monday Night Raw party. Right. They would have SmackDown party. So because they were doing that every week, well, when the pay-per-views came around, it's like, you don't have to work too hard to put two and two together. It's like, I wonder if they're going to play it at the bar that plays all the WWE stuff. Maybe. Just perhaps. You can figure it out. Josh is right. The WWE Network does make it cheaper these days. I actually have the network tied in with the hockey package. So for me, that lets me check out the Stars games, but then also I get a little discount on the WWE Network. Works out. Okay, let's see what we're looking at here. I'll see. I might be able to win myself a fancy Favre. Be on brand. Exciting. So with the extra shift, Scott, you're almost rich? You almost ready to go to the National and be a baller?
No, I'm just I'm trying to get out of this living arrangement into a one closer to work and a little bit nicer.
Okay.
But I have to pay off some. I don't like to have the debt piled up. So probably next year, one more year.
That's fair. So, don't blame you there. Let's see here. Perfect. Just needed to set my snipe so that I could avert my eyes without being concerned.
Yeah, I got I'm in 4 or 5 auctions on some smaller stuff on some Bowman Best that just got broke.
Yeah, 357 is posing the question. I think it's a valid one. So we got our games tomorrow. We got KC. So I went with Buffalo because I'm thinking that if Buffalo is going to win, if Buffalo is ever going to get over the hump, I think beating KC would be big for them. They'd be huge psychologically for Buffalo to get past them. So I think this KC team's vulnerable. I think this is an opportunity for those guys. So this is their shot. And I've got Detroit Because, like I said, look, I'm not saying I have an in with the NFL scriptwriters, but I'm saying Green Bay and Detroit in the NFC Championship. Ooh. Book it, Vince.
Yeah,
book it.
Yeah, I think the same way. I think Buffalo. I don't think the Chiefs are the same Chiefs.
Yeah, not right now. Not,
and their
this
away,
team is not the same.
First away game for Mahomes in the playoffs.
Yep, first time Mahomes is on the road in the playoffs. That is true. That is right. I think the bigger part though is that right now they're struggling. Like they signed Mahomes to that big deal, and they've still got some good guy. But Kelsey is looking a little slow. He's looking a little haggard. He's dropping balls that he normally would catch. It's the little things. It's these little things that are going to make it tougher. And the other part, like honestly,
that whole team is dropping balls left and right.
They are. But it's also the other part. Look, for as much as they're evil and we all hate them. The thing that made the New England thing where they were hanging in there constantly so annoying was that they would keep rotating through the personnel. A lot of people would keep looking at number 12. It's like, but honestly, I don't give a shit about number 12. If he's got nobody to throw, they say, oh, he's got nobody to throw. Yes, he does. They're catching the balls. They're professional receivers. They don't have to be like amazing name brand receivers. As long as they catch the football, that's all you're asking them to do.
That's right.
You don't need 1,000-yard receivers up the wazoo to be successful. You just need guys who will catch the ball when you ask them to. That's it. That's the request.
Yep.
If you've got a superstar receiver, that's awesome. But here's a little counter that I would throw back at people. Go back and look through the last, 10, 15 years of Super Bowls, and then go check out how many of them have a number one in the league receiver. And what you're going to find is the number is shockingly low. You're going to look and you're going to be like, for this season, who was the number one receiver? Were they on the Super Bowl winning team? No. And then you go look at another year. It isn't having the best receiver in the league. It's maybe having a couple of pretty good receivers who catch the ball when you need them to, and then you move on.
Well, and also what New England proved was check the egos at the door. We're going to go with whatever works this game.
But that's been one thing that Green Bay has had going in its favor. Like, Scott, here's a trivia question for you. If I told you to give me a number, how many, let me see if I can pull it up just so I make sure I get the exact number here and I'm not misquoting. How many 800-yard receivers do you think Green Bay has this year? 800-yard.
What's his name? What is Dobbs has got to be y'all's number one receiver, right?
I will be able to tell you. I've got it now in front of me. My question, though, is how many 800-yard receivers do they have? Hell, I'll do this.
Probably none.
Jaden Reed is leading the team with 793 yards. He's just shy of 800 yards. But then Dobbs is under 700. He's at 674.
Wow. Okay.
Then Dontavian Wicks, 587, 581. Christian Watson has had some injuries. He's at 422 yards. The point is, you don't have one single stud receiver who's doing it all for you.
Wicks is good because he went to UVA, University of Virginia. So,
but I want you to think about that though. Add up. Like you're not getting one receiver who's doing all the work for you. You're spreading the ball around, and a bunch of different guys are having their days. Justice, did I hear a rumor the Patriots were somewhat happy with the coach they hired a condiment? Eric was pleased. Mayo.
So a guy at work brought up a thing too that. So the head referee of this game, Mahomes has only lost one game with this guy head refereeing.
Rigged.
He didn't say how many he won.
Someone needed to say it, Scott. Someone needed to say it. Philly Joe says I'm thinking Chiefs in the over. Hey, that's fair, man. Look, they're the defending champions. You give the defending champions the respect, especially when they're in the playoffs.
I know both teams are used to the cold, but it's going to be cold.
Yeah. But when you've got a defending champion team that's in the playoffs, you give them the respect of somebody's got to knock them out, and you don't not completely count them out until they're out. When they're out, they're out. But like I said, I think Kansas City has shown some vulnerability that they haven't had in the last several years. This is not their strongest team they fielded.
Yeah, I was wondering how the show was going to be.
Yeah, went to Gal's show. It's like pandemic crazy cows could barely walk. Oh, well, okay, Zach. Thank you for the report. Now you've got the big crowds. So here's a question for you: big crowds. So was like stuff moving? Were people like transacting, or were they like taking up space?
or they're selling. Everybody walking
That's
around
what I'm
trying to
saying.
sell their
I'd be
stuff.
curious. I'd be curious what the
Which way was
vibes were like.
yeah? Which way was the cards moving? Which way over the table?
Yeah, but Scott, that is my favorite. That's my favorite stat this year. My favorite stat this year is that when I went and looked at the receivers that Green Bay had done, even though Jordan Love had thrown for 4,100 yards or whatever, he did not have a receiver over 800 yards receiving in 17 games.
Right.
Which is to say, like,
spread the team. They spread that ball around, and I mean that's what works.
Yeah,
you can't.
And
it's hard
and
to
that
cover
means
the
there was
whole
a
field.
defense. As a defense, so then who do you key in on?
Well, you got to cover.
Who do you double?
Field. Right.
Yeah, who do you double? Like
you got
the
to
math
cover
says you shouldn't double anybody.
Sideline.
Yeah, the math says you shouldn't be doubling anybody because he could literally throw it to anyone on the field.
Right.
Everyone that's eligible. All the spell I can take is take up tons of space. That is a fact. A fact, sir. A fact. Bruins Canadians watch party. I've never heard of this. Is that like cricket? Parcheesi? Is that like the Scrabble Championships and they've got team nicknames now? It's crazy talk.
Is that the bike riding championship, team championships?
Cyclocross?
Cyclocross team championships.
By the way, I didn't make it into my year-end clips, but I did have a clip where Eric was explaining cyclocross, and I was like ridiculing it without mercy. I was like, what is this? Like, what is this trash? And then I redid cyclocross where they would like fight. And it was me and Dave and Eric, and he was trying to explain cyclocross. And literally, I was like, cyclocross sounds like it should be something more cool than what it is. And
right.
we were actually joking about it. It's like they were fighting with crosses. I go, yeah, that sounds cool. Not the trash that Eric is pitching here. Zach says there's a Texas Rangers players from the current World Series team signing. It was cold in Dallas, probably played a part. Dealers I talked to are pretty happy though. Okay, that's good to know. Smart bringing in the Rangers players though. That's smart. Team won a championship, so why not?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. All right, I can live with that play. Looks like Eric is upset. You know what would make Eric happier though, folks? If you hit the like button.
That's right.
Eric likes it when people hit the like button. Makes him happy. So what's the plan for tomorrow, Scott? You're going to do your usual thing? You're going to do a watch party for the well, actually, the other games are what, at 6, right? Is the other game at 6? I think it probably.
I don't know what the games are tomorrow. I wanted to do my Hall of Fame thing for my Sunday show, or I mean my Saturday show, but I had bid time instead.
Right. I think you should cheat, Scott. Look, here's my suggestion to you. I'm looking at this Eastern time zone. Eastern time zone, Kansas City and Buffalo are playing at 6:30. 6:30. And so basically you start the game. That means by 8 o'clock, you're probably not quite to halftime. So if you start at 8 o'clock, you could probably get a half watch along. You do your vote, and then also have the game still going, and you can kind of be doing a little bit of both. Get your watch time, Scott. Get the watch time. Look, Andy already told you. I've laid out the Primrose Path. I've explained this. Get the watch time in there, man. That's what you got to do. It's fun to have.
Yeah, last week was fun. That was a fun one last week. That was great.
Well, I think people haven't quite grasped that there is something. Like I said, I've stopped listening to the play-by-play commentary after a while because I got bored of it. It was one of those things like you're not really adding much to my. I can see what's going on in the game.
Right. I just get frustrated a lot of times stating the obvious.
Yeah.
Especially if Chris Collinsworth is doing it.
Well, what's funny is like what I've been doing like the last couple of years, honestly, is that I'll watch the game. Like I've actually watched my fair share of football games. Honestly, out of the games that I kind of collect, I don't proclaim to be any kind of an expert on football because I refuse to do that. I'm not in the X's and O's. I'm not sitting there watching the all 22 video and going into that kind of depth. However, I probably watched more games of the NFL in the last 5 years than any of the other sports that I watch by far.
Right.
So just watching the games, you learn a lot.
Right.
So you'll pick up a lot. Just keep watching, and you'll see plays, you'll see players, and you get a sense for like, yep, this person seems to be like they're doing well. Yep, Stuke, 3-0 after 1. Yes, sir. But the bottom line is that I think because of that, Scott, I think that is what has made the watch along genre on YouTube really successful. Like, I've been shocked the numbers I've seen for people watching those things. It's madness. And I'm like, well, that should be telling the commentary teams that they're not doing a good job, that people are not engaged enough to be watching it.
Well, I know it's big for wrestling too.
Yes. So yeah, like Tom Grassi, I talked about, he's one of the big YouTubers who does a lot of these. 22,000 people watching the San Francisco watch along right now. 22,000 people are listening. They could be watching the game at the same time, but they're literally listening to kind of a little bit of play-by-play, but mostly just commentary and interacting with the chat.
Right.
So what does that tell you? Eric says, well, you guys think 5-time Super Bowl champ Brock Purdy will win tonight? I think for your sake, he needs to be 5-time Super Bowl champ Brock Purdy, because I don't know if you caught it, Scott. We were teasing, we were making fun last night on the show that Eric during the podcast kept putting Brock Purdy into the Super Bowl, and it was like he did actually get to the Super Bowl. He was in the NFC Championship and got hurt.
Yeah, they won the Super Bowl, and then he finally goes, "I didn't watch the Super Bowl."
Yeah. And it was like he wasn't in the Super Bowl.
Even if
I did watch the Super Bowl,
it,
he was not in it.
Know who was in it? What?
No. The Google machine will tell you all you need to know. If the pack pulls it out, the fire sale and Purdy and Stroud cars is going to be palpable. I think Stroud will be okay. I think here's the thing. Stroud's advantage is that the expectation wasn't there. The Houston lost to the higher seeded team. So I don't think he's going to get punished. He wasn't amazing, but he wasn't terrible.
No.
And it wasn't like, and until later on in the game, Baltimore started to pull away later in the game, but for a half, they were dead. They were dead even.
They were one-dimensional
half, they were
there late in the third quarter.
Yeah.
So they had to score.
We must always laugh at you. It's important.
I watched the podcast. That was a good one.
Yeah. But the bottom line, though, is really this. This is what it comes down to, is that I don't think Stroud's going to get punished that much. Of course, a lot of these speculators get really excited about it and all that. But, like, here's the deal. I'm good with the young guy getting his opportunity. He has an opportunity now to learn. Hey, look, if I make fun, I poke some fun with Dakota, and obviously his homered him building a CJ Stroud shrine. He might be a little excessive. Right. However, the enthusiasm is not. There's nothing wrong with the enthusiasm. Enthusiasm is fine. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Such a shame.
They spotted a short, didn't they?
Yep. But not by much either.
I didn't think he made it. I that was too far away to do that.
Yeah, they got a little too cute. And it was like, I honestly would have taken the points there.
I would have done the fake handoff, tight end in the flat. It's always open. Always open.
Yep, not so much on that one. Yep. Yeah, they're playing well, but I would have liked to have seen them take the points there for sure.
Right. Got a brotherly love shove. Not. Yeah, that wasn't. Well, at least they didn't rip his helmet off. I don't think he made it, Paul, even if. I mean, what are you going to challenge for?
I don't think you've got. I think the problem, Paul, is that you don't have a good camera angle that is going to give you what you're looking for. Because the problem is, as soon as they say no the first time, then you've got to find a camera angle that'll overturn it.
Right.
And that's tougher. That's a harder thing to find. If you've got like a perfect camera angle that says, yeah, 100%, he totally crossed that easily, then sure. But if you don't have that, then you're wasting a challenge. Ooh, Pretty Party's getting a little skittish. That wasn't a good throw. So So I'll leave this one if Eric wants to answer that one. I know there was something with Berdur and a lot of the Berdur was very good at handling the puck, but I don't know if he specifically was responsible for a lot of that. We'll have to see. Nice.
Ooh.
So for the record, I know it was a separate thing. I opened the live stream last night, was opening the festivities on the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame and my enjoyment of it. And this is my favorite season. It made me laugh.
Right.
But I got to be honest. I've been kind of disappointed. Dustin Sports Card Dad campaign is not off to a flying start. Like he's losing some of the early states. It's not looking good.
He didn't make any friends.
but Scott, the point of the joke for me is that if you're gonna do it, well, then who cares about making friends? Just basically con some of the existing channels that aren't even involved in this, that have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, and literally be like, instruct them. This is how you submit a ballot, because as long as they meet the criteria, the ballot would count. They're like, I have no idea who this channel is, but they've been making sports card content for at least a year, therefore their ballot counts. Stuff the ballot box. Cheat.
Yeah, you brought that up before to me. He if you're going to do it, just do it. I mean,
just cheat. Yeah, just go behind the scenes and be like, hey guys, do this. That's all you got to do.
I mean,
this was for you, Scott. That's a question for you.
What kind of beer do you like, Big Sky, or do you not drink anymore? Oh, I'll drink. I just haven't. And I've had one drink in the last 10 years, probably. 8 years. But I love a good George Killian's draft. George Killian's red draft beer. It's my favorite. Right out of tap. So. And in domestic, Miller Lite.
You could have just said water. You could have just said water. Any light beer, it's like, please.
Yeah. I'm more of a Captain and Coke guy, or vodka and cranberry juice.
Look at this guy. I see. Well, based on the video package I'm seeing, it looks like Christian McCaffrey is not very comfortable right now. They were showing a lot of clips of him having his leg worked on.
Well, he's all beat up.
Yeah, look, like I said, I think I think what's playing out right now, again, we'll see, because the first half of the first game was close and everything. I think the Packers are playing well. They're executing the game plan that I wanted to see in the first place. So that's first. But second, I think right now San Francisco is not playing the type of game they want to be playing, and it's working to the Packers' favor, which is great. Purdy's made a couple of questionable throws. If any of those start landing in Packer hands, this could turn quickly. But you know what the other piece got? Packers were 10.5-point dogs. I like the points in that thing.
Right.
Like that's 10.5 points. Like that's strong. You're open for a San Francisco beatdown at that point.
Well, again, I mean, it's been like that all week too. Like, so that means not a lot of bets have gone that way. Not too heavy, at least. So here's the thing. So do you know who Mike Fabian is? Eastern Connecticut Sports Cards.
The handle seems familiar. But
he was around for a while. He's one of he's an OG. But he left. He had some issues and left. And when he left, he took down all of his stuff, right?
Oh, okay.
So he hasn't been back for a year, but he's using the same thing, and they won't let him vote because he left, and now he's coming back, and he's an OG. I mean, he's got. I used to watch him before he left.
Did he leave the videos up though, or did he?
No, he took them down.
Okay.
So we're all a little not butthurt, but it's like we got a fake thing for a fake thing, And like, it's not a big deal.
Look, you need to get the fake committee to give a fake ruling on the fake thing. And if he doesn't like it, then he needs to go to the fake Supreme Court to get a fake appeal.
Well, he said he's not worried about it. We were all talking about it in the group because he's one of the guys that stays with us at the National.
Right.
So
I'm a little ahead of you, but I'll just tell you that Purdy made a throw. I'm like, I think Scott's got a chance at that one. Hockey Barn says,
UFL, that's what I'm ready for. Let's go. Dallas got a team in that.
So did you appreciate that the Cowboys are keeping McCarthy? I like to think that Jerry listened to my impassioned plea.
That's what I was going to text you. You must be watching your show.
And Jerry Jones is a smart man. He listened to me, and I said it from the heart. 55% more mature. I am trying to help you. I'm trying to help you suffer. I'm trying to help you lose. And I want to see Mike McCarthy fail. But these are things that I want.
Well, I told people, I was like, don't be surprised. As much
Jerry
as I
Jones will never, Jerry Jones will never give up on a bad idea.
He wants to be right. He wants to prove that he's right. And
keep waiting on that.
And McCarthy is not gonna overstep Jerry Jones. He's gonna let Jerry Jones be Jerry Jones. So he loves that. I'm telling you, as long as we had Garrett and everybody's like, we don't forget that. I don't forget that. We had Garrett forever.
Yeah, I can't give Purdy too much credit for that. So there'll be a Purdy toss here in a second. I can't give him too much credit for that. That was a little soft defense. I didn't like that one.
That was a strong Roman McCaffrey. Little dude's just strong.
Actually,
I wonder how many more peak years he's got.
What, McCaffrey?
Yeah.
With the injury history, it could be any time. It's one of those things. Like he was healthy this year, relatively speaking.
Ooh.
That's what the big for him.
He put that right in the basket, though.
No, I corrected myself on the replay. It was a better throw than I gave him credit for.
Yeah, roll out. I mean,
yeah, there's a little more separation than I thought.
I don't like the 49ers, but I don't understand all the Purdy hate. I really don't. He only does what he's asked of. Is he an elite quarterback? Probably not, but.
Well, he was literally Mr. Irrelevant voted. So, like, what's the expectation? I don't think it's fair to try to like. So the thing with Purdy is one of those guys who is like, now did he get anointed too soon? Like in the sports card realm, like I mentioned it on the Friday Live. There was a 1-on-1 finite that sold for like $126,000. I'm like, that's insane.
Well, even if he's won, all of that's insane to me. I don't care if he's won 5 Super Bowls. I mean, that's just stupid.
But if he's won 5 Super Bowls, I'll at least give him credit. Like there's something there. So like, okay, fine. That puts you in a conversation with the elite of the elite. Hey, great. That's fine. But at the moment right now, he's a kid who's showing a lot of potential. He's got a good regular season record. He's had a good record and a really good team, and he's playing well with them. Yeah, Kittle's trade. Yep. Yeah,
that was Iowa State to Iowa. Cyhawk connection.
Wow. There you go. But yeah, I think the big thing is that that's why I say on the replay, I could see there was a little more separation, which is fine. Okay. It happens. It's okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We'll have to see. Like overall, I can't complain too much because they could have put some additional points on the board. I would rather be 7-6. I'd be a little happier with that. But the point is, it could be 7-6. It wouldn't have been like it was a chip shot field goal that they gave up on. So we'll see. Still in the game, still hanging in there. Did you see what 27-time Super Bowl champion and future Football Hall of Fame Brock Purdy just did? What a throw! Yeah. You can tell us about his Super Bowl accolades from last year. Eric. Stick to cyclocross. Bougie Eric. This is what happens when you let them have a platform to speak their nonsense.
That's right.
You got to be careful, man. You got to be careful. You let them have a little bit. That's what it is. So let's see. We got overall. So I've got it about 8:48 in the second here. So we're approaching the halfway point of the second quarter. We got 10 combined points. Got a little bit of slobber knocker going right now.
Yeah. So is that UFL? I wonder if that UFL is going to play where they're going to play their games at.
Well, I thought they were doing like a neutral thing. I thought they were doing like a certain specific area.
Well, see, the USFL, I think, played in 2 sites with the XFL playing in 1 site last year.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, something like that. Bougie Erica. That's right. Terrible. Besides, you're a man who tried to advocate. You're the man who tried to sell us on your ice cream cake, and the Burrell put you in your place and explained that you did not, in fact, have ice cream cake. Okay, so you'll see the replay in a moment. Remember where we talked about the whole wide open receiver thing? Goddamn. I'll take it, but still.
What happened? What did I see?
You'll see. You'll see. A play is coming. A play is coming.
I saw it. Oh, for Green Bay?
Yeah.
Green Bay gets somebody wide open again?
Yeah. Look, what's the time on the clock right now for your feed?
8:39.
It's
Holy.
Yeah.
He was so open, he bobbled it.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm trying to say. Scott, there's a reason I phrased it that way. It wasn't an accident. I phrased it that way intentionally. I gave you an opportunity to see it, but
okay, so they're playing zone and they went levels on them. But still,
hey, Scott, I'll take it, man.
Boy.
I'll take it. Hey, look, I'll take it. It pads our boy Love's points here. Give him some more yardage. I think it's starting a Brockra card run. You should. You can give it the same love and reverence that I give to the Chosen Rosen PC. Golden Slumber here was trying to. I saw he left me a message on my last pickup video. He wanted a little more Chosen Rosen, and I was like, "Psh, say no more, my dude. Say no more." We all need some more Chosen Rosen.
You went hard to debate on some Brett Baker.
Dude, I'm filling in those Scott, when I do the ship my cards, there are a bunch of eBay lots. I'm filling in that checklist. That Super PC is elite, pun intended. Elite.
That's right.
Top level, top tier, top shelf.
Come back.
You know how it is, Scott? That's my girl.
And congrats on finding that one.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, Paul.
What's going on, guys?
Not too bad. Not too bad. How are you doing?
I wish they would have called holding there, but it is what it is.
Well, I also would have loved that I would have loved for them to take. I know it's 4th and 1, but I would love for them to have taken the points there.
I'm fine with that. They just.
I know you like them going for it on 4th.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is.
Ooh. How is that not a flag?
I think he technically touched him when he was inbounds.
Now there's a flag.
That's probably going to be on one of the offensive linemen.
Number 71. He's not. I mean, he's gay.
They might just throw this for offsetting just because.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, he was inbounds. Yeah. I take it back.
So on your feed, Paul, what do you have? What do you have time wise?
I have the replay and DeGuara gets up in his face, and I'm about on the Scott timeline on this one.
Okay, gotcha.
So you're about 15 seconds ahead.
Give or take.
Canada's
yeah.
ahead.
I told you, man. Listen, our igloos and our portaging is top level.
The tilt of the earth has you a little ahead.
I get that feed sent over to me. Like, listen, y'all don't even want to know. I already know who won the 2024 presidential election, and this results may shock you.
Kratos finally won.
It's about goddamn time. You slept on him for long enough.
Yeah, you're right. They must have went offsetting. I didn't see what they did. It's the right thing.
Ooh, I just saw the best stat. Plays in opposition territory. It was 21-4 for the Packers.
Yeah,
that's
and
a
they're
great
behind.
stat.
And they're behind.
They played well. They played extremely well. So, like Paul, my thing is, here's the deal. My thoughts early were like the path to victory to me is not dissimilar in strategy to the Dallas game. Run the ball a lot, control the clock, clock management, ball control, game. Slow the game down. In reality, you don't want to do a track meet with San Francisco. That doesn't work in your favor. You want to be like, no, we'll just do this as a slugfest and slowly. But if there's a big play, then if the guy you're gonna leave somebody wide open, well then throw the ball and hit him, and then make it work.
Ooh, nice catch.
Yeah. I mean,
he's nice. Dubs.
Basic blackjack strategy almost. Yeah. If you're behind, take it, and if you lose, you lose. If you're a favorite, you want to see as many cards hit as possible. So limit possessions and
you want to slow it. You want to bring it into the muck. Because San Francisco can play. San Francisco is capable of playing this game, but they probably weren't thinking that was what was going to happen. And the fact that they've done that to them at least through this far, really good.
I'm surprised at how well the offensive line is holding up. I know the run game is not hitting. Well, hitting
it's doing what it needs to do,
but
it's all right.
They're holding up pass protection nicer than I thought they would.
Yep. One thing I'll say also that I kind of like, and I was mentioning to Scott a little earlier, I actually kind of like that we don't have a singular superstar receiver that needs the ball constantly. I like the fact that you literally can spread the ball around. It can be whoever, and it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, we've seen Love become
away
solid. We've seen Love become solid without Watson.
Yeah. It's nice to have an explosive guy. Like, don't get me wrong. But I like the fact that if you're trying to game plan, it's like, okay, you're going to double somebody, great. Then you're going to leave 4 other people open. Like, that doesn't seem like a good idea for you, but feel free. Pick somebody and double them. They're not going to get the ball.
This feels like a monster play.
Spoiler, no. They will get points, but not where we're
Lowell's not going to win this game. They might,
but actually, Scott, the way it's going, maybe he might be shocked.
I take it back.
Yeah, like if you like, I wasn't joking. If you drag this into the muck enough, it might not be a touchdown game. It would be nice, but it might not.
If it comes down where you have a chance on your last possession to win, that's
a win. Yep, that's what you're hoping
for. This is also 4th and 8. The one before was San Francisco was number 1 offside.
Yeah. And
they didn't stop us, but they got a favorable spot, so F them.
Ooh, nice. Holder, player of the game.
I just think overall, though, I think what really comes down to is what I said earlier, is that this game plan actually favors Green Bay, and I'm a fan of them doing it. If they want to execute this way the rest of the game, I like that. I like their chances. Because I don't think San Francisco wants to keep trying to play this kind of game. They want to get it up tempo a little bit, but right now it hasn't been there.
Yeah, I would have more faith in a shootout about the Niners defense figuring it out before Packers figuring it out on defense.
Yeah.
If only we would have got the pick from Savage.
I think though, if you keep it tight, it might encourage Purdy at some point to take a shot. And there's a couple wobbly throws he's made. So it's one of those things where one of those wobbly throws goes the wrong way for them, then that's your turning point, and lets you get the advantage.
Yeah.
We'll see though. Like, yeah. I'm not unhappy with the way we're sitting at the moment.
If you would have said that it's 7-6, excellent. How it's happening, it's kind of maddening because you think they should be up by 2 scores.
Yeah, they've had chances. The good news though is it means they are still moving the ball. So it's like the offense is still finding ways to move the ball. I'm like, you know what? Fine. Want to keep doing that. Eventually, one of those is going to go through if we keep getting a chance to do that. Just need to break a tackle or something, and that'll work. Yeah. So 10 plays, 64 yards, 4.5 minutes. Another solid drive. I'll take it.
Yeah. Yep. The defense and the zone that they play is going to be hard to get in the end zone on also.
Just hang in there is all I'm looking for. Just keep it within striking distance, and that'll be enough. We'll see. I gotta think there's some gamblers out there who took the 10.5 and they're like, oh my God, why? It's not super comfortable for them.
I was sitting here in the middle of listing stuff, and I have a Fred Warner rookie that's on eBay, and I'm like, I had to send an offer option. I'm like, I'm going to send like the highest possible offer just so I don't see this. But also they might hit accept because they're probably a Niner fan. I'm like,
so I've got Deebo Samuel here as shoulder questionable.
I like him. Hopefully sits out the rest of the game.
Yep.
But yeah, I was in the middle of listing a whole bunch of music cards that I got in the mail today.
Oh, okay. Who do you got there?
I bought I bought a set of 92 NMEs, but I bought it without the Cobain, which is the one that you want. Basically, Matt in the Discord, he got this, and the deal was he keeps that one for free, and I purchased the rest of the deck for what he spent or for what he paid, and he paid basically nothing. So we both win. Like,
nice.
So yeah, like it's a lot of work to sit here and list 35 of these things because I already had some, but they sell. You get $5-8 each for them, and there's 54 in the deck. So.
Mm-hmm.
Busy work, but it's free money after a while.
That is true. The time of possession number looks pretty good. Bit of a sloppy tackle on that last play, but overall, the time of possession is what I was looking for. That works.
Yeah, he just misses them. Was that Walker? Yep. Quay Walker.
My big thing is that I like the fact that there is a guy out there who paid $126,000 for that Brock Purdy 1-of-1. Is like, no.
That's ridiculous. That's somebody that has money doesn't. It's like $2 to me, I guess.
Yeah, it has to be. Otherwise, you're going to feel very uncomfortable.
Jeez.
So I got 2-minute warning, 7-6. 2-minute warning, 7-6.
Do they run another play here or no? Is it second down or third down?
I didn't catch it right there.
I don't think they run. Yeah, they don't run one here.
Wow, that's poor clock management right there.
Yep. Scott, I'll take every little edge that I can get.
that was bad.
I'm surprised that they're holding up in the run game. Also, well, somewhat holding up.
Well, I'm not gonna go as far as some of the commentary that I've heard in some of the podcasts and things. But every time, like in this situation, a lot of people start going like, I don't know, 2010. Like, don't do it. Don't do it to yourselves. Calm down. Breathe, people. But I understand why they invoke it, because they're thinking about a team that was ahead of schedule. It wasn't expected. Certain pieces came together that were not expected at that moment, and they had a good run. We'll have to see. I like what I'll say is that I like a lot of aspect of the way this team has gelled. I like the fact that like what I said earlier about the receivers. There is no real diva in that scenario. They're all kind of at the same level, and they're all looking at each other at the same level, and different people are getting the ball. And right now, nobody's complaining about it. Is the key.
Yeah.
As long as everyone's willing to do that, and a couple of guys will make some plays here and there, that's it. That'll work.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like the only real alpha receiver is Watson, and he can't really say anything just because he got hurt all year.
Yeah. And right now, that's okay. I think that'll work.
I mean, I thought that Reed would be fine, but I didn't see like someone that you rely on either, and he's being relied on early.
Mm-hmm. I also like the fact that given where we're at right now, it also gives them an opportunity to take that first half, finish off this half, and then you do have the opportunity to make a couple little tweaks and adjustments, a couple little moves, plays here and there, a few other smarter moves, and I think it could be interesting for you.
Ooh. Just had something that you might be interested on for eBay. It fits everything that can keep something cheap, while also being nice. 97 certified mirror blue Favre, PSA 8.
Paul. You know this as well as anyone else.
I'm sorry. Brett Favre. Sorry.
I like that I've actually heard videos, Scott, where other people started to use my modification. I was like, yes, you people are getting it.
I
teach.
I love Victor sent you a care package, and that's how he wrote it.
Mm-hmm. Scott, listen, I'm trying to teach the people. I'm trying to teach. This hashtag scholarship out here. I'm hashtag scholarshiping. Make sure people get it right.
All right, we're just going to miss holding on like every snap by San Francisco, huh? Now, like that's in the open field, and the guy just misses holding. Like, I don't.
There you go. Thank you, Ty. Appreciate you. So, by the way, guys, in the chat, by the way, thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you. Like I said, in the course of this, we're kind of hanging out watching the game, but we're also kind of BSing. So if there's anything you guys want to chat about a little bit, feel free. Feel free. I'm keeping an eye on the chat as we're chatting here tonight. I already set my snipe for the card tonight, so if it happens, I'll let y'all know. But for now, I've set my snipe.
Oh, it's not ending tomorrow night on live PWCC watch party?
No. This one's on eBay. It's got about 40 minutes. Here. Evening, Paul.
Is this a Brett? Is this a Brett favor item or?
And yes, it is.
I know I had one on the watch list. Let me see if I can.
Hey, Paul.
It's also kind of a fun little combo card that kind of amused me. it's one of those situations where 2/3 of it makes sense, and 1/3 of it probably made sense at the time, but in retrospect, not so much.
All right.
After
Well,
is
that
going
means
4
it's
straight
not.
over the pack.
All
Yeah,
right.
the
Well,
pack are new.
that means it's not the red refractor then.
Nope, I got something I was keeping an eye out on, and we'll see. We'll see. It's intriguing to me, but we'll see. I'm not too worried about it. Jordan Love had 5 scholarship offers out of high school. Utah State is where he went. All right. There you go. Thank you, Stu. We'll discuss the top 5 underrated vintage baseball cards of players who had a 10-plus year career and a 235 batting average. Whoo! I'm going to get Big Scott 35 on the case. Sounds to me like we need some sabermetrics and some war stats.
I know what channel that could be on.
Woo!
All right. Yeah, I figured out which item it was.
Oh, yeah? You got it?
Yeah, it sticks out like a sore thumb when you see it with that description.
Yep. Maybe a fun little card to add. We'll see.
I was gonna say, I'm like, there's a couple nice things with 30. Like, there's a 101 X-Fractor.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple nice things. I'm like, oh yeah, that description. There's a Favre Rogers jersey card. I'm like, nope.
I find that there's actually a fair bit of stuff available right now. I think some folks have been putting up some collection stuff. There's a lot of that, but it's one of those deals where I think you do have to pick and choose. Unless we're bougie Eric, we don't have like unlimited finances. He's got the unlimited money for the like button. That's different. But the rest of us have to all right, look, there's a certain amount. There's a finite amount of money available. We can chase after a couple of things. We can't chase after all the things. Got to pick and choose a little.
Yeah. I think that what happened is, I don't know, 2/3 of the hobby is new since Rona. Mm-hmm. So everyone's basically within their first 2 or 3 years of this, and they're figuring out what they do not like. So, and what they do not like is now for sale.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And we all have things that we're like, yeah, I wish I had the money on that one again. And it is what it is. I mean, everything I got on eBay is like, well, let's make sure and I lower my Hall of Fame autograph number or Favre run number or Mike McDaniel number or whatever it is. Like, just.
Mm-hmm. I think it helps narrow the scope. It's nice to have a couple of categories and then have a pecking order and be like, if I only have X amount to spend and a bunch of stuff is going off, what's the top priority? As long as you know what that is, you're usually in a better place.
Now, if you do Farmers Want a Wife watch party, I'm in.
What was that?
If you do Farmers Want a Wife watch party, I'm in.
I think that's the one that gets us to 100K subscribers.
You probably didn't see that cool commercial.
Subscribe. I did not see that promo. No.
I was gonna say you probably got a different commercial up there because I saw the farmers one also.
Yeah. I've got the TSN feed. They literally went from the Houston game to the Packers game with no interruption. I don't have to worry about Peacock or any of that other stuff. TSN already paid for the rights for all the playoff games. They got them all. The best part, though, is that we've got the feed. So I've got the TSN logo on the left and then the Fox Divisional logo on the right. And I've got Fox. I could put Fox on, but it's like literally I kept it on the same feed here and I could just go from one game to the other. They just flip. So it's like, all right, there's really no reason for me to mess around. Like I can just watch it on one feed. It's there.
That's nice. That makes sense.
Yeah. When they bought the rights, they're like, yeah, we want to be able to broadcast these games. We're just flip between one another. For them, they don't need to bring in their own crew. They just use the broadcast that you're getting already.
Right.
It was smart. I'll give it to him. I'm just thinking in the back of my mind now that I think what's going to happen is, if somebody's going to have to give a stern yelling to, it's not going to be the coach. It's going to be the guy who bought the black finite. He's going to be yelling at Brock Purdy, "Why are you letting me down? What are you doing? You should be winning by 30."
Well, I'm trying to, at that amount, do you think that card goes up if he wins the Super Bowl?
What's that, sorry?
Like at what, 126,000? Is that what you said
No.
he paid for that?
I think right now, they need to get to the Super Bowl. They need to win convincingly, and it's got to be a Super Bowl MVP type of performance. And that's just to hold water. That's to tread water.
Right.
It's not even to go up. It's to tread water.
Cure cancer. I mean, what else?
Couldn't hurt. That might get him an extra $50.
Yeah. That's what amazes me when somebody buys cards like that. Like, what's the ceiling and what's the ROI? That's where I'm like kind of lost.
I think that everyone thinks that they're going to find the one collector who wants that one item, and they're just going to make it rich. And just there's going to be 90% of them that just whiff and get nothing at the end of it.
I mean, Brock Purdy can't even afford that card. He lives in an apartment with 3 other people.
I think, though, that's also why it's super. The irony is that same point. Ooh, this is a good outcome. I'm a fan.
Do we get the
Doink?
bomb explosion or no?
I don't think it goes quite that dramatic, but let's put it this way: it doesn't even qualify as a doink. It would have had to make contact.
Okay, all right. So, like my buddy,
I see.
okay.
Somebody actually got a fingertip on it. Excellent. Good job. I'm a fan.
Oh,
yeah. You could see that, right? Yeah.
he smoked that. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that was a lot of rush.
Game at the half. 1 point game at the half, Scott.
He kicked
At
that
10.5.
low.
Somebody's very uncomfortable right now in Vegas. They're like, wait a minute, what the hell? Like, Vegas, the youngers will continue pumping those Panini top slot machines. That's right. Yes, sir. That's right. That is correct. There you go. Super Bowl MVP finds the Book of the Dead, casts a spell, revives Mother Teresa before the draft, and goes on to win the Super Bowl. And that might get him an extra $10.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Andy.
I have to
No
agree
doubt.
with you there, Andy. That was not very good.
What do you mean, Scott? I think it was tremendous.
Yeah,
I endorse
I have
this completely.
that's the great thing of my team losing. I have no dog in any hunt right now. I just watch the game and enjoy it. I want to see good football.
You're just happy that one of the Niners or Packers must lose.
That's where I'm at right now. Even though I have turned into a little bit of a Purdy and Kittle fan because I lived in Iowa for a while, but
Fair.
Well, I think Colorado. I think the NFL MVP is a regular season award. I think Lamar will probably win it. I think that's it. The playoffs are not going to play into this one.
Yeah, I think Lamar's going to win it too.
Yeah. And good for him that he was able to recover late in that game because the first half was not great for him. Second half was
wondering.
Second half was better.
He used his legs from what I saw in that second half and really opened it up.
Yeah. I hope he wins it so I don't have to go out and get a CMC rookie for my every MVP rookie set.
You'd probably have to buy it from the Hoj. He's got all the fancy McAfee. Well, sorry, CMC rookies.
Yeah. Local show, $1 box. Cheap one, this will work.
But if you buy an overpriced one of one, you could be all fancy like. That's the dream.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If I'm going to be all fancy like, my number on the Hall of Fame autograph set wouldn't be 25.
There you go. All right, so FanDuel has upgraded the spread. The spread is now 6.5. So let's move 4 points.
I bet.
Yeah. Well, that's a good half. Yeah, I think that was about as good. Aside from being ahead, which they could have been if they had kicked the one field goal. Aside from that, it's about as good a first half as I could have asked for there. They've kept it close. They've dragged them into the muck a little bit. I like it. They won't ever pull the Expos Brady card auto jersey number. The gold one, I don't think that one's been pulled yet. That has not come out yet. I like that every time Eric messages it, the amount of Super Bowl championships goes up for Brock Purdy, so that's good. 38-time Super Bowl champ Brock Purdy will win his 15th MVP this year. Live the dream, Eric. Cyclocross still sucks. And the Boston Bruins are not a real sports team.
Eric, this is the face that just muted you.
Amazing. He'll appreciate that secretly. He'll respect you more for it.
Is the Bruins the team that played the first NBA game with a 3-point line?
That's what I heard. You can learn more about it if you check out the Bruins Centennial set. Mill Schmidt's not in it because he's trash. Kind of like Bobby Orr. But you do have Hal Gill in it, though. GOAT. Wow. Chef's kiss.
I don't like those standing up at halftime. All of them are jittery, moving around. They look uncomfortable.
Yeah, they should have thrown DeSalvo on the set.
Ooh. There you go. I always wonder at what point did they get the idea that, hey, at halftime we'll all stand in front of a screen like idiots.
That's what I don't like
it. Like it literally is like we're all like, this is tremendous. Like, what am I supposed to do with my hands?
Yeah,
what am I supposed to do right now?
Do I stand still? Do I rock back and forth? Or
yeah. And it's not like they don't have the booth or anything there to just like sit by. Like they have it. They're just not using it for
maybe Fox. They rent it by the hour. I don't know.
Yeah, like hey guys, we got to get this over to Saturday. Well, no, that's an NBC product. I was gonna say Saturday Night Live, but hey, they rented this out for the night. You guys are off.
Yeah, we're setting up the 5 and 5 thing. You know what the hell?
Sorry, we got to get this over for that new Farmer show. They got to sit behind this. Yes.
By the way, I still don't know what. Now I'm genuinely curious about this Farmer show and the whole bit because, like Scott, I'm not gonna lie. I think if you did live stream the Farmer show, it'd probably do better. All of a sudden, be like, "Who are you people? Why do I have 5,000 people watching this?" It's like it's the watch along for the Farmer show.
I put on a cowboy hat, one that's just comically too small for me.
Hey everybody, I'm Ranch Scott. Ranch Scott 35. Here's why Blackhawk legend Bobby Orr is a Bruins Centennial said, I know. It's confusing. It's always been confusing. See, Scott, this is a proper watch along. This is how it's done. I hope people have been taking notes. It's the bullshitting that makes it work. You gotta have fun with it, guys. You gotta have fun with it.
I'm surprised it's not a wrestling pay-per-view tonight.
Royal Rumble's next week. It's going to be next Saturday, so it'll be a week today. That's going to be a full day for me. I'm going to be attending the card show, and probably I will have to get out in the morning. There's a 2-day card show. I'll check out the Saturday one. I think Burrell and I will go and attend. Burrell will probably be taking his selfies with Don Diego. It'll be great. It's very exciting. He's going to be there, so that's I'm going to have to I might have to put like a Bougie Eric restraining order kind of deal. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
It's almost like golfing. Like the cart lady, if she's a 5, she's probably like a 7 or an 8. Don Diego's about the same. She's like a 5.
I'm just curious how many people are going to be hanging around there wherever she, like if she's got a booth or whatever. I have no idea what the situation is. I just know that she was invited and she's on the promo stuff, so she will be there for the 2 days. So I'm curious how many like middle-aged creepy guys will be hanging around for science.
That's how the national was. I saw her once just heading on through, and I'm like, yeah, you're a 5, but there's just tons of. I'm like,
so who is this?
Don Diego Trading.
Yeah.
Look it up on the Instagram machine, Scott. You'll see. Don Diego.
She's mildly attractive, but because she does this as a hobby with 90% men, she becomes like an 8.
Well, the problem, though, is that she is a Pokemon card person. And the problem is if you go to the Pokemon card side of it, look, not my job to rate anybody or whatever, but I'm going to say if you're going to go to the Pokemon card side, you'd be better off inviting Poke Chloe. I'm just saying. Trust me on this.
Yeah. Isn't she the one that has OnlyFans and does other stuff for money?
I have no idea, but I know she's based out of the UK, so it'd be a bit of a hike to get her over this side of the pond.
Okay.
Yeah, but like regardless, like look, I don't give a shit. You do.
She was
whatever works. No judgment, no hate. All right, here we go. Carlos, what's up with Dak and the Sports Code Anonymous channel? Looks like the channel's been scrubbed. Is he out restarting a channel? Misses live streams. So Dak is actually on the Discord that we always reference. It's his Discord. We kind of hang out and BS and make fun of a lot of things. He basically, like, I won't put words in his mouth, but I think he was trying a couple different things. He found it to be unsatisfying. He put in a fair bit of work because there were some of them were really edited and a lot of work in it. But I think at this point, any project he works on, he wants there to be enough of a return. So he's focusing on his own shit, but that doesn't mean he's out of the sports card thing because he'll still get cards. And of course he's still hanging out and we're chatting on the Discord and maybe BS. We were basically bullshitting during the entire Houston game. So long story short, he's still around, but I just don't think he wants the YouTube channel around anymore. He's disillusioned with YouTube is the way that I would interpret it. Did Paul, am I completely out to lunch or does that seem about right?
I think you hit the nail on the head there.
Yeah. That's my assessment.
That's the way I put it. He still has the videos. He just scrubbed them.
They're basically privated or unlisted or whatever. Like the videos technically still exist. My thought was always, well, just leave the old stuff there for if anybody wants to see it down the line and they want to watch an old video, they're welcome to it. But it's his channel. He can do with it as he wants. I'm not going to tell him what to do with his own channel. But I get it. It can be, look, if you're not happy with it, if you don't enjoy it, it's going to be tough. I clearly do because I will literally come up with excuses to do live streams and watch alongs and shit just because it amuses me. But, all you got to do is look at the production value and the amount of effort I put into it. It's like I'm sitting here drinking my beer, hanging out.
Does this girl do any sports cards or is it all Pokemon?
Are you talking about Don Diego? I'm pretty sure it's all Pokemon. I'm pretty sure.
That's a shame. One sports card video and I'm voting for it.
There you go, Scott. Scott's good to go. Yeah, so the way they tab the card show is Worlds Collide. So they're focusing on the TCG side. So that's where she makes sense. That's where she fits. And then they've got like the anime people and all that stuff, and they got all that going on. And I'm sitting there like, look, here's the thing. I know for a fact there's going to be a ton of kids there because of that, because of the TCG and the anime thing. There's going to be a ton of kids hanging out. So I have no doubt there will be some dealers who are dealing in Pokemon cards that are going to do boom in business. I have no doubt about this at all. So We'll see. And I do know some of the dealers there that set up for the sports card side, and they'll probably do all right as well. But yeah, I just go kind of hang out. It's my local show anyway. It's close by, so it's not tough for me to get to. I can go hang out for a little bit. Basically, the Burrell and I will hang out, BS a little bit, then maybe we'll grab a bite to eat and take off. So it usually works. But I have found the last several shows, I found a couple of cards there. The Booby Orr card that I was able to trade for basically like half a case of AEW shit, and I was able to buy it super cheap. I got it at that show. So if you got your eyes open, there's shit there on the tables, but you got to look. You got to have your eyes peeled. I literally bought a Jordan Love rookie that I ended up selling, and I got it for like $3. Like that shit's there, but it's not going to be obvious. They're not like promoting the hell out of it. The table wasn't full of football. I just happened to see it. Great. Okay. If it's just there, I'll take that. Thank you. Have a good day.
So when they promote this as a Worlds Collide show, what percentage is non-sport? Just anyways.
It was always like 20 or 30% anyway. It's not like, so to me, it was weird because at first they did a thing where they had a specific TCG only show for a little bit, but the other shows had TCG in it. But then they said, oh, Worlds Collide. I was like, you mean like every other card? Like, we're not discriminating against Pokemon people. If you've got a Pokemon booth, bring it. Like people buy it.
When you say non-sport, though, is it like actual like non-sport, or is it all TCG?
No, there's some of that too. Like Scott, it's weird because they've turned it into a branding thing to be like a trading card show.
Right.
If you call it a trading card show, it can be whatever.
Right.
Nobody's saying like, no, you got Pokemon cards, go ahead, bring those. You got non-sport, bring that. There's nothing wrong with it. Like there's going to be there's a potential audience for all these things. I think it's good that they started investing. Like the anime thing, not my deal. The cosplayers, not my deal. But there are some folks who like that shit.
Right.
And for them, good, great. Your goal is to get people to come in the damn door and buy the admission. That's your goal. The dealers want to have foot traffic, so you bring the foot traffic. They got Doug Gilmour signing autographs for the show. Toronto market, Doug Gilmour. That's going to work. That's going to work real good. So that's fine. I'll be trading Hallmark cards from here on out. Psh, it's an improvement over what you were doing before. Also, I believe Eric pronounces the Pokemans. True. It's all about the Pokemans.
I think they have an actual non-sport, non-TCG show every year down in Chicago, and I might head there this year.
All right.
We'll see about it. Like, it might be a complete waste, but it's also only like 90 minutes away.
Yeah, peddling your music cards.
If they ever hit, that Primo stuff is going to be super expensive.
I believe it.
Just because there is no supply of it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Paul, you ever watch Wesker Griff's channel?
No. I mean, it's not like I wouldn't have seen it, but it's not like I remember it if I have.
He does non-sport. He does a lot of music cards. He's got a pretty good music card collection.
Gotcha.
He gets vinyl as well.
Yeah, it's basically Ryan, Pelton.
That's Breakout Cards. So Breakout Cards is the first one.
Yeah. Breakout Card is the first one. Jay Pelton is the second guy. Brizzo's the third guy. And if he might be the fourth one that you mentioned, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I have some of it, but I don't have as nice a stuff as they do.
Oh, it's all good. I think everybody's trying to figure out what their basically what the collection is going to look like as it evolves. At this point, you've got the different categories you work on. You've got that Hall of Fame collection you're working on. You've got a couple different categories that you're chasing. That's why I was kind of laughing. Is that at this point, I feel pretty good. I feel pretty settled in kind of my niches. I've got my ones that I have, and I'm like, no, I'm pretty good. If that's all I collect, I'm pretty happy. I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying myself.
Man,
But I think
41.
Scott talking about when Golden Slumber was asking about Dax thing is like part of the reason that I've been able to do the YouTube thing as much as I've been able to do and do as many videos as I've been able to do, because
Oh,
I don't
Don.
care. I'm just having a good time and I'm enjoying myself. Getting done.
So,
but yeah,
first
the
time
music
listening, Don?
stuff and
my
but yeah, the
chat with
music
Don
stuff.
and Don is tomorrow. I think being released tomorrow.
Yeah, go ahead. The music stuff. Yep.
But yeah, the music stuff and some of the non-sport stuff, it's
Mm-hmm.
a complete crapshoot. You might have a front or back photo of the item. They may or may not speak English. They may ship the item in a top loader. They may not have that available, and they just willy-nilly it. Like it's a complete shit show in there, and
Yep.
you don't know like there's new sets being found out about and stuff. Like it's a complete shit show. Like some of them are perforated, and you're like, well, who's got the nicest one? Well, let's go ahead and find out, because we gotta rip these out. And there's one of them that I just have the nicest one of, just because complete and utter luck. And there's other ones where I have the worst one because I don't have a back photo, and it's the only one that's been listed for a year and a half. That's like, you have to wait, a month or 3. I waited like 3 months for one item to even show up. And it's like, it's a complete shit show.
I picked up some Disney and Flintstone cars from Sweden from the 50s and 60s.
From Sweden.
Yeah. But actually, I was kind of worried about the same thing, but it got over here pretty quick, and they were well packaged. So I was happy.
And the other thing that sucks is the tracking number that they give eBay. You have to look on like alternate sites to even just like, hey, this is in whatever city, and once in a while, you need the translator. Like it.
Hey Don, appreciate the vote, man. Means a lot.
What was the Disney stuff from the 50s and 60s?
Just Disney cards. It's like Mickey sleeping with Goofy waking him up. There was a Minnie Mouse one. Then I got one with Fred and Barney, Rubble. I lost on some other ones. There were some Batman ones I really wanted, and man, they got made some money on those.
The other crazy thing is, you won't see anything for 6 months on a saved search, and then all of a sudden it'll show up at auction overseas, and you're like, oh shit, how many others even saw this? And it might sell for nothing, and it might sell for thousands, because it's just 80% of eBay's audience or something won't see it. It is a complete Wild West situation, but I love it because of it.
Right. Makes sense. Look, whenever there is ambiguity, there's opportunity. You can quote that. Write that shit down. Where there is ambiguity, there is opportunity, because then you actually increase your leverage as a person. If you studied it and you understand the market a little bit, or you understand what you're looking at, any knowledge you have suddenly becomes a bigger edge. You actually increase your leverage over somebody else. I like to compare a lot of things with the poker analogy. Look, if you're a shitty player versus a really great player, doesn't mean as a shitty player you can't win a coin toss. But over time, the better player will be able to grind you down and win with the edge they have in experience and knowledge. That's their advantage. And the more experience and knowledge they have advantage over you, that actually, you play more hands, eventually your luck runs out and they start hammering you for not having the knowledge to be able to hang. So Same thing when you go to a card show. If you have that understanding of the knowledge, guess what? You're going to go to, that's why I said the example I gave of the small show. There's going to be Pokemon there. I have no interest in that. There's going to be, anime stuff and all that stuff. I have no interest in that. And there's only going to be a certain amount of stuff that may even potentially interest me to purchase. But I'm still going to bring some money and hang out anyway, because number one, it's fun. But number two, What if I do see the Boobior card that happened to be a little underpriced, in my opinion? And I only bought 3 cards in the show, and one of them was a card that was severely underpriced, and I took advantage of it, and I was able to get a great deal.
How far is that from home?
About 35 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's totally worth my time. Totally worth my time to pop in, take a look around, hang out. If Bobby's there, we'll hang out. We'll BS a little bit. If it's really not good, we'll BS. We'll grab a beer, laugh, and then move on with the rest of our day.
Yeah, exactly.
And then since it's a Saturday, later on in the day, we'll go and we'll watch, and I'll go watch the Royal Rumble with my buddy. That'll be my evening for the Saturday. We'll be good. It'll be all right.
Exactly.
So the big thing down here for card shows is having toy shows with the card shows.
Right. Sure.
It's kind of a big thing because of wrestling and Hot Wheels and Matchbox cars, racing, all that stuff. Real big down here.
I know a little bit about the wrestling.
Yeah, you do. You love it here. There's wrestling every weekend, and it's usually they'll have 1 or 2 named guys there for at least the headline.
I go and attend a couple of shows. It's one of those things where I can't go out all the time to do that kind of thing. But like I know some folks that do. Like they love it and they will go to like every indie local show and everything. Like
Right.
I respect it, but I'm sitting there like I don't have that much energy, my dude. I already put enough like into it as it is. Like I have a certain amount of cycles. I can only spread myself so thin.
I really wish I had the money for WrestleCade. That was a very expensive show.
I believe it. Yeah.
But it's right
especially
here.
Since they started charging a lot more with the autographs.
Yeah.
By the way, Paul, I don't know if you saw my last pickup video. Crap. The whole like first 10 minutes I was like, all right, Britt Baker. You know who should get Britt Baker?
Oh, yeah. I saw that one.
Hey, that PC's coming along swimmingly.
You're gonna have to get another Z Folio.
It's pretty good, man. I'm not gonna lie. A couple of them are too good for the Z Folio, though. I'm not gonna put like the autographs out of 25 and shit like that in Z Folio.
Right.
That's nice stuff.
So what do you do? Do you put them in a one touch, or do you get them graded, or?
Some I do get graded. A number of them I do get in a one touch. So I have 2 things. I got the Z Folio for a lot of the. So Allure is a good example. So in the Z Folio, I've got the base card, and I've got a couple of the unnumbered parallels are in the Z Folio. But then when we get the numbered parallels, I put them in a 1600 count box that I've got.
That was a terrible spot.
There's a challenge forthcoming.
He made it across the 50.
Yeah. No, I think you got there.
It wasn't even close.
So this time around, I think you've got the camera angles that are going to back you up. So I think this one is much better opportunity.
He's not down. He's not down. Now he's down.
Yeah,
call reverse.
Call reverse.
Yep. Call reverse. It's good. But yeah, so to answer your question, Scott, is that I got a 1600 count box. Some cards do appear in top loader, but I do have one touches and I do have graded ones. One thing that I have enjoyed doing is now I've got, for the first 3 years of flagship, I've got the high gloss for all 3 years. I've got the autographs out of 25 for all 3 years. So that's awesome. I'm gonna do an Instagram picture of those sets of them since I've got the first 3 years worth. Now that I've got them in hand, and I think it's gonna be good. It's gonna be fun. I love being able to do that though with a quote unquote player collection, because that's probably what's funny is the Medina one is the one that I'm most known for because obviously it's the one I've been at the longest. But on a percentage basis, I probably have a much higher percentage of the Britt Baker checklist, just because of the amount of sets that have actually existed and come out.
Right.
And I've got some good ones.
That's actually one of the reasons. That's actually one of the reasons I pick up the cheap music stuff, because there's enough character collectors that would pay me $6, $7, $8 each, and they don't want to get the whole set for $50. And that's how you make your money.
Is there a Britt Baker card before AEW?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's All Out or All In, I forgot. It's the one in 2018 where they have before AEW existed.
Okay. Does she not have a Leaf card or anything before then when she was just in the Indies?
There in 2020 Leaf Wrestling, she's in it.
Okay.
They're all autograph cards, though. There's no
Right.
there's no base card, quote unquote.
Is that like the square one? It looks like the old Bowman.
No, they have like they literally have 2020 Leaf Wrestling. Like if you go into eBay, type in 2020 Leaf Wrestling, they've got a ton of parallels and stuff. Oh, that's face mask. Come on. 2020, they've got a bunch of parallels like Leaf usually does. And they've got the and they've got a couple of subsets that she's in.
Yeah, because I don't mind Leaf Wrestling, because to me the character is the character.
Yeah, no, it's the exact same character. It's spelled the same, like it's written the same, and they got little cartoon images of them.
Right.
All right, we're gonna see here. This could be interesting. I think you were able to coax a flag there. Smart.
Good.
Smart.
Yeah, how do you miss? Like, they missed so many holding calls on these guys. I don't.
There was a play there where it was actually a face mask. Like literally, you're jerking his head sideways. Like it's very obvious.
Holding the face mask. Either way, there's holding that they don't get on San Francisco.
Oh, good grief!
Take it easy, Yannick.
Hey, see ya.
For as many seasons as Frisco knocked us off when they were probably inferior, it would just be awesome to knock them off when they're like the best team in football.
I won't spoil it for you, but the next play is really good.
Can we go for two?
Wow, does the field open up and swallow both teams?
No, I think somehow the Dallas Cowboys, though, got completely demolished, but Mike McCarthy's still there, though. And Jerry Jones is still there. So you got that. You can rebuild. You can rebuild, Scott. Rebuild.
Hey, Scott, in all seriousness, I got something in the mail today that, would interest you as a Dallas fan. It's a VHS to where you can watch their last Super Bowl from.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, no, seriously, I got a VHS in the mail today.
The rate it's going,
Signed
Scott,
by
is going to be like beta. Beta.
Yeah. Signed by Steve Sable on the Hall of Fame checklist there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have the book for their last Super Bowl. It's leather bound.
I thought you were going to say like parchment. The last one from the last Super Bowl is like, what happened? It's like, it's right beside my Old Testament scrolls. They're from same era. They've been carbon dated. There you go, Stu. That's right. There you go. Like I said earlier, Paul, I like right now, like I said,
almost went
for this
two
game.
there, I think.
For this game, a slobber knocker is the right play style for this team in this game against this squad. San Francisco's gonna be like, they're literally playing the game they want to play against us. This is not working out the way we were hoping.
Yeah, they are not controlling this game.
Yeah. They're obviously rusty.
Well, that's what Bobbles was worried about with Baltimore. And in the first half, they did look a little rusty. There were some issues there getting out of the gate. They were getting out of the block slow. They were able to right the ship, so lucky for them, but it's a bit rough.
Oh, you got a minute and a half. Oh, I bought things off this guy.
Yeah, for 90 Springer?
Yeah, I bought. That guy's got some really nice stuff.
I find that whenever there's stuff like that, it tends to come in batches from certain sellers in certain situations where it'll just come all at once. And a little clusters of interesting cars will appear. I don't know. I think you saw that where there was that one where I forget the brand, but it was the 2005, 2006, whatever. It was all the memorabilia autographs and such. Those ones. Gridiron something. The name escapes me right now. Gridiron Classics. I forget. It was the one where I got the far
Classics gridiron grates, probably.
Yeah, something like that. But there was a whole batch of them. It was like almost a complete set, basically. It was like all of the variants, inserts, and they had some of the lower numbered versions and all. But it came in like a big old cluster from a seller or two, and they had a whole stack of them. It was like basically they had bought out a collection and like, we're gonna list all this shit at the same time. Here you go. And if you were after it, like, hey guys, these and quality patches and nice autos and all kinds of stuff.
Looks like it went for the opening bid. And yeah, one bidder.
Iveen.
So you have 2,096 feedback is what I gather off of that.
I've had an account since 1998. I should hope so. Yeah, there were a lot of years where I wasn't buying too crazy. Yeah, I wasn't. There were a lot of years where I wasn't buying too crazy, but in this point, I've definitely the last couple of years done a lot more. I have sold more though the last year or two than in the past as well. So I've had an account for a long time. I like it. All right.
And because we're a sports card show, this is always what you want to see. You have a new offer.
Nice. Good times.
I mean, this is 2 weeks in a row where Green Bay receivers are that guy fell down, but he was still wide open. Like,
they are very, very sneaky, Scott. Very, very sneaky.
Are they running?
But Scott, that's the advantage of not having one quote unquote number one receiver.
Yeah,
because you have no idea who's going to be the one. Like, I was actually not joking earlier. I was like, okay, cool. You've got a great. Let me repeat this. San Francisco is a great team. They have been a great team this year. But your defensive assignment. Okay, cool. Who do you defend? It's not obvious. It's not like, oh yeah, double this person. Like, okay, who do you defend? He'll throw it to the other guy. It doesn't matter. Pick one. He'll throw it to the other guy. If they get open, then they get open, and that's it. I don't know what to tell you. Still one score game. It's like regardless, it's tight. But I think at this point the line is screwed for those folks.
This is basically he looks at Ayuk, and then he looks at Kittle or CMC, and then he either fires or throws it away, and it's pretty consistent, and you can hone in on it. It's a lot harder when it's, hey, make sure you defend Dontavius Wicks and Bo Melton. Then you're like, who? Exactly.
You still, but with that said, with Kittle, you still are going to have to do. They're going to have to do a better job tackling because Kittle can be a problem.
Fuck.
Well, you were foreshadowing on mine, but I think you're post-shadowing on yours.
Yeah, like I saw the play develop while we were talking. Yeah. I'm also foreshadowing that San Francisco finally figures it out a little bit. Kamikaze is too.
Lord. Now, what did a Gatorade do to you guys?
Let's see here. Let me see what this looks like. Oh, that's a bad tackle again. Come on. He had a chance to get him. That's terrible.
Well, they missed the fact that they had the. I like how they missed the delay of game there. Also,
I was kind of thinking the same thing.
Like they miss holding every third snap on San Francisco. They missed that face mask, and then they missed that. Like, just it's annoying as hell when it's unfair.
Ooh.
Hey, go figure. Savage can't hang on the tackle or the interception.
Well, that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. Is that's basically what they need They basically have been very good so far in being fairly clean. But on that one, nah. They missed some tackles. It's been some bad ones. All right, so I'll share real quick since we were talking about it earlier. Now that everything's processed and gone through, let me share this one here. So this is the one that I was putting the snipe on, Scott. So you got Brett. You got Hall of Famer Paul Horton, and then you got Ingle Martin. Let's go!
So that's why
One of
somebody
these things-
posted that in the
One
chat.
of these things is not like the others. Not quite. Not quite, my friend. 2/3. 2/3. 2 out of 3 are in the Hall of Fame, Scott. And the other one is Ingle Martin. So that one is out of 15. Nice card. Nice card.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats on your new Ingle Martin.
Listen, that's what I was shooting for, man. Got to be what it's got to be.
You got what, Leinert on the last one? On the quad auto?
And Mark Bulger. And Mark Bulger. Show some love. Come on. And then you got some rando, Drew Brees. Psh, never heard of him.
Yeah.
He's probably an SP signature legend or something. Who knows?
Just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, it seems like the local fans are mad that they missed the delay game also on that.
I have no doubt. Yeah. Look, here's the thing. It's unfortunate that last little sequence there was unfortunate, but here's the truth. If the coaching staff is any good right now, they'd be like, okay, well, that sucks. However, it's a 1-point game. You have the opportunity again to be like, okay, fine. That was a 75-yard drive. It was 1:48. You're going to put up another 6 or 7 minute drive right now and score 7? Who gives a shit? Go ahead.
Yeah. Getting in the end zone's harder.
So spoiler, good field position to start. Oh, come on. Well, maybe. Okay, that was a stupid sequence, but just stupid sequence. But you're going to enjoy it in about 30 seconds. I don't know why you make it difficult, but apparently you enjoy making it difficult. Jesus, what's the call? Let's see.
Oh.
Keep watching.
Holy shit!
Try to do the Madden cutback.
I was just sitting there like, why? Why would you make it that difficult?
I mean, I see what he saw, but how clean the fumble was also just like, oh no.
Yeah, it was like a little. Listen, they've done an excellent job on the fundamentals, but that was not a good example of the fundamentals. Great run, but guys, make your life a little easier. Don't do that. Protect the football a bit.
He wanted to get 4 or 5 more yards.
Yeah, 4 or 5 more yards after that return, Scott, is not necessary. Just
that is
go
so
down.
Lucky. There are 6 Niners and 1 Packer, and the 1 Packer gets it absolutely clean. That is so lucky.
Yeah. But that's the reason why you're like, listen, if the football gods want to reward you and give you a break there, then you need to take a breath. Please don't do anything more stupid things. Please just keep it even keel. Don't go nuts. Next pass is good. I like that one. Next pass is fine. Yeah, no, I agree. I was kind of hoping for a little bit of a sustained drive, but here we are. Like I said, what's funny is like I literally don't want to get into shootout with San Francisco. I'd like to slow it down. It was going good when we were slowing it down.
I mean, I don't want to see a shootout either, but when the Packers have the football, going down the field is not the worst thing in the world.
No, it's fine. But like I said, for me, it's like, no, I still want them to keep playing the sound type of football in the first half they were playing. We actually were playing a very good, again, the score didn't indicate it, but the first half playing was very good. I was a big fan of the play calls. I was a big fan of what they were actually doing.
Man,
just need to get a couple of those to go through.
That is a hell of a throw. He baits Warner, and he barely just nudges out of the way, and he throws it right behind him. That's a.
We also approve of the next play, Scott. We approve of the next play.
Are we at the time where we start going for 2 here?
You're gonna have to go for 2.
I think we're late enough.
I would have went for 2 on the last one, but
so would I.
I get mathematically. I think you do actually. Mathematically, I think it's worth a shot because if they score a touchdown, it doesn't make a difference. So I guess you would.
3 points still wins. Oh, good play.
That's another.
I'm telling you, Love looks these 2 games. To me, I don't care what the outcome is. He's good.
Well, I think we're far enough in the game that now Love gets credit for what we call like a plus performance for this one. It's a good performance. Like This has been good.
Yeah,
this has been good.
I mean, this is.
They get the 2.
Yeah, Stooks. Yep.
Yep.
Well developed play. I mean, everybody runs that one.
They get 4.
I see what you're doing. I'm watching you. But no, so right now I would comfortably say, like, regardless, Love has played. This has been a plus game for him. Like, it's another notch in the belt of a rookie playing his first full season in the helm. Like, he's earned it.
Oh, that is just that's open.
Paul, I actually think they've discombobulated San Francisco. Like, San Francisco doesn't feel comfortable at all.
They don't look the same without Samuel.
Yeah,
because you can basically just put Walker on CMC, and yeah, CMC is nice, but if Walker's anything, he's going to be fast. And you can just put Alexander on Ayuk and not feel horrible about it.
Yeah. And what I would say is to add also to kind of the last couple of comments. Here's the deal. That was a great response by Green Bay. San Francisco did 2 great splash plays, strong plays, and their response was, all right, fuck it. We'll go back down the other way then. That's a great response. You like that response. It's good. We'll need the defense to be a little bit, again, create a little friction. Don't make it so easy. A couple of tackles would be nice.
You're going to have some of them, but just don't let them be long scores.
Well, the crazy thing, as ridiculous as it is, and it sounds ridiculous, but I don't think it is. I don't think I'm being ridiculous here. With what I've witnessed from this team the last 3-4 weeks or so, they're an adequate defense and defensive game plan away from being like scary. As it is, they're good, but like if their defense was adequate and you felt semi-comfortable with them, they'd be like, oh shit. And San Francisco would be crapping their pants. Like, they're doing this with the defense that kind of has its moments where it's like, are you guys sure that was the defensive way to do that? Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah, they have moments where like they need to just ask Madden, and they do the complete opposite of ask Madden. And it's just like, yeah,
that's right. Roger said he was over, but now he's in the darkness, contemplating life. Does Carlos have any Sterling Sharp cards? I might have something in the collection. I'm not sure. I probably do actually, but I don't remember. Roger's proud that he trained Love. I think he helped. I don't think I think trained is a little strong hand.
Yeah.
But let's put it this way. He had a much better relationship with Jordan Love than Brett did with Rodgers back in the day. No doubt. That part I agree. That part's true.
don't know if I have it on me. I probably do, but I was at the game where Sharp broke his neck.
Oh, really?
Last game in Milwaukee.
Gotcha. Ed Rogers doing the dark camp yet? I just assume he lives there. My YouTube Hall of Fame nomination included Scott trying to get into the Rogers frame of mind.
What the?
That was some bad tackling right there. Really bad. I was like, oh, they got him stopped. No, they don't.
And then you look and you're like, wait, all the defenders are here and he's here. Like, oh boy, this is not good.
I think San Francisco gets a really dumb penalty that you guys will see here in a moment. Check it out, and I want to see what you think once you see it.
Gotcha. But yeah, Ham, we talked about that last week. I actually made I took second on an Arnie Herber autograph because of the same thinking. If
that dude took a dive right in front of the ref. Soccer players would be like, "Going, that's a good one."
Scott, I don't blame if you're gonna make it that easy. Like, there's no reason to even move your hands. Just keep them at your sides.
I mean, it was dumb for him to do that, but it was nice.
But yes, Sam, we talked about this last week, and yeah, that would be sweet. I took second on an Arnie Herber cut because he's the fourth one that's in the Hall of Fame. Just because of that, and also I need one for the Hall of Fame auto number. And
Open so 357. I would like to see it.
Yeah. I think at this point MLB is content with never putting another team in Canada.
Yeah, I think they want, if anything, one in the South and another one up in the Northwest.
I think they would put a team in Mexico before they put another team in Canada. Oh, come on. Purdy.
You joke, that's come up. So
Scott, I'm not joking. I actually think they would put a team in Mexico before they put a team in Canada.
So
and Purdy is trying really hard to throw it to the white jerseys, and he's almost doing a good job.
Is it at least a fourth down, or is it a first down off of this?
Now it's 4th and 5. It's 4th and 5 now.
Okay, all right. Well, I can live with that. That's a lot nicer than like, oh shit. What a terrible throw.
Yeah, like it wasn't close. Like no joke. I think the Packers weren't ready for it to be like, wait, shit, it's almost here.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's
whoa.
Okay, yeah, that's not as much on the defender as I first thought. He probably thought that was going to be a reception and late reaction time.
Yeah, he's like, oh shit, wait, it's coming this way.
Yeah.
Ham says Hawaii, Puerto Rico, my friend, Puerto Rico. Put an MLB team in Puerto Rico.
It's a chance for that too.
Yeah.
Hey,
why not, man? Why not? So, Scott, I got to say, though, all things considered, competitive game. We've actually got a decent game here, so that's all right. It's all right. At this stage in the game, I don't think you're going to get too much pushback on that. I have no moral objections to the Purdy party, but it's a struggle.
I thought it'd be like this, or it'd be like 35-21 49ers, 40-something, you know. But ball control. After all these years, the NFL hasn't changed. You could throw the ball all over the field all you want, and it's still pretty much ball control. So.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Packers got the formula right now.
It just feels like if we can get another one, that San Francisco might be too far out of their element.
Right. Yeah.
Which is what is happening. Like,
Well,
This
that's
is-
class. Isn't that classic football strategy though? A lot of times people will look at the matchup and say like, okay, so this, but look, I stand by what I said earlier in the season. Like I call this, I feel like at the midway point of the season or sooner, on record, on video, I can go find exactly when I started saying it. This season feels like a rock paper scissors season. Nobody is legitimately dominant. Everybody has a weakness that can be exploited. So it depends. Was your coaching staff prepared to exploit whatever weakness it was? It's rock, paper, or scissors, whatever. Figure it out, and then give them the other combination. You can cause them you can cause them problems. Whoever it is, there is nobody left in the tournament that does not have a weakness. Everybody's got a weakness. So like, okay, so
that's the thing.
are you capable of exploiting it or not?
That's the thing that pissed me off about college so much. Like, you don't have a dominant team, and then you leave an undefeated P5 out. Like, I was hot. I'm still hot.
We gathered that. It was very subtle, but we caught wind of that, I think.
Yeah. So now watching it happen in the NFL is kind of like, oh, wait, it's like are we the team that could beat the 1 and the 2 seed? Like, what is happening?
Hey, man,
Parody.
we don't fight it. It works out. Like I said, I like the fact that there is no obvious. Like I said, if you're going to defend against this team and this offense, it's not obvious who you defend against. A lot of different little elements you can play, some weird wrinkles you can throw in there that can make life difficult. I like that. Stupid turf. Terrible. I will say though, I did enjoy that. Like I said, I listened to the Pack-A-Day podcast. That's the one that I listen to predominantly because they've got the shows all the time, every day, basically. I will say though, watching this particular season, it was crazy looking at. This is the same Jordan Love that early in the season you're like, oh shit, what the hell are you doing? And then as the season progressed, but they were making adjustments during the season.
Right.
Like he'd miss a weird throw by like a mile. It's like, that's not even close, dude. What are we doing? And then 5 weeks later, be like, all right, let's make the throw now. Okay.
It's not like I listen to everyone, but I've found that the SB Nation ones, they seem like they know their stuff about at least the local or the team that they're on.
Yep.
They seem like they're level-headed more often than not and not homeristic, and I like that also.
Sure.
Well, I've seen Green Bay with Love make changes during a game, much less between games, because there was one game in the first half, he was throwing everything off his back foot, falling backwards, and he came out in the second half and looked like a totally different
Oh, come on.
Drops it when he should get the first, huh?
No, it's a tip and interception.
Damn it.
I don't think the throw was necessarily bad. I got to look at the replay, but I don't think the throw was bad. But the outcome is obviously not very good. The throw was bad. So the throw was bad. That was a little off. Replay says throws bad. Sorry, this one's for you, Scott. Are you taking your dad to the Baseball Hall of Fame this year? I would like to make it there someday.
I don't think he's going with me this year. He is he's a homebody, so talked about it, but it looks like me, Mike, and Ed might be making a trip up there this year, Wesker Griff.
So what you mean is you and Mike are going there, and then Ed will be there like 3 days later cursing out the Cap Anson plaque. You just leave him there. Like, just leave him there. He'll leave when he leaves.
He might go because Mike has found a big chicken restaurant up there, so close to where we stay. So
your collective obsession with big chicken is a little weird. Just saying. A little bit weird. A little strange.
There's not many of them out there, so when you find one.
Philly Joe says, is that the Watson for the Packers, the Watson son who played for Denver in the 80s and 90s? I really don't know. I genuinely have no idea. Fair question, but I genuinely don't know.
Don't know either. Watson's father was a safety for the Packers, Eagles, the Chiefs, and the Giants.
All right. Well, he did play in the league. Gotcha.
6th rounder in the 93 draft.
But yeah, so I would classify that probably as the first real love miscue in this game. That throw was offline. It wasn't quite on the spot.
I don't think he made the right decision either, just because that should have been. It looked like Watson was breaking in zone there.
Yeah, that's my only concern is that right now, like I said, for me, like if I'm sitting there, I'm like, I'm actually extremely happy with the way this game has played out so far. I'm like, you don't need to be silly. You don't need to be overly aggressive. Like you don't have to do too much of anything. So my thoughts here, Scott, is like, no, you don't need to be conservative. I don't want you to be conservative because you're changing the game plan. Don't do that. But like right now, your job is just don't be sloppy. Don't make a silly play when it's not necessary. If it's not there, it's not there. Like he overcooked the throw that was actually very close proximity. Like,
hold on, I'm watching
he's too
4
close
new
to-
farmers. I'm watching 4 farmers here.
Scott, you think we're joking? Like, I'm serious, man. If you live stream that shit, like, you're gonna be like 500,000 subscribers. You're gonna be like, oh my god.
You don't have to be lonely at farmersonly.com.
What happened to Scott? Well, he started live watching reality TV. That's what he does now.
And he's got 12 million subscribers.
Probably.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Woo.
Ooh, that's not good.
Yeah, Stuke's got it. That's right. Thank you for that.
They're running keepers with him. What are they doing?
Listen, whatever it is, Paul, I'm good with it. Like I said, much like the Dallas Cowboys, I advocate for continuation of the status quo.
They're setting up something for the next.
As you were, proceed. As you were, proceed. Proceed.
Yeah,
You're doing great.
Yeah, the Cowboys are setting up for next week when like San Francisco is running keepers. Like, okay.
Oh, a little bit better defense would have been better there. It was there. You could have gotten them, but give him too much space.
Is it 3rd and 9, or is it 3rd and 9 where you are, or 1st down, or 4th down, or?
It's 1st down now.
God damn it!
It wasn't a great throw. It was a good catch, but it wasn't a great throw. The problem was that it was like a mediocre throw, good catch, but he was also too open. That's the problem that happened there. It was Brandon Ayuk.
Oh yeah, you can see it on the top of the screen.
Yeah, it's too open. He left him enough space to do something. It's like shouldn't have been.
Well, it looks like they ran cover 4 there, which kind of leaves that spot. It is what it is. They had multiple receivers on that side going long, and you ran zone. That's going to happen. Like,
Thank you, Suk. Appreciate you.
Ooh.
can we get one of these just missed throws intercepted? Man, that'd be nice.
Well, so Paul, that's kind of been my thing. Like he's missed a lot of throws, and you're going to see another missed throw in a second. Like he's chucking the ball out there. It's like, yeah, it's not going to get caught.
Like, and he's missing high to like, yee.
Well, as I said, Jordan Love got a tip ball, and San Francisco was able to get it back, and we're just hoping for one. Just give him one. Like there's been a couple where he's thrown it to a Packer, and it hasn't quite been caught.
Yeah, he just
Which is a
straight
problem.
misses on this one. I don't like. I'd want to see this one from the end zone view. Oh, okay, we do get to see end zone view to see if he had to miss. No, he just plain misses it because that was there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like Purdy's making mistakes. It's not the end of the world, but I'm saying he is making misthrows. Like it's not all there for him. Yeah. And they got him 4th down.
10, or do they get 5 yards and they kick?
More like maybe 1 or 2. Purdy still has the ball.
Okay.
Jonas is in QB1 year. Yep. How heavy is the rain? I can't really make it out from the broadcast, but obviously I've seen some footing issues. There's definitely been some of that. I can't say definitively how much of an effect it's been having.
It feels like a wet field more than a.
Yes.
Oh, so he gets 1 or 2. I thought it was 4th and 1 or 2. Yeah,
no,
4th and 9. They're not going for it.
Yeah. So that's the end of 3 quarters. We're through 4. Ladies and gentlemen, we are into the 4th quarter, and it is Green Bay 21, San Francisco 14.
Holy, what is happening?
Good game.
Yeah. 1-score game, 4th quarter. Can't complain. I know Niners tickets went down in the past few days. The Sharks ticket might have been priced due to the weather. Fair enough, Bob. Thank you, Bob. And good evening.
And it'd be nice if he could shank this. Not only because he misses, but just because of the you'd probably get another 10 yards versus what you would.
Yep. Well, right now the clock is now officially we're at last quarter. Now the clock is officially Green Bay's friend, and I'm like, I'd like you to run the ball if you don't mind. That'd be great.
I'm at the I just want to get what's open. I don't want to run the ball just for sake of running the ball because it doesn't seem like it's working as effectively.
I think you can mix it up though. I think with a 7-point game, you have the option. The point is don't throw away the run game. Like if it's, if you can set it up, make San Francisco respect the run enough because they know that it's a possibility and that can give you options.
Yeah.
Just make sure they respect it. As long as they respect it, I think that you're in good shape. Why doesn't Wisconsin have an NHL team? The same reason they don't have any other professional sports other than Green Bay. Green Bay was kind of baked in. Well, almost not. Milwaukee.
Actually, the Blackhawks have a rule that there can't be another NHL franchise within 100 miles unless they specifically sign off on it.
Oh, so they got the territory rights.
Yeah. The Predators owner wanted he got the Predators and was going to move them here, but the Blackhawks said no.
That's the same deal that the Maple Leafs have. The reason why Hamilton didn't get a NHL team back in the 90s. Back in the day, Scott, Cops Coliseum, which today is called something else. I think it's first Canadian place or something. But Cops Coliseum was built in the early 90s to have an NHL team. And the Toronto Maple Leafs were like, fuck no. They were very clear on this issue. They were like, fuck no.
We'll make this short and brief, but brief and to the point.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why the Bradley Center. Yeah, that's why the Bradley Center had was it AHL minor league hockey when they can hardly fit 1,000 fans a game in there. It's like, well, how come you're at the Bradley Center? We put this in for hockey to try to get hockey to Milwaukee, and the Blackhawks said no. So we're just going to make this for all sports and get down.
I know he makes it. It's 52-yarder.
Damn it.
We still got to score a touchdown.
It's a good kick.
Yeah, but I just want as much margin as we can get here because we've seen the
Oh, no,
Packers
no.
defense.
Listen,
act like
no-
idiots.
Another
Nope.
great hold. God, both of these holders bailing them out.
The other thing I'm hoping for is on the return, don't get cute. Don't get cute. Don't get cute.
Just get.
Find a seam and cut back.
I see what he saw, but the fumble was kind of, eh.
Yeah, grip's been a challenge. Grip's been a challenge for some of these guys. I like the Captain Obvious broadcast guys. There you go. Winner advances to NFC Championship. Yes, that is what occurs. I thank you for letting us know. I wasn't sure, but now I'm sure.
I thought this was a regular season game.
I know. I was like, now I'm concerned. Now we got
I
stakes.
thought it was UFL.
Psh, UFL is stakes, Scott. UFL's all the stakes.
It's still the XFL to me, goddammit.
Listen, Scott, you haven't lived until you watch the actual. I think it was still UFL. It was whatever what was on HDNet. I want to say UFL. I think it was something like that. United Football League.
Oh,
And-
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
there was
what
on
this was
HDNet.
maybe called United.
I
Football.
watched Scott. I watched some UFL on HDNet. It's still good to me. It was like they had like it was some I forget what the city was. It was the Locos, the Locomotives. I was like, yes, Locos, let's go.
Yeah,
I
there was
love
like
trash secondary football league, Scott. I enjoy them. They make me happy.
Well, I was sitting there one night just looking up stuff at my dad's house. Saw a commercial where a guy was playing football in Japan, and I was like, they have professional football in Japan, and they have like 3 leagues. It's like they're kind of
No
like their baseball setup. It's a professional, then like a industrial league, and then like a pickup league.
Hey,
Weird.
no hate, Scott. No hate.
Yeah, I don't. It's like, and I guess it's been around for a long time.
But yeah, they had the Omaha Nighthawks and the Florida Tuskers that would sign like all the guys out of the NFL who were not in the NFL because they had off the field issues. And they were all on one team.
So I want you to try to explain to me this 3rd and 2 play when you see it.
Well, that's not good. That's not good. Okay, so we have no threat of a run game unless it's QB draw. Run. All right, he just misses it.
Yeah. But I actually thought I actually thought the same thing. I thought like you probably could have made it if you just run for it.
Well, the safety kind of comes down on it, or is that a linebacker? Yeah, it's a linebacker. He kind of comes down. He just missed. It is what it is.
McTominay coming back for 1 year. Steelers are a little bit. It's tough for them to let go. So look, they won 10 games and made the playoffs. It's tough for them to be like, yeah, he sucks. Get rid of him.
With what, 3 quarterbacks, 4 quarterbacks?
So it's going to be like he's got all the excuses built in, and it's like, look, at the end of the day, you still made the playoffs. At least you had a chance. Is Trevor Bauer playing football in Japan? He should be. I think he'd be great.
Yeah.
I can't believe nobody's even you haven't heard anything about him this offseason. Bauer.
Trevor Bauer kind of sucks though. Other than that one season, he kind of sucks.
Cy Young winner.
One season, Scott. Look at the rest of his career. He kind of sucks. It's one of those things where I looked at it and I was like, yeah, okay. You're not you had a Cy Young season. You're an okay pitcher, but it's like you're kind of a pain in the ass. Why do I want to deal with you? Nah, it's okay. I got plenty of other pitchers who are mediocre. I don't need you.
Pitching in a baseball is a premium. There's
Yeah, except for the
Not a
part where
lot
he
of
literally
even
has only played
mediocre
one
pitching
season.
right now. Their
Yeah.
pitching is horrible in the MLB.
Yeah, I don't think there's any team that desperately needs him. He's just there.
He would definitely lengthen some rotations.
Yeah, I think it might also be a question about like, okay, so what's he asking for?
Well, I'm sure
Like, I
he
have no
wants.
idea.
He likes that 1 year deal. He's a big proponent of the 1 year deal. So that's one good thing about him.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing is, the team that he was last on when he was in Major League Baseball, the last team he was on was the Dodgers. You could give him $1 and defer it for like 50 years.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
I wish that more sports had that though, because you wouldn't hear about the athletes going broke after they're finished.
Yeah, I really feel sorry for him.
Well, in some of them, I feel for them because they're basically pros when they leave high school, and they don't get that well-rounded life's education, and then they become millionaires, and then the next minute they're just out of it and like they don't have anything. So like I do feel for them, but
every sport has a rookie class that all of them have to go to for like a week to learn how to do finances and all that stuff. They get set up with brokers and everything else. It's their choice after that what they want to do. And I understand. I was 21 at one time. I'm sure you give me $1 million, I probably wouldn't do the smartest stuff with it, but you can't feel sorry for me at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel horrible about them, but enough of them just don't have it before where it's like, oh yeah, this is finance where I need to head to, and hey, like you're thinking about whatever at 21 and it doesn't work out.
Tyson actually went bankrupt a couple of times indirectly, and he just kept fighting. He would basically be able to buy his way out of his debts. That's why he was fighting for a while and making some of those paydays. A lot of fighters actually find themselves in that situation.
I'm just sitting here making sure that on a sports card live that you get card information.
There you
content
go.
Out of this.
Content.
Look out, guys. He's shipping a PWE. Ooh. Look at the content here.
Shocking. It made me laugh, Scott. It made me laugh, Scott. I actually saw somebody was I want to say maybe it was Andy or whatever. It might have been somebody else though. Somebody was making a joke about the whole crack about the content thing. It's like, God damn it, do not disrespect my content.
It was Andy.
Like, yeah, it was Andy, right? It's like, look, I don't care if you call it videos, I don't care if you call it content, but if you call it content, I'm also not offended by that. It's like, listen, my thing, I don't make videos, I make content. I'll push back against that every day and all day. And if somebody wants to call it only content, then I'll say it's videos. Look, whatever it is, Scott, I'm going the other way. I don't care.
Man, it'd be nice if we could get a turnover out of one of these.
Oh, come on.
They get it on third here, huh?
That should have been
Paul. I've been thinking the same thing on the Saturday night. But you're also probably living in a barren wasteland.
Oh, in Wisconsin?
No, he's up in
the
Arctic
Circle. He's up near the Arctic Circle. Or he is. He's up north.
He's almost so north. He's south.
Yeah. Yeah. When he goes up there to work on cranes and stuff, like it's north.
Gosh,
north.
Are you? Come on.
Yeah, you saw the play now that I'm talking about. I was like, come on, guys.
50-50 ball.
I will say, like, seriously, I'm very much of the opinion that they've lucked out. Purdy has thrown some balls that it's like a little bounce, a little tip.
Yeah.
He'd be in a world of hurt right there.
I've had a couple that should have been intercepted.
Yeah, CC, good evening, gents. I'm not watching the game. How is Purdy playing? Honestly, I haven't been super impressed with Purdy. They're hanging in there, but like he's made some really like head shaking
Bad
throws.
Yeah.
It is house money, like 100% house money. Do I want more? Yeah, like both things. Both things will. Yes, it's house money, and yes, I want more.
Yeah. When you play with house money, you still want to win.
Yeah. Like San Francisco right now, like Will is a big California guy. It's a 4-point game, and San Francisco's down in the fourth quarter. So yeah, I want more. San Francisco, frankly, doesn't deserve to win the way they're playing. They're playing like shit.
Yeah, but it's house money, but it's not, because you have to ultimately either lose or you win it all.
Yeah.
Man, it'd be nice if we could stop them here.
Key play. Get
This is
the
a
keys
big
out.
play.
Turn around. It's okay. Fourth down.
4th and 10.
4th and 10. Ball did not move an inch.
Okay.
Missed throw.
Cool. I'm just like, is it 4th and 1 where they keep it on the field? That's interesting, or
Are they?
Yeah, it was another complete missed throw. Like he had no chance. He wasn't even fingertips. He wasn't even close.
Yeah,
Mr. 125, Mr. 125K Black Finite is not liking his life right now. He's about to jump from the window. He's jumping from the ledge.
hey, maybe he can ask Mac Jones how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
so
that just makes absolutely no sense to me. That late read.
Everyone knows the best strategy is to rest your QB for 3 weeks. It's okay. You can arrest him for 30 weeks. His throws are shit. Listen, man, I have no moral objection to the Purdy party, but he's not showing me anything that I should be impressed about.
I think I would have to go.
This
for
is
it. I don't understand what punting, moving the ball 20 yards does.
well, I mean, it's 4th and 10. If you get 5 yards there, you probably go for it, but you start getting over 8, your percentages are low, especially when you don't have legs.
That's what your percentage is if you punt it. 0. I guess you're on their side of the ball, you punted it and you moved the ball. I'm a big proponent of, if my defense can stop you on your 20, they should be able to stop you on the 40.
This is one of those. If you're a theoretical favorite, you want more cracks at it, and it feels like this is more cracks at it.
Yeah. So Stuke here need a nice long drive now. So I agree. So kind of what I'm going to say. So Paul, my thought process is about 9.5 minutes left. If Matt LaFleur, Jordan Love, and those guys can put together a sustained drive, they're going to make San Francisco sweat bullets. A good 5 or 6 minute drive right now. I don't care if they get 3. I would rather they get 7. But honestly, if you put a 6 minute drive together and you get 3, you're going to make San Francisco really uncomfortable.
San Francisco is going to have to sell out a little bit on defense.
That's what Scott. This is all I'm saying. If you eat up enough of this clock to make them,
I would have went for it. I mean, I just would have.
If they get down to 7 or 6, yeah, probably. But
that to me was just, you literally punted it 30 yards, and
yeah, I think but as I said, like I think honestly, if they can put together a sufficient drive, if they score 7, then San Francisco is all of a sudden going to have to like throw recklessly. Like they're not going to have a choice,
right?
But even 3, if you eat up enough clock, you're gonna make Purdy be like, oh, what do I got to do? It's like, oh, you got to throw it. All of a sudden, some of the options go off the table, and you kind of know what they have to do. It becomes track meet time again.
And again, if the 49ers make that first down, the Packers are in OS moment. It'll be they'll be like, oh man, we're about to get off the field. Now we're still on the field.
Yeah, but if you miss, the Packers are 20 yards from kicking it, and then it's at least 7, and they might drive and they might end the game right there.
The first play here is acceptable.
So 8 yards or so. That's what we want to hear.
Slightly more than that.
80?
Not quite to that degree, Paul. There's a happy medium in between those two numbers. You'll see. Watch the play develop. I want to hear your take as it goes.
All right. So they're probably going to run play action here because they're just in a set that they like to run that a lot. That is not a play action. Okay, that's a pretty big hole. That's just a monster hole. And the backers and the safeties are just not there. The backers and the safeties that have been in that hole all year are just not. I don't know if they have I think Hufanga makes the play that 33 misses right there.
The important thing, though, is that the 10.5 points is looking pretty bad right now.
Very bad.
It's looking a bit rough. Did
Did
Not
you put
impossible, but a bit rough.
Did you put a slight wager on that?
On this game, so this game, honestly, I felt kind of iffy on it. I stayed away from it. I put some wagers on the other games. I got to actually see how I did. There was a fun Baltimore parlay that I put together, and I think I did okay on it, but there might be a couple of slots that I didn't get it. Well, I'll have to see what that looks like.
Gotcha.
I got a first down, so that's good.
Hi, Ed.
Yeah.
Ed, how's it going? With the Packers, I very rarely would place a wager unless it's hedging, and I'll like bet against them. Just be like, hey, I'm happy to lose the money. Green Bay was a plus 375 on the money line.
Yeah, I have a very small daily lineup, and it's in the money right now, but it's not enough where I give a shit.
That's fair.
As much as I want to watch the game, as a fan in me, I'm like, I can't do this. I can't do it.
Mm-hmm. $357 says I took Green Bay plus 10.5. That's looking good for you. Take the points. Take the points.
It's real good.
I think I would have done that too if I was allowed to.
If I had, but Scott, no joke. If I had known it was 10.5, I would have fucking taken the points. Even though I'm a little queasy about betting on a Packer game directly that way.
Watson's open.
10.5, I'll take the points.
Yeah.
It was just too many points. Like he was being very disrespectful of a Green Bay team that has put a lot of pieces together.
Right.
It was too much disrespect. Yeah. Like I can't. San Francisco was perfectly capable of winning this game, and I had no issue with that concept. But 11 points plus in order to win that bet. Yeah. That's asking a lot, my dude.
Rust is a lot.
Yeah. Well, there's also like garbage time points and things like that. Like that's the thing that completely screw you over. You can still win and still lose.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like a late touchdown or something that like brings it under. Like, oh, they lost by 8. You still lost.
Yep.
Man, it'd be nice to get one first down here.
Afraid not. And the last throw I would consider ill-advised.
Incomplete, at least?
Incomplete, but ill-advised. I'm just saying, I'm not a fan of the decision.
Okay, I'm trying to, they're trying to run a bunch concept on the bottom of the field, but it seems like San Francisco's got their guys stacked at the...
Oh, come on.
I see what
they were going to run a screen the way that wouldn't work.
Okay. That was actually safer than what you made it out. Okay. As long as he misses the middle linebacker there, that's actually pretty open.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it, Ed. My thing is, if you're going to throw it away, I like you to actually throw it away. I'd rather you don't throw it away while it's in the field if you're going to throw it away.
He probably saw.
Ooh.
He probably saw Warner at the last minute bail out, and he went, "Oh shit, I gotta throw it a little further left," and that's why it looked like it was almost intercepted. Man, that hurts.
Yeah, that was a big opportunity there. That was key.
Damn it.
Game's still on.
If they do win this, they might want to consider bringing in a free agent for next week.
There you go. Well, says, dude, that's a huge miss. If San Francisco can't get 6 years, they don't deserve to go on. Well, you at this point, I'd argue you already don't deserve to go on. You were like monster favorites. Like you're playing, like San Francisco's playing like shit. Like really, they're playing like trash. Green Bay has missed on a couple of opportunities that probably should have cashed in. Purdy tried to throw like 2 or 3 interceptions already. And lucky for him, he tried. He literally threw it at somebody in a Green Bay jersey. He tried his best.
Yeah, it would be nice to have that one of the odds just catch up with him.
I mean, the chances are, living in Iowa, Green Bay might have been his favorite team growing up. So it might have been his dream to throw it to a Green Bay guy.
Yeah,
they're more Minnesota guys.
Yeah, you'll have to take my word, Will. Like seriously,
I was living there. It was a lot of Green Bay fans there.
I don't doubt it. So can I answer this, Will? Well, seriously, if we're scoring this like a boxing match, San Francisco is losing on points on everybody's card. Now they can still win this. Obviously, they're going to have the opportunity now, but they're not performing like a number 1 seed favored by 11.
Yeah,
not at all.
If you take out the interception, the missed field goal, and the 4th and 1 that they marked short, that they're not likely short, this game could be 17 at least.
Yeah. As it is, kind of the way this has played out to this point, Green Bay has actually kept them in the game, doing little mistakes along the way. They've had some good plays, but they've also made some mistakes.
Yeah.
And like I said, Carlson missing the field goal is just the latest of a couple of different opportunities missed.
If you rewatch that, the snap sucked. The snap was towards the back leg of the holder. So the guy's leg was already coming through when he early, I mean.
Even like on the interception, even if that just goes incomplete and San Francisco gets their 20 yards, then they don't get the 3 at the end of it. There's just so many things that have been unlucky that it would be nice to have one thing that actually goes lucky for Packers for like once. It goes off Savage's hand. Like, you just give me one. Because I actually do think we can knock off either the Lions or Tampa, but man, like this would be nice to stop them right here.
Well, I'm sure the Lions and Tampa are rooting for you guys so they could have a home game in the championship.
Oh, sure.
I got to be honest with you, Scott. I don't know if Detroit's rooting for that. Yes, they don't. Scott, literally, they're like, "Oh my god, the bad no, not you, no,
yeah.
Not you.
It's happening again. Oh my god. Oh, they stop him? Oh no, he was at the bottom of the pot. Damn it.
Yeah, right now I'm on 2nd down, so I'll let you in.
Second and how many?
Probably about 5 or 6.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, like jokes aside, I like I said, for the Lions fans, look, they'll take a win as a win. For them, like a win is a win. They just want to win. You know, they'll worry about the rest of it later. But I don't think any Lions fan would be like excited at the prospect of like, oh no, not you. It's like the historic thing. It's similar to what happened with like I said, the Cowboys are favored, but the Packers have more wins at Jerry World than Dallas does. Dallas has had some really like Green Bay has owned them. And right now, I like that. I like the whole thing about a drop here. This San Francisco drop is good for me.
Yeah, when it was the NFC ship down in Soldier Field, yeah, they were playing at home, but like you could feel the fear, like not you, not again. You have an elite.
Oh,
come on!
There's your elite tight end. Bam.
Two more plays because they're late enough that they have to. Come on, damn it. Hope they don't. Damn it. It's a hell of a reception right there.
Yeah. I'm going to be the Lions game tomorrow. Maybe. I don't know.
I would imagine so.
I would assume so.
If he doesn't have a concert or something, I don't see any reason why not. He can get there. He can get there on a whim if he wants.
He might skip it if they did. Damn it. This might be one of those situations that you might want to actually blitz them for once, because I either want to know if they get the 7 right now or if we...
Yeah, right now there's 2nd and 2.
That's not good. Yeah, I'd consider the blitz a lot more here than I have been. This looks like a CMC play.
Yep.
I mean, Purdy's racking up the numbers.
Yeah, no, but it goes back to kind of the stylistically what happened with Dak. Dak got 400 yards. Like, here's the thing: it's obviously a close game, and they're in position. So 2-minute warning. They're in position here. If Purdy doesn't do something silly, I would expect San Francisco to score. Now it's just a matter of how much time they got left and what kind of score it is. That's the only real question. But I can't help but look at all the different little missed opportunities. It's very annoying. The field goal that wasn't elected for, that didn't points off the board. The missed field goal, that's 6 points off the board. 6 more points would look really good right now.
I don't have a problem on the decision to head for it on 4th because you did make it and they just they got a shit spot. That happens. Also, that was early enough that you kind of had the mindset of you might need 7. And in hindsight, you know that you need 3.
Yeah. The good news is everybody's got all the timeouts. So there's plenty of timeouts there. It's just now we're back to the old clock management, Scott. 2 minutes, and now it's like, how do you manage this? What a game indeed.
The other thing, though, is I don't think San Francisco can just sit on it just because they have to get in the end zone.
Oh yeah, 100%. If they hand the ball back now, if even a field goal right now, they're not going to feel happy because you're giving the ball back. You're like, you're not in a good place. You feel you have to be thinking touchdown the whole way.
I'm trying to think why you would even kick it. I mean, it would have to be 4th and 25 for me to consider that here. And that would have to be if you have all 3 of them. I might even go for it then. Come on, goddammit.
Fox being helpful, letting us know that the winner advances to the NFC Championship in case you guys didn't know. Just to let you know.
1 interception, 1 fumble, 1 time. Okay, that's fine. That's a win. 1 time. 1 time. San Francisco has been just the nemesis for so many years. It'd be nice to just whisk them away when they should win it all.
I want to fire somebody just for letting Brock Purdy run.
They don't. I mean,
Fire McCarthy.
No, Mike McCarthy is the greatest coach of all time, and I will hear no different. He will be Dallas coach for life.
Oh, they ran a drop zone. Timeout. Use your timeouts.
Yeah. So San
Use your
Francisco's in.
timeout.
San Francisco's in for the score.
God damn it.
So 1:07. Now, if you're San Francisco, here's a question. So San Francisco, do you go for 2? To try to get cute?
Nah, you go up by 3. Right?
I have no idea. You would think so. It's 1:07. So they're going for the extra point. PAT.
Yeah.
So 3-point game, 107. Well, the good news is you got 3 timeouts, 1:07, and you get the ball. So you got a chance to do the last possession thing. Now you just got to have the right play calls.
See, I'd much rather lose the way Dallas did last week.
This is hard. Like,
Missed chances.
Will, you know that San Francisco is the one with the ball. He's like, Will's like, nice clock management, Green Bay. It's like, what clock management? San Francisco is the one with the ball. They got 1:07 and 3 timeouts. That's fine.
I mean, I would have taken timeout. Actually, wait, that was 3rd and 1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I probably would have let that. If they get a first down there on 2nd down, I probably take my timeouts on defense, but
Sure, but they didn't. So it was a score.
But yeah, they went to 3rd down, so that I would have let that run.
Yeah. I have no issue. I have no issue with the play call there. If they're gonna score, I would rather you score with over a minute left and you got your full 3 timeouts available to you. Because you got most of the playbook available now. And enough time to run it.
The real problem is you now don't have Bosa and Young. They don't have to respect the run. Although that being said, I might run a shovel pass on 1st down just to see what they do. Watch him run up the field and just shovel it right behind him. And maybe not on 1st, maybe on 2nd down when they're not expecting it.
That's not a bad 3. He's already got 3 career come from behind wins. That's nice.
Yep. So good first play. Not a first down, but the clock stops. Good first play.
By the looks of it, they're probably going to run a slant across the middle on the top side of the screen to get like 8 yards. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
It has rained a whole game. That was miserable. Ooh, almost dropped that.
Come
Wow.
on, Green Bay.
I just saw the screenshot of the rain. It's pretty bad, actually.
Yeah.
It's obvious to me why the grip has been so difficult. It's pretty bad. All right, first down.
Okay, that's what I want to hear.
Yeah. So I got
More than
51
like-
seconds right now.
Woo! It is pouring.
I'm gonna actually mute this and like actually watch.
No worries,
Sorry.
do you think? No worries, do you think? I just wish I hadn't finished all my beer already. I got another one if I want to crack it open. I'm going to crack it open probably post game, but I finished these two. I got to find out if it's going to be beer or if it's going to be liquor. No, I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. We'll find out shortly.
Yeah, if they re-show that snap, that snap went back to the holder's like buttocks. He had to bring it all the way around.
Yeah, that's game.
Oh, that sucks for you guys.
Despite them trying to almost do something stupid, but that's game. San Francisco wins.
Must have been a pickoff.
It was a bad throw.
Oh,
It got a little bit too much of the Farvian DNA there.
well, that
was
rain, all of a sudden.
I don't think rain matters. It was like an across the body throw to the other side of
Yeah,
the field. And I'm like,
yeah,
why?
yeah,
Why?
yeah.
like,
That was bad.
You know it's third down. You don't have to do that. There was time and you had downs. I don't understand why you do it.
Yeah, just throw it away.
There's only 3 San Francisco guys there. Come
Or he
on.
could have ran upfield if we got something out of
Almost
bounds.
they still have 2 timeouts. Almost anything would have been a better decision. Like that was a bad decision.
Man, that's
San
unfortunate.
That was
Yeah,
no
it
good
was a
outcome
bad-
there.
That was a little bit too much Brett Favre in that one.
Yeah, he should just threw that one about 4 rows up.
I can't think of a single reason why that was a good play. Conspiracy still in effect. There you go. That's right. Confidence level of kickers low. Yes. Agreed. Such a shame because San Francisco escaped that one.
That
Everyone did not-
that
did
guy
not
with
earn
the
it.
$125,000 card now is worth $125,025.
Yeah. So San Francisco, that's the 4th time they're going to the NFC Championship in the last 5 seasons. I don't think that did much to sell me on Purdy Party. That was a little weak. It was enough, but it was a bit weak.
That's so unfortunate.
McCaffrey showed who he is, though. He had a good game.
See, Scott, I needed those other 6 points. The plus 10.5 was good, though. The plus 10.5 was strong.
Yeah.
Plus 10.5 was solid.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
I still think Love has shown he's definitely their future quarterback.
Oh, they lost by 3 points to the number 1 seed in a game with the ball in his hands. Where the last throw was the bad throw. It was a bad decision, but he played well enough to win that game. And they made a couple little mistakes along the way. So I was like, all right.
Yeah.
It's annoying, but I'll be honest, I can live with it. Like at the end of the day with the way it was, but I would love to have gotten it. It would have been really nice. As it is, if I'm San Francisco, I'm like, I might need to reevaluate my life a little bit because what the hell were you guys doing? You guys were booting that ball around a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, it was a good game. Packers came to play. That was for sure.
Yeah.
Real deal. Proves, too, you get into playoffs, anything can happen. You got to be in it to win it. That's what I said.
Whether they no. So going back to kind of what was said earlier about the Lions thing, it's like I don't care what you say. The Lions, of course, want to win. I'm sorry. I'm a lot more comfortable if I'm the Lions playing that San Francisco team. Because they just showed you that, again, everybody's flawed. San Francisco just showed you they've got plenty of flaws. They were exploited. They were shown. And Purdy had many opportunities to throw an interception. Purdy was not interception free by luck.
Detroit can run the football too. That's if they can come in with the same game plan.
Mm-hmm. The tape is now available on what you need to do against San Francisco. I wouldn't feel super comfortable in San Francisco. That was not a convincing victory. That was you got out of it by the skin of your teeth. Lucky you.
Short control passes and run the football.
If I'm Frisco watching this, though, I'm also optimistic because they played maybe their worst game of the year and still won.
Outside of the Eagles game.
Yeah. You could sell that. You could sell that, I'm sure. I think you could definitely make that pitch. It's unfortunate. Well, it kind of goes back, Paul, to that eternal question. So it's like, it was kind of asking the question. It was house money, but at the same time, like they were there. They had the ball with 1:07, 3 timeouts, with the opportunity to take it in and either tie it, force it to overtime, or get the touchdown. Go ahead and be like, all right, Purdy, try to throw it. The way he was throwing the ball today, I like your chances if that's what you're doing, if he's going to throw like that.
Yeah, they were just like the 4th and 1 where San Francisco is offsides, and then they give him a shit spot after when he obviously makes it. It's just like, but you can't review it because they don't have a definitive angle. But it's like, that hurt.
Now here's a question for you, Paul. So you're more local. So what do you think the sentiment is going to be on kind of the sports radio side of it? Is it going to be like, hey, you know what? This is a young team, number 1 seed, great opportunity. Like you had the ball in your hands with the opportunity at the end to potentially win the game. And Jordan played well. He made some good throws, made a couple mistakes, but he's also basically a rookie. On paper, you can get better at almost every position next year with the right decisions and the right personnel moves. You can improve. You were already a playoff team that took the number 1 seed to the brink. San Francisco crawled out of there barely at home.
Yeah.
And you were that close to another NFC championship in the first year of Jordan Love. Feels good. Seems good.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to have a lot of negative news about it. I mean, I think
there's always that one guy. I'm sure Eric can call into Wisconsin radio or something. Like if he can figure out the phone number situation, like he might figure out how to call.
I mean, he might have a phone at home. I mean, he was born in 1864.
Yeah, well, once he gets that rotary phone going, Paul, it's all downhill from there. Snowball rolling downhill, man. Just as I agree, I'd rather see the Lions face San Francisco. Like, look, I'm not actually joking. Good luck to the Lions tomorrow. But, yeah, San Francisco just showed a lot of vulnerability in this game. They showed a lot of flaws and a lot of holes in their game, which is what I was saying all along about the season. Everybody's got some flaws. Baltimore struggled for half until they were able to pull away. The 2 young quarterbacks did okay. But it's one of those things where, like, now you're going to be looking at next year. You always hate to miss opportunities, though. So Paul, just selfishly, it would have been fun to have Aaron Rodgers sitting in his darkness retreat, going like, NFC Championship your first year. Fuck off.
Right.
It would have been so much fun for me. It would have been.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just hoping that we beat San Francisco because there were so many years where they've knocked us off. It's just annoying at this point,
including this year.
Yeah,
it is true.
Well, this year was complete house money. I mean, there were other years where, like the snow game where it was at Lambeau, well, obviously the snow game wouldn't have happened in San Francisco, but like 3 years ago, we should have beat the shit out of them and lost.
I got to be honest, though, for San Francisco winning against Green Bay in the playoffs, that was kind of weak. Kind of weak, Scott. Kind of weak.
I agree, but it
I wasn't
happened.
exactly impressed. Well, that's the thing, though. I don't think they're putting the fear of God in their opponent. I think they kind of like
they're not playing against the spread. they don't care.
Well, they almost lost against the money line. They almost lost against the money line.
I think they're gonna, tomorrow they'll go, and I don't think you'll see the same team next week.
We'll have to see. I'll be curious. I think once it seems, like I said, I think the Brock Purdy situation has always been interesting with San Francisco because he's not a bad player. I've definitely seen worse, but it's kind of a situation where it's like, okay, but you've still got a couple of warts in your game, and they crop up from time to time.
That's what I
it's
say.
Kind of
he's not an elite quarterback, but he does what he's asked of him, and I mean, and he's just getting better. And from a guy that nobody thought when they put him in, Mr. Irrelevant.
I do think that we get a different perspective on it just because we're so plugged into cardboard prices versus the guys who are into it for fantasy reasons versus the guys who just watch because they want to watch. And they are three separate viewpoints.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Well, I had Brock Purdy for fantasy all year, and he was awesome for me. So I had him on two different teams.
Yeah. I drafted him in a Devy League 4 years ago. And basically what that is you can draft them when they're in college and sit on them. And I drafted him 4 years ago. So, but I somewhat saw this, but didn't see him ending up in Frisco and being what he is. But everyone that's into it from a cardboard perspective just thinks he's the next big thing, and that's annoying also because it's not.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I mean,
realistic.
He could be because the cardboard world, things happen for no reason whatsoever. Some players are favorite, some are not, and you try to figure it out. I know football's a little bit more cut and dry, but in my baseball world, it's you try to figure out why players are not more popular than what they are.
Well, Scott, look, we're 13 years in, and like I to this day, I've still got people convinced Mike Trout's good. Like, and I've been telling them no. I've been teaching and teaching and teaching. I'm like, no, none of this is true, incorrect, fake news, and they're still not listening. 13 years, Scott, 13 years in, and they're still not listening. By the way, I will allow this comment, but I'm going to need more syllables in there. You got to write it correctly. I don't know what Farvey is. I don't know who Farvey is. I only know Brett. Oh, we need a couple more syllables in there, We'll see if Debo plays next week. Yeah. And that's going to be another thing. The injury report is going to be interesting for them because Debo was out fairly early and then wasn't able to be a factor much of it from there. We'll see. But either way, we finished off the Saturday with a good game. It was a one-score game, so we're gonna enjoy that. That's gonna work out. No, why? You stupid? Sounds to me like somebody who hasn't been paying attention. You had a 7 seed playing as a 10.5 point dog, and they had the ball with 1:07 to win the game. Okay. You should feel honored. I don't know who you are. You're new here, but good for you. Yeah. It was kind of the interesting part about the whole thing is I was kind of amused watching it. I was like,
comment, man, I feel honored.
Scott, I already told you before, when you do a live stream and you get enough people in, you have some people come in who's like, oh, I was like, and then they type in their little comment and they're thinking, it's like, dude, I don't give a shit. I'm watching the game, and I knew what we were looking at going into it, and I didn't get what we were expecting out of it. But I also was kind of looking at it, go like, all right, San Francisco, you scraped out of that one. Good luck. If you play like that again, you're losing against whoever you play. Good luck to you.
There's only so many maybe interceptions, maybe not, that go for not that you can have.
Yeah, I think he used up his quote on that one.
I do think if Savage holds on to that, we probably win.
I think there's a couple of look. There were a couple of so Scott, on the TSN broadcast, there used to be a thing that they included on the Sports Center for years. They called it the TSN turning point. So it would be a play or a moment in the game that they would say that was the turning point for it. There's a couple you could pick. I given where we ended up at the end, knowing what we ended up knowing with what the final score was, I was sitting there like, all right, missed field goal, missed opportunity to miss field goal means you're at a tie game. The other one where you didn't go for it and you didn't get across, there's another 3 points. And then that last drive. So pick your favorite. Whichever one is your favorite one, any of those could have been your turning point. Because you left points on the board. Or any of Brock Purdy's almost interceptions, including the one he literally threw at the Green Bay, and they just weren't ready for it.
Right.
I was like, what? Ugh.
Yeah, I still think if they get the right spot on that 4th and 1, the game's over.
So there you go. All right, so with this comment, bye. Take care of that one myself.
Oh.
Sorry, you're too slow, Paul. You're too slow.
No,
I didn't even get to see the comment.
He was saying y'all are making the playoffs next season. I'm like, so clearly you're not watching the game.
Yeah, if you
enjoy the Nether Realm.
Yeah,
Will
I
says,
don't know
good
how
one,
you
Green Bay, going to be high 60s rest of the week. San Francisco will be fine next week. Well, at the rate they're going, they're going to lose by 50. They play like that again, they'll lose by 100.
I don't know, because I think if Tampa wins, I don't think Tampa's going to.
Oh, Tampa win! You're really gonna put Michael Ham on. Scott, you're gonna put Michael Ham out here. We're gonna deal with Michael Ham. Oh my God!
I wait for Detroit.
Scott, we do not need Florida man. Paul, help me out here. We do not need Florida man in this. We need Florida man out of this. Will, you're a very complex man. Very complex individual. I'm not even reading the comment. I'm just leaving it there for everyone
drinks
to absorb.
have you had tonight, Will?
Will at all times, I'm always a little bit questioning kind of where we're going with Will. Listen, he's a man who takes a Polaroid picture, scans it, and that's what he gives us as a screenshot. So I always get a little worried with Will. He's troubled in his old age. It's a struggle. Scott, is a very strange time we live in. Very strange time. I don't know. I got nothing. I did enjoy though that we did get someone to come in and try to troll watch along. I was like, you got to be watching the rest of the broadcast, dude. We already laid it out for you. You missed out.
Or the other aspect is you're trying to troll you. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that ain't gonna work. Not so much. All right, boys. So, question: you guys want to wind her down now, or you want to hang out for a couple minutes here post game? What do you want to do? You tell me.
I got a couple minutes.
You got a couple minutes? All right. So I'm gonna grab a little bit of a drink refill. Scott, are you all right?
I'll be right back.
All right, do your thing. Sounds good. So I'll grab a quick drink refill here. I'll let Scott go first. Go ahead, Scott. I'll let you go first, and then I'll hang in here for a little bit. We'll do a couple of minutes post game, but it was fun. I enjoyed the watch along. It was a good time. I don't have any plans for any more this season, but it was fun to do it here while we had a chance.
I don't know how you can watch. I don't know how you can watch that and think that they're not going to make the playoffs next year. Like the personnel around Love is below average, to be nice, and they hung with
Look,
the one
even if I'm being keeping this really simplistic, the offense improved leaps and bounds during the course of the season. You've got an opportunity to improve the coordination of the offense between the players. The young receivers, which are super young, like it's stupid how young they are, and they're going to get a chance to improve. They're going to get more reps with Jordan Love. That's good. These are all good things. And then the defense, which is a liability. Like, let's put it this way. In this game, what if they had stopped San Francisco on that last drive? What if they had made a couple extra tackles? They actually scored enough points where if the defense had made a couple extra plays, one or two more plays at critical moments here, and Green Bay wins going away, even with the mistakes that were made, or make a field goal. Make the field goal that you had the opportunity to make. San Francisco made a 52-yarder. Green Bay missed a 41-yarder. That's a 6-point swing right there. That's 3 points on one side, 3 points missed on the other. That's in a 3-point game. That's enough to swing the game in your balance.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm sorry, I saw nothing discouraging from this game. I was like, okay, that's pretty encouraging. I can't complain about the situation. Yeah, an ascendant team. It's like we're gonna see what it's gonna be fun for me from the card angle. Here's the card angle. I'm looking forward to when we head into the next preseason, right before the season starts, and the speculators get all excited and giddy again, and they start loading up on a lot of these bandwagons. They start looking at it and go like, oh, so they could play better? Oh crap. The expectations will be higher next year because now you've seen that they can play well and they can hang toe to toe with the number 1 seed in a playoff game on the road.
I just want to look at the salary situation for next year.
What do you got there, Scott? Is that like
it's super box for Update Baseball.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Felt like opening a little bit.
All right, all good. All right, I'm gonna get a quick refill here while you guys are doing that. So what is actually in it, just out of curiosity? What do you got in the thing itself?
It is Update, of course.
Yep.
10 of 14 card packs, one exclusive oversized card,
right,
and a companion card. So there is a card that on the back it'll say like Super Collector Box or something like that. A trading card pin, one exclusive 5-card pack containing silver pattern foil board cards. So I just opened up the Costco one up last week. Actually did pretty well with that one. So
I feel like the Costco packs should have like a redemption in there so you could get like an oversized ham or a tub of mayonnaise. Asking for a friend.
Yeah. But I mean, I already sold the Costco cards out of it and got the money back for the box. So
all right. Well, hey, Scott, that's the way to play the game. You gotta go for it.
Good. I'm not, I don't do much of that, but it worked out.
Yeah. All right. So while you're doing that, and I know Paul's looking up the salary cap situation, so there you go.
Yeah,
Love is who we thought he was. Somebody who beat the other quarterback and played better.
Yeah.
I always love when they show up late.
Love. I don't understand. I am not a Packers fan, y'all.
This is an attempt at trolling. I'm sitting there like, so you're saying you're new to this football thing, are you? You're new.
So who do you like? Are you a Purdy fan and not? Because I like Purdy, and he wasn't the better quarterback.
Scott, I'm afraid he won't be able to answer you.
Oh, okay.
Much like Purdy, his next message is incomplete.
Yeah, I would have loved to heard. But this is why I got it, just because that picture was in there.
Just so you can get some fish boy included in your life.
Oh, this is the second one that I've got a good card in there. So for me, it's the short print is very good. Brett Beatty.
There you go. You get the hug card there, Emo Scott. You're gonna say,
it's my bear hug.
There you go.
That Andy said.
What was that again? Was that like a mega or something where it was?
No, it's the same card. So it's the actual same card that's in the update series, but on the back, it has a different destination. No, actually, on this one, it doesn't. So it's nothing special on this one. I take it back. On the other ones, it said special collector's edition. But these are yeah, Mike. What's up, buddy? These are the ones that people are looking for on the Costco.
Gotcha.
They're actually pretty nice cards. Ooh, I got a good oversized though too. Josh Jung.
I've heard the name, which is more than I can say about most players in the
He
sport.
had a great World Series rookie. I think he came second in American League Rookie of the Year voting.
Gotcha.
Behind
I'm trying to look up the Cowboys situation also to see if they're actually over it for next year. Oof.
yeah, they always are. So they'll have to cut some depth somewhere or something.
All right. So the only pre-June 1st money you can get is you're going to keep Lawrence for that much money. Cooks you might cut because you only get 2 of them post June 1st every year, and the money drastically changes. So Prescott would be interesting because you would then get 34 mil.
Well, I've been saying they brought in.
I mean, you have to get 18 million.
They brought in Trey Lance for a reason.
So for the record, Scott, my favorite thing is that one of the commenters that I sent in another realm commented on a live stream from 2 months ago to try to get the message across with the same message. I was laughing. I was like, okay, I like it.
Jordan Love is not for real?
No, it was the last one. And I was sitting there and I literally just checked on the page over here, and it's like it tried to post it on one of the old live streams from 2 months ago. I was like, you went to find a 2-month-old live stream to comment on? It disappears you from all of them.
Oh,
I can see it on this end, but that's it.
right.
All right. Well, that was a lot of effort for not much return. That was good. But hey, keep trying. Good on you.
I got a Vlad Guerrero pin.
Really? A pin?
Yeah.
All
I'll
right.
put that on my backpack when I go to card shows.
You should. Why not? You may as well.
I have several of them on there. I have a Hall of Fame button on there. Assassin's Creed one.
Seems good. Seems good.
It's going to be interesting because the Packers are in, I don't want to say a really nice spot with the salary, but they can get rid of most of the guys that they want without consequence.
I think, look, I say this seriously, and it's not even a homer thing, is that I think where they develop from the beginning of the season to the middle of the season to the end of the season, it's a good outcome. The Packers that played this game were not a complete team. They're incomplete. They're missing pieces. There's elements of it that need improvement, but they needed improvement going into the game. So the fact that they were able to play San Francisco effectively to a stalemate, San Francisco had to get ahead late. They were losing in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
That's a win.
If you're a Packer fan, you weren't expecting this. You weren't expecting a playoff run this year.
This was a good outcome. This was a very good. Hey, Andy.
What's up, Andy?
What's up, boys? Sorry I'm late. Way late.
I was going to tell you, you got to learn to tell them to start jacking it up at 1. Just go or eat the clock, one way or the other.
Well, they started the game like an hour and 20 minutes late because the game before it ran late. So they did end up winning though. So
There you go.
Good to watch.
Did you catch any of the highlights though, or any keeping track of the score?
I was keeping track of the score on my phone, so I didn't
Yeah.
see any of the game, but obviously they threw a pick at the end there.
Yeah.
Man, you missed this guy do a backflip catch.
Not good, huh?
So Andy, what I'll say is this. So this will be the way that I present it to you. You can check out the highlights later and get the gist of it. I'll say the Packers played 97% of exactly the game I would have wanted them to play. Like if I had the chance to draw it up and be like, this is how I want you to play, they paid like 97% of that.
I saw Scott, Scotty Tradition, big Packers guy. He did like a little recap on Facebook.
Sure.
And I guess from what he was saying, like I guess Purdy should have thrown several interceptions and they just didn't catch them.
He did. They just they didn't catch them. One of them was directly to a Packer player. Like he was like basically almost on his body and he just wasn't ready for it. Like he was like, whoa, why is this ball here?
Yeah, I think he was going for the tackle and the ball showed up.
If Purdy, that's what I say. Like, look, it's not a mean spirit. Here's the thing. I have a lot of the same issues with San Francisco from the old, but the thing is, this is not the same San Francisco team as those last couple times. But the reality is, if that team plays anything resembling that game again, you're not going to beat whoever you face. I don't care who it is. And as it was, the Packers made some critical mistakes, left some points on the board, but they were winning it late in the game as the 7 seed placing the number 1 seed on the road. Yeah. And even then, and that last throw was probably the only real like horrific. It's like, you didn't really have to do that. That wasn't necessary.
I'm not I'm not a big believer in Brock Purdy. I mean, I think it
wasn't a good performance in my opinion. I wasn't impressed by anything I saw.
He's in the perfect situation. I think they probably have the best overall roster in the NFL. And yeah, if you put him on another team, nobody would be talking about Brock Purdy. In my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, Stu.
If they play that game 100 times, Packers probably win 90 or 95 of them. It's just San Francisco got so many just ticky-tack, like they kind of locked into it. Like there's no way that Love should have had 2 more interceptions than Purdy did, and then you get the 4th and 1, and then San Francisco makes it from 50, 53, and Packers miss it from what 39 or 40 or 40.
It was 41 was
like,
miss.
Like, how does this that's so unlucky?
Yeah, I did see people complaining about the Green Bay kicker also.
Yeah, he just
Will's getting frisky. He goes, San Francisco being Detroit. He goes, how do you know it's not Tampa, Will? How do you know it's not Tampa Bay, Will? How do you know Detroit's disaster doesn't come 1 round early, Will?
Maybe he's from the
future. If it becomes Tampa Bay, do you suddenly rescind? What if it's Tampa Bay? Florida man beats you by 100, 150.
Gotta watch out.
And Will, I bet you're immortal soul. Anyway, moving on.
Watch out for Baker. He's an OU guy. I'm saying.
Will is a California guy. He also was predicting that he was also already looking past Green Bay, and I was like, throughout the course of this game, it's like I want to look past. They were looking past. We'll have to see. It'll be interesting to see. Like I said, I was all for the script writers. Like I was looking for the rigged, Green Bay Detroit NFC Championship, which is what the people wanted. That's what the people want.
The only reason I will give Baker and Tampa a fighting chance tomorrow is because they are playing the Lions. And, if it can be done, the Lions can do it. As far as
waiting for Detroit to Detroit.
Right. As far as messing things up,
the good news is they riot and set shit on fire. Like you won't know the difference.
Right.
It'll just be like the ruins will be like marginally more charred, like a little extra fresh char, and that'll be it. That'll be the only difference.
It'll be out of. That's what I said last week. The riot was in love and not in hate. This week would be in hate.
One of the best things about the Lions season just from my perspective anyway, is, our good friend JT, big Lions fan, and them having all this success has allowed him to overlook the way the Pistons have played this year. So,
Yep. So Ed's got his different Battle of the Pop Stars thing going on. Will here is like, I'm from the year 3034. Will, with your Polaroid and potato cameras, you're from the year 1034. Don't lie to the people. I'm the only male left in America. Come on, Will. Now you're lying to people. You're ambiguous at best. Don't lie. Paul, help me out here. Ambiguous at best.
what kind of packs are you ripping tonight, Scott?
Update, just some funsies. These things seem to be, I don't want to say loaded, but they've been doing pretty well for me.
What hashtag loaded? Go on.
Yeah. Well, I told him I was a breaker when I bought it, so
You should. Yeah, that's important.
Definitely loaded.
Route Lake Tex here says Bucks should put up some points tomorrow. They're definitely a live dog. Like I said, no, the way this playoffs played out, I don't discount anybody with the way this year and the playoffs have gone. Like everything was, it did not shock me that we had this outcome. It wouldn't have shocked me if San Francisco had been able to take care of business. It wouldn't have shocked me if the Packers had beaten by 30. Nothing would have shocked me in the way this playoffs have played out. Tampa Bay, like Detroit, should be able to get past Tampa, but it's not like Detroit had an easy time in the previous round. There's no automatics now. Like there's whatever happens. I don't know. Baltimore struggled for half. Like Baltimore should have been able to play a little bit better, but they were 10-10 at the half. Who had that?
Who are you taking in the AFC game tomorrow night?
So I think this is Buffalo's shot. My opinion is if Buffalo is ever going to get over the hump against KC, this KC team has shown enough vulnerability. I feel like this is their shot at it. If they can't get past KC this time, I'm like, I don't think they will. Right. I think this is their best crack. Again, the outcome is this: either they can, or then that's it. Then Buffalo KC play until the end of time, and I'm picking KC because at that point you're psychologically beat them.
I think Buffalo is a much better team, and I'm taking Kansas City.
You got the psychological element. You're like, nope. KC psychologic has already destroyed you. That's it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll roll with Mahomes.
I got you.
But I do think Buffalo is quite a bit better.
That's because he's got a stack of Mahomes over there ready to go out.
I hedged. I got a stack of Josh Allen.
Ooh, spicy. There you go. I like it. At least we know where Ed's allegiances lie, so that's important. Thank you, Ed.
That's all he's been talking about.
Exactly.
It's clearly an obsession. It's a little disturbing. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's talking about the important stuff.
Yeah.
Yep. Baltimore looked like they took 3 weeks off or something.
I'll guarantee
Stop
you
making excuses, Will. I will not tolerate any of your excuses. That should give you more time to plan.
Tomorrow,
not to be trash.
Like that.
All I hear from Will is excuses. Endless excuses. Terrible. So, Andy, we did get to enjoy your we were talking about it a little earlier tonight. We did get to enjoy your YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame video. We also enjoyed that you didn't tag anybody in the description because you're basically making Jake watch the whole video. Like
I'm gonna
you
make a video.
Watch time.
As much crap as people give me about not making videos, if I make one, you're gonna have to watch it if you want to know what it's about.
Bold.
If I'm gonna take the time to make it, you got to watch it, all of it. Sorry,
I think. Look, so Andy, I don't want to spoil next year's gimmick, but what I would have done is I would have made all the picks, but then I would have reversed the audio so that you have to play it backwards.
Oh, that's good.
Just screw with everybody. Amazing.
Or just like mute it where like he has to read my lips.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Or do it in Morse code.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That would be something too.
By the way, I'm not doing any of those things for next year's video. You don't know what I'm going to do. You didn't know what I was going to do this time. You're sure as hell not going to do what I'm going to do next year. I'm going to think of something. I'll think of something. I got more gimmicks up my sleeve.
I like the part in yours where you just like basically voiced over and put the Insert Revolution podcast in.
Yeah, I dubbed myself. Yes. Mm-hmm.
That was pretty good. That was a good move.
Literally as I was playing it, I was like, oh, I could totally do this. The thing is, so I'll let y'all in a little behind the music, a little behind the curtain. I had in the back of my head my idea. I wasn't completely 100% committed to doing that bit this time. I knew at some point I would, but I was like, is this the time? And then I went back and literally watched last year's, and I was like, oh, I could totally do it this time. It'd be perfect. I'll literally cut out Brad's piece, because I cut Brad's piece out because he already been elected. There's like no point. I just cut it out. And then I was like, okay. So it's like, all I got to do is like, okay, so where Dave and Steve's are, oh, I'll just dub that shit. It's easy. Piece of cake.
Yeah.
Done. Toss in Scott at the end. Play the clip. Boom. We're done.
In the darkness.
You know, I've watched like a decent number of the videos so far, and you know, per usual, there's a lot of people taking it like too literally or too seriously. All these different things. It's like you just know it's going to happen each year. But yeah, it's kind of funny.
Well, that's part of the fun of it. That's what we look forward to, you know.
Yeah, I guess so.
Who gets it? Let's see who gets butthurt over it.
Well, look, man, Genie already had the rant video. The first one was rant, so that's how you know it's a rant video. You know, it's important. He puts the word rant in there, and I'm sitting there like, so Andy, quick side point to this. We'll come back to the mockery of the Hall of Fame for a second, but just to be clear, I hate the notion of putting the word rant in a rant video.
Yeah,
I rant. Has anybody been watching the fucking Friday nights? I rant all the time. I don't need to advertise a rant. I don't need to put rant. Hold on. Rant. I'm going to put rant on the screen so you all know that I'm ranting, even though that's what I'm doing right now.
You could just call it Friday Night Rant instead of live stream.
It's like I rant for 4 hours every Friday night.
A 4-hour rant. Yeah, I mean, like the one thing, and I mean, I tried to have, obviously, a lot of the stuff I said was a little tongue-in-cheek, but the one thing I really wanted to make clear to everyone is this is not a real thing, guys. It's a fake Hall of Fame. There's no bust of people out at Mike's Ranch or anything. Like, there's no like
yet, Andy. And look, I appreciated you trying to downplay the whole secret society. We know about the Bob Lewis retreats that are not secret society.
Well, I mean, if you're going to bring up Bob Lewis, I mean, of course, there's like the Bob Lewis retreat, but
we know the truth. Look, Bob Lewis has never fooled me. I know what's going on with that. Bob Lewis like plays this whole shit. No. Bob Lewis, you haven't fooled me for 1 second. I'm on to you. That's why I've been trying to impeach you for years. And I will continue to try to impeach this man until one day I succeed. And then you all can vote him back in, and then I will impeach his ass again. Scott, mark my words. I will impeach this man as many times as it takes.
And like the whole notion that a lot of people seem to think that you have to go to the national to be in this thing, right? To get in. I mean, that's not true. It just so happens that a lot of the same people that are crazy enough to make YouTube videos are also crazy enough to take a vacation to a damn card show.
Well, Andy, that's going to be doubly problematic because I'm permanently banned from the national. Like, I've been banned. I have been banned. I am banished. I cannot go to the national. I'm not allowed within city limits.
Well,
them's the rules.
That's a self-ban.
Tell you. Scott, that's not the point. That's what makes the ban work. Whereas I will not follow rules conventionally. If I ban myself, then God knows I'm not going. Fuck you.
If somebody wanted to make a video where they were saying that you're a little crazy in the head if you want to take your summer vacation to a card show each year, yeah, I would get on board with that. I mean, because we're pretty crazy for doing that, but we like it and it's fun. So, we're different.
Look, even Paul has been to the national. It's a fact. He has been to the national.
Yes.
What do you think? What do you think about the national, Paul? Do you like it?
I don't think I ever asked you directly. So how did that go for you?
So I live about 90 minutes north of Rosemont, and I would head if it's Rosemont. I'm not going next year. If it's going to be all the same dealers, like there's probably 4 of them who have the stuff that I want, and they have it in enough quantity that I would want. I have all their phone numbers. Like, I don't need to be like, all right, I'm going to spend this much for heading there. Well, if it's at the Rosemont, well, fuck it, I can go home every night if I really feel like it. Like, it's something that if you've never made it there, I would make it there once, but I don't feel like after you're there once, just ask for like a phone number or, hey, what's your Facebook or Instagram or something, and move on. But I don't feel like it's got to be an every year thing for me.
Yeah. I just like going for the hangouts, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, because like what you're saying, as far as the card stuff goes, yeah, you can. There's enough platforms and everything now where you can pretty much find what you want to find outside of that show. So,
I got a question for you, Andy. So, kind of in a comparison sake, obviously, in terms of volume and the amount of people, the National would be the biggest, obviously, because it's kind of the simplicity of knowing that, hey, this is a show, a bunch of people come in and hang out and do all that.
yeah.
But you also do a lot of the Dallas show, and that does allow a certain amount to a scaled down amount. But because it's scaled down, it also means that you may potentially have it'd be easier to hang out with some folks a little more at like a Dallas show versus a National where you've got more people, and then I'm dividing my time more ways. So that's kind of the angle I'm taking on this. So which one you found to be a little more preferable or easier or whatever the case may be? Because like I said, there's pluses and minuses to both. It just depends on what you're into.
Yeah, and I love the Dallas show, and it is a good place to meet up. But like for me, the National, it's where you get to see like more. There's more people there that you're gonna know. Like for instance, like in April,
I don't go to Dallas, but I go to the National.
Yeah, see, there's a lot of people like that you know. And,
Scott, I got to be honest. I went and looked for video footage, and all I saw was a dark blotch. So I don't think you were at the National. I think that's a lie. I think that's fake news.
He was there.
I heard voices. I heard like Ed Westergriff. He goes, "Is that we're out of power, Carlos?" And then it like shows like a phone. Like I'm not convinced. It might have been ventriloquism. I think it might have been Westergriff the whole time.
Were you there the night of the storm, Andy, or have you already left?
No, I'm pretty sure I was there. Like when it was just raining like crazy.
That Friday night.
Yeah, I was still there.
We lost power at our Airbnb.
Yeah.
And I was on with Carlos when it happened.
I waited it out until it stopped raining, and I think it was me and John, Wade Boggs fan. We kind of walked back together.
Right.
But yeah, a lot of people like got Ubers and left earlier and stuff. But I was I just waited it out.
That didn't help either. Because the freeway was nuts. We were heading home from Avenged Sevenfold, and just we couldn't. You were literally on the freeway, just going nowhere. Like, all right, I think there's a drainage spot right here, and that's where you stop for 5 minutes. Like, it was nuts.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy weather.
Yeah, no, I have no doubt. Like it was nuts. Like I got to be honest, that night I might have like shifted my chair a little bit. Like it was crazy. It's nuts.
But yeah, Carlos. So like the hangout, it's Dallas is a good place too because there is a lot of stuff right around there, and everyone can stay in that Marriott that the show is actually in. So it's cool. But like in April, I'm actually going to go to the Strongsville, Ohio, the vintage show.
So that one, like, look, I joke about all this stuff. I don't know if this year will make sense. That might be one. I've talked about it I've talked about it a number of times. My like I said, I am perma banned from the National. It's unfortunate. It's really sad. Like, there was agreements amongst them. They were like, fuck this guy. And I understand. I get it. I understand. Carlos, it was you. Shut up. The point is that I'm perma banned from the National, so I can't be there. But for something like Strongsville show, I do have my vintage projects that I work on. So something like that could make sense. And there's like the Dallas show. I wouldn't mind going to a couple of the regional shows. Some of the regional shows are a little bit more interesting to me. If I was going to plan it out and map it out on my calendar and figure out a way to get down there, I have no moral opposition to heading down to the show. But over time, the way the National has become, it actually became less interesting for me as time went on. And like, oh, but you can hang with all these people. Yeah, but most of them fuck off.
The Burbank show is another fun one too.
Scott?
So yeah.
No bro hugs. Fuck off.
Oh, don't worry, Expo's coming.
Scott, don't worry. We're all allowed tasers here. So what happened? Well, Scott tried for the bro hug, and now he's on the floor.
But as the Strongville show, like, so it's pretty much all vintage, right? So just to let you guys know, like, if you do get into the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame, that is a requirement because you have to be huge into vintage baseball, is what I understand, to be involved. So that's a requirement. You have to go to the Strongville show.
I do want to go there.
Wrong sport.
Not this year.
Wrong sport.
Maybe next year. I heard they
You're
moved it to
vintage
a bigger-
football, right, Paul?
Yep.
Hold on, I got the Bob
rookie
Feller. I got the Bob Feller from the 53 Bowman color. There you go.
So Paul, are you good friends with Scott then? Scotty tradition?
I met him at the National.
Okay.
We're not friends in any way, but like you start hearing things and you're like, oh, you actually know about the football guys from this era. It's like you have the conversation. Like it's just not normal for being like, oh, Cal Hubbard, like only guy in the football and the baseball Hall of Fame. Like, oh, like that's not Mantle. That's not May. Like, so that's how we met. But
I think it was like 2 years ago. Like I was talking to Scott at the National, and he and I always hang out there. And he was telling me, he's like, yeah, there's this guy at this. It was like a vintage Packers group dinner or something that he had went to. He's like, there's this guy from Oklahoma there, and his name is Mick. And I was like, what's his last name? He says Cornette. I was like, yeah, that dude used to be our mayor. So the former mayor of Oklahoma City is actually in the big Packers vintage group at the National. So I thought that was pretty cool.
They hoard stuff.
Scott also subscribes to that. There's a magazine that is like vintage cars or vintage football, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But he showed that in a video before. I've seen it. It's always fun for me. One of the great enjoyments I get out of it is that obviously, like I said, I'm up here, and now this last round I was finally able to. So I don't know, Andy, if I ever told you this story, but so obviously the Green Bay Packers, one of the famous things is the whole shareholder thing. The fact that people can, people are shareholders and you can be, part owner of the team, whatever. Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Well, it was only it wasn't this past cycle. It was the cycle before that was the first time that Canadians were actually eligible. Now, I did not know that because what happened is for the longest time I would look at it and go, oh, well, we don't have anything set up. And I literally looked at the FAQ and checked in on it. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, we're trying to figure out the paperwork because, again, while they may not be shares in the conventional sense, they have to follow a lot of the same rules. There's certain rules. You can't just like, oh, yeah, we got shares, whatever. We'll sell it to anybody. You got to follow the rules. The last cycle before this one, I want to say it was like 2014, 2015, somewhere in that range, years ago. They finally, for the first time, filled in the paperwork. But this was like the 11th hour. This was like days left in the shareholder sale. They made it eligible. And then I missed out on it. And it was this past time when I was finally able to buy shares in the Green Bay Packers and get the stupid little certificate and things. And I was like, yes!
Damn it.
So, yeah, I was like, after all this time, finally got it done. But I enjoy the team. I have fun with it and everything. You missed out. We had some folks that actually found the title. And they're like, we'll troll these guys. And I'm like, who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? The biggest troll here is the host.
I know.
That's children. That's adorable.
They didn't know what they were walking into.
It was so cute that you tried. That was great. You tried.
I mean,
that was nice. But the thing is that no, I enjoy the team. I enjoy following them. I enjoy watching them. But it's one of those things where it's like the groups that you can put together with a lot of those things. So bringing it back around to Scott and speaking of that, it was funny because Scott after a while was like, oh, I forgot. I didn't quite grasp that you were a Packer fan. I was like, what do you think? What the fuck do you think this is, Ray? This is in here in my background the whole time. It's always here. It's here all the time. And these are the replica Super Bowl tickets, and I got a real copy of Super Bowl 45. So they're here. They've been sitting in my background, sneaky, under the radar, all the time.
Yeah. The Packers tonight, man, they could have used Sterling Sharp.
They could have used something, man. Look, here's the thing. I cannot. So it was kind of what we were talking with Paul and Scott. I can't be upset because obviously it was unexpected. My original prediction was 5 wins. And they obviously well past that. Like I expected regression. And in the end, but again, there was a point where Paul, please fact check me. I think there was a point where they were like 2-5. They'd run off a series of losses. They were 2-5 at a point during the season. And it was like, okay, so you're playing for draft picks, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then you go on a little run. And then all of a sudden you go the other way. And then it's like, wait, what? And it was this whole roller coaster thing. And then all of a sudden it clicks. They suddenly start running and boom, all of a sudden it's like, oh, then they play the Dallas game. They roll right over them, basically. Like it's not even competitive for the majority of it. That score flattered Dallas. Like Dallas wasn't even in that game. And then we look at the San Francisco game. All the San Francisco fans notwithstanding, I'm sorry, Green Bay had every opportunity to seize that game and take it over and find if they had made a couple of plays here and there, 1 or 2 plays in the right times here, and all of a sudden Green Bay is rolling into the NFC Championship. Jordan Love's first season as a starter, and they're rolling into the NFC Championship. Holy shit. The speculators will lose their mind. Jeff Wilson's top 5 will be Jordan Love, Jordan Love, Jordan Love, Jordan Love, Jordan Love. Holy crap.
Yeah.
It's the big banner in front of his new
the other nice thing.
Yeah, it'll be all Jordan Love all the time. Yeah, I heard people say that, Andy. If you look at the history of the YouTube,
The other nice thing moving forward,
it's encouraging. Look, what I'll say, Paul, is encouraging. Go ahead.
Yeah, because they're not going to be screwed on salary either. They can have, even estimating rookie salary, they're going to have 35 or 40 mil before the salary increase next year, because they're going to get rid of Bakhtiari, but he's got a weird structure to where they can release him whenever they want, and it doesn't count against the number. But they can get rid of either Clark or Alexander easily. They can get rid of Jones also. I mean, they have options for if they want money.
I wouldn't mind, Paul. I wouldn't mind if they keep Jones, if they could do the right deal. I appreciate Jones. I appreciate him. Jair Alexander, I can do with it. That's fine. Yeah, but Jones, I appreciate if the right deal is on the table, if the right numbers make sense, I'd be fine with that. But so Andy, my favorite thing is I went on Instagram and then I posted this one because this is my Jordan Love RPA, the one that I picked up.
Oh, nice.
And I picked it up literally just before the playoff run started, and it immediately doubled in value as the playoff run started. As soon as they beat Dallas, it doubled in price. I was like, okay.
What set is that from?
So this is from Panini Black.
Okay.
It's got a nice little thing with the paint pen. I think is nice. I like that. Fan. But I figured I would pick up an RPA. I've got some select cards and stuff like that, and I think they're nice cards. But I've bought and sold some Jordan Love throughout the course of this season. And it's been kind of fun to be like, all right, well, look, I'll keep a couple of cards.
I was about to say that design looks like the old Upper Deck Black. You remember those?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's inspiration.
It has like the paint pen signature and stuff on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah. I'm sure it's not an accident.
Yeah. I mean, of course it's not an accident.
You know, innovation is in short supply these days. But all I'll say is this. It's been a lot of fun enjoying this season. It's been a lot of fun enjoying how this has played out. And kind of going back into kind of what I talked about on the Discord a little bit, and Paul knows this, we're in an interesting spot because, like I said, I'm not going to run too far. I'm not going to give Jordan Love too much love too soon, you know. But he's played extremely well. He's improved tremendously. I've been very excited with a lot of things he's doing. I enjoy that. But then the other thing is like, look, even if he's just a good quarterback, coming off the heels of 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks, that's still going to make the Lions and Bears fans furious. Furious. They're going to lose their mind. Like they're just going to be so angry.
Yeah, so they would love
angry. Yeah, that's good enough, Paul. That's good enough for me. Just their fury and their rage.
I mean, especially the Bears.
Yeah, I mean, if they invest 2 firsts in Fields, and I've thought he's sucked since high school, but nobody wants to admit that he's not accurate. It is what it is.
Look, I'm
And
so.
they put-
Are we going to get so real quick on the record? Am I going to get any kind of an adjustment or mea culpa because you're a big Lamar Jackson hater and he advances? Has anything changed, or are we still? You're still got the same criticisms? Lamar Jackson, still no good for you. What's the deal?
Show me where he makes a critical throw into coverage, and it'll be the first one he's ever made.
Wow. And so I wanted to get on the record. One of my favorite things from the Discord that I've referenced on occasion. Paul is a very much on the record Lamar Jackson hater. 2 MVPs, notwithstanding, doesn't mean shit. By the way, it's like Paul is making, so that's the reason why I want to make sure I had it on the record. Paul is making like my Fishboy argument, except my Fishboy argument is true. It's 100% right. Every aspect of my Fishboy argument is right. He sucks. He's trash. He's always been trash. Scott, trash. He can be on the cover of all the update boxes you want. He's garbage. Then, now, forever.
I'm not the biggest Lamar fan, but I have a group of friends that they just think he's terrible. So I always end up being the guy that ends up defending Lamar Jackson. So it's like,
well, Paul might want to
I think Lamar Jackson's overrated too.
Paul,
so
wow, okay, I like it. Paul, we might have your people. We might have found your people. Hold on. Hey, it's all right. Look, Andy, people talk about community and all that bullshit. We might have found Paul. We might have found your people. We got Scott. We got the group of people that trash Lamar.
I'm not a hater. I just think he's overrated.
Scott, being a hater
As
is
a
okay.
pastor.
Being a hater is kind of fun. I'm not
Look,
gonna
somebody
lie.
told me that he is a great elite quarterback, and I was like, "How do you say that?" And the first stat he threw at me was 5,000 yards rushing, and I was like, "You just said he's a great quarterback, and you're going to give me a rushing stat?"
let me ask you a question, Scott. As a Cowboys fan, would you rather have Lamar or Dak?
I'd rather be
I'm
with
counting the
devil
seconds
I
of
know.
hesitation.
I'd rather be
Go
with
on.
I don't know. Has Lamar won the Super Bowl?
No.
The same amount as Dak has. What are we talking about?
Well,
Jesus.
that's what I'm saying. I'd rather be with the devil I know. That's
Okay. That was interesting. I wasn't expecting that response. Go on.
I mean,
Okay. All right. We're learning things. People, we are learning things. Hashtag scholarship. We are learning things as we. Stu says Vikings have had 26 different starting quarterbacks since Brett. Started with Green Bay in 1992. Scott's sounding a lot like a hater there. I know. Hashtag devil I know. Dang. All right,
good.
hold on. We're gonna listen. I've already coined emo Scott. Are we getting hater Scott? Go on. Look, this might be my favorite iteration of you yet. Hater Scott. Hold on. I'm a fan.
I'm not hating. I mean, if I'm kind of.
There's nothing wrong with hating
Paul.
Scott.
I don't see, even when he was with Louisville, I never saw a passing. I want my quarterback to throw the football. I don't want him to run for 5,000 yards. Then I'm going to put him at running back.
Wow, Andy. Wow.
I'm just thinking about like how all week I'm going to be trying to find some way to fit into a conversation where I can tell somebody I'll just stick with the devil I know. I love that. I'm gonna try to use that at some point this year. Let's in a regular conversation with someone. That's good. I like that. That's good
I mean, I
stuff.
don't think Dak's a devil. I'm just saying.
Oh, no,
if you're going to give me two guys
Scott, don't
that haven't
backtrack
done
now.
anything
Scott,
to win
do
an
not
MVP.
backtrack now. Do not backtrack now. Settle down. Do not backtrack now.
Win an MVP
Carlos
doesn't
already
give
has
you
the
a
clip.
trophy.
He's got the clip.
Yeah.
Hey, that's
Carlos
fine.
Adrian Conan? No, Johnny Walker Black. Johnny Walker Black. We're keeping it simple. Johnny Walker Black.
Good stuff.
Okay.
Good stuff.
I switched over. Look, I had my beer earlier on during the game, but then, look, like I said, we had a couple of folks attempt to troll. It was very sad. It was a pathetic attempt, but I guess
I
they
didn't
tried.
even know if they were trolling. I was like,
No, they were Scott. They had not commented at any point during the entirety of the entire show, and they just showed up after the game was over. That's trolling. That's attempted trolling. There you go. Yeah, good game. There you go.
That would be like a good thing to add to the live stream. Like you could have the first 3 hours where it's salty Carlos just drinking the beer, and then hour 4 is Johnny Walker where it's saucy Carlos. The rest of the way.
Wait, that's the differentiator. That's the regular Carlos is like not saucy enough for you.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen you get like really drunk, so it could be different. I don't know.
It's like what 5% more of an asshole. 5%. That's the best we can do. 5% more. That's it. That's all we can do.
Would that be 10% less than on Tuesday's podcast? I'm losing the percentages.
Scott, look, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I went to university. I went to a university town where we had a 3 a.m. last call. I went to a university town. Back in those days, the people of Guelph, even though Eric is a denier, he pretends it doesn't exist, but I assure you it exists. Yeah, I assure you it exists. I promise you. Those people got 3 a.m. drunk saucy Carlos, which is like another Andy. We're talking like levels.
I know.
At that point, 3 a.m. drunk saucy Carlos is like over 9,000.
I want to see that level.
You're all getting like the light version.
I want to see that level.
Woo. Let me tell you. Woo. Listen, I'm afraid of that guy. Andy, I'm afraid of that dude. That dude scares the shit out of me.
When's the last time that dude showed up somewhere?
It's been a long time. It's been a long ass time.
I bet.
I even at this stage, I can still hold my drink. And that dude, oh shit, that dude scares me. I don't know what he's gonna say. Bring out the stronger stuff after the pain. There you go. Black Label. That's right. Black Label. Black Label, for the record, is the beautiful middle ground. Black Label is like listen. Red Label, you're offending me. Why? Why would you even do that? Black Label is like, no, that's fine. That's fine. Blue Label is a little overrated, though. I gotta be honest. Not great. I like the gold and I like the 18. If you're gonna be fancy, if you're gonna try to be bougie like Eric, then go gold label or 18. Those are both good. But blue, meh. I've had it. I've tried it. Meh. Black Label is a good, solid choice. But red is like, why are you even doing this? You need to mix it with something else because this is offensive. This is no. Black Label is the first one you can drink on its own without anything else, and it's fine. But yes, Andy. Bottom line is no. That dude. Who?
Just once.
That dude scares me.
One episode. Just one episode.
Andy, that'll get me all kinds of canceled.
Make it like
I'm already banned from. I'm banned from the national. I'll be banned from things I didn't even know I was banned from.
Just one episode. It could be some kind of like special event.
No, that's on the Patreon right there.
Maybe it has to be like a pay-per-view.
I need to limit exposure. It
has to be a pay-per-view.
Basically, yes. Johnny Wacker, Black Goose, BGS, Black Label. Facts, Ed. Facts.
Right after he gets in the Hall of Fame, he's going to get kicked out Hulk Hogan style.
That'd be amazing. Oh, that would be good.
Is there a code of
that
conduct?
Would be worded.
The morality clause.
Yeah.
Oh, Andy, I feel like the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame morality clause would be invented at that point to cover. So, Ed, by the way, look, we're winding down. We're chilling out here for a couple of minutes. Ed, is this the first time I'm going to be able to get you on the channel? You're here. Andy, I've never actually had Ed on the channel.
Really?
Oh.
It's been a running joke. Like, I've never had Ed on the channel. Ed, is this the time? Do you have the guts? Do you have the courage to hang here?
Mini
for a
rant
minutes?
Mini rant.
I'm just saying.
Ed, get in here and talk some.
Ed, don't run away.
Nonsense.
Don't hide. don't go fly over to try to buy some Doge right now. Focus your attention. By the way, so can I ask a serious question?
No.
Obviously, the pack. No, Scott. This is a time for a serious question. Scott, focus. It's a time for a serious question. Serious question. Don't be a coward, Ed. Don't be a coward. I'm going to send him the link, and if he runs away, he's a coward. His cowardice will be noted. Let's see here.
I want to sit. I want to see a picture of him when he's sitting in his chair in front of the grandfather clock. He looks so studious when he does that.
Wow.
You know,
Okay.
do that more.
All right. Fair enough.
It's classy.
I guess so. All right. Well, Ed has a link, so he's got no excuses. No excuses. So my question is this. I've actually enjoyed the watch-alongs. I've had a lot of fun with them. I thought they were a lot of fun. Now, unfortunately, the Packers season is over, but we've got an NFC Championship, which obviously I'm more invested in, naturally. However, is there any interest in doing an NFC Championship watch-along? I have no moral opposition.
Yeah, sure.
I'd be all right with doing whatever. Like, obviously, then at that point, I have no horse in the race. Whatever it is, what it is.
I'm going to watch the game regardless.
Yeah. So, like, I have zero moral opposition. Look, frankly, this has been a fun thing for me to do this year. I've done the Super Bowl thing the last several years. I have zero problem. I've done the Super Bowl post game. I have zero problem doing a watch along. Zero. So it's like, no, NFC Championship. I'd be fine with it. I'd be cool.
Yeah, I like these. You definitely got to get Ed on though, because Ed, man, that guy can rant like no other during a game. Like,
well, and I sent it to you text message. If you want me to put it in the chat, I can.
You wanna
send it to you by text message.
I can send it to him.
Yeah,
you're talking about.
I sent it to you by text, but if you need it, we can send it to you by directly. I wanted to leave it. I didn't want to open it up to everybody. I want Ed to have the link. You know, not everybody in creation, but yeah. So the reason I'm asking is because I'd be completely game for doing a NFC Championship watch along. I'd be cool with that.
Yeah,
it'd be fun for me. Yeah, I got no issue. I merely posed the question to Chad and everybody else. It's like, no, if you guys would be game, I'd be willing to do it. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. That's fine.
Right. That's not right, Ed. Hold on.
I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I'm merely asking the question if anybody else would be interested. Because frankly, I have fun with these. I'm watching the game with the commentators muted off anyway.
Yeah,
I can bullshit and BS. I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Yeah, I would much rather listen to like whoever's
That's
on
not right either.
instead of the commentators.
Scott, do you need the link again? Like, Jesus.
No, it won't. It won't just copy. It keeps copying Instagram instead of the link.
Scott accidentally sending something. He's like, "Oh, damn, Ed, don't click on that."
It's like, Ed, don't click on that. That's my grift. That's the grift I've had.
Yeah, don't click on that one, please.
Please don't click on that one. You don't want to know about that thing. Jeez. Yeah. So Andy, I got to be honest. This has been a fun run for me on this one. It's been very enjoyable. I've actually had.
I know, man. I wish I could have been here like for the game, the actual game. Like I was planning on being here for at least the second half, but it just didn't work out with the other game I was watching.
Andy, the important thing, look, at that point is where you need to teach your family members the importance of abandonment. That's an important life lesson to learn. At a certain point, it's like, you know what? You're not that interesting. Fuck off. I had to teach a lot of family members that lesson. It's like, you know what? You're kind of boring. It's kind of mediocre. Well, it's fine.
So here's the part that I left out about tonight's game. So my nephew's a junior in high school. They were playing against the high school that I went to in the championship of a tournament. So it was kind of cool because my nephew beat them. So, you know, it's kind of like, but of course I root for him.
Like, fair enough. I'm not going to say no. By the way, Scott, one of my favorite things right now, separate from this, is that I've enjoyed right now. I'm actually sitting on the precipice. So, folks, this is the Instagram link to me. I'm at exactly 1,000 followers. Over the course of this week, I've gone to 1,000, 1,001, and then 999, and then back to 1,000. That's why I haven't made a thing about it. It's like, you know what? Once you're at like barely at that number, it's like, just sit there and wait.
I had that happen to me on Instagram where I went back and forth. Like I would fluctuate between somewhere in the 990s to like 1,002 or so. I fluctuated in that range for like months. Like I would go back and forth from like 1,000 to 999. It's like, because there's always these people I don't know who these people are, but they'll follow you, just hoping that you'll follow them back. And if you don't do it within like a day or two, then they just unfollow you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's the reason why. That's the reason why I don't care about it. I don't worry about it
I don't even
because it's like, look, I'm happy that folks follow me on Instagram. Like all I'm sharing most of the time is just cards. It's cards that I'm picking up. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm doing. And I will occasionally share something related to the channel, either a live or a video or whatever. But it's once in a blue moon. And it's like, no, I'm very proud of this video and I'd like people to see it. So here it is. Otherwise, it's like, no, here's a Havre card. Here's a Medano card. Here's a Jordan Love card right now. And I'm actually very impressed. I'm happy with Jordan. I'll probably show a Jordan Love card tomorrow. Well, actually, Sunday. No, you know what? I'll show a Britt Baker card. Paul, cheers. I'll show a Britt Baker card.
The dentist.
Edward, this is your first time here on the channel. Welcome. How are you? Silence. Go on. Amazing. You're muted. You're by yourself. Silence. Go on. You're doing great.
He's nervous.
I know. This is a big deal for him. This is crazy.
He's giggling like a little schoolgirl. You can hear him giggling.
I agree with whatever Ed said.
This is Hall of Fame content. Andy, this is Hall of Fame content right here, right now. It's a link to StreamYard. Like, are we getting audio? Jesus.
He's kind of on mute right now.
Yeah,
muted.
I know.
He's giggling. He's
God,
giggling.
this is great. This is going great. It's even better than I hoped for. Ed, are you there? I don't know what that is, Ed.
That was supposed to be Mighty Python. Run away!
Oh, okay.
Run away!
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Beautiful,
Gotcha.
beautiful.
Ed, this is the first time on the channel. How are you?
History is back,
First time,
baby.
one time.
It
YouTube
is
Hall of
facts.
Fame fact checker here.
Oh yeah.
All right,
Phil
so
was there.
YouTube Hall of Fame, like, all right, there's YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. You didn't write the whole thing. YouTube Hall of Fame is probably a different thing that is a lot less lame. But YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame, though, that Bob Lewis is in. Bob Lewis, just to be clear, Bob Lewis, that he's in, which is again a lot lamer. So here we are. By the way, look, I can't claim, Andy. I will not claim to have seen all the ballots. I have no idea. But I feel like there's a lot of ballots for this channel. That's dangerously close. I don't know. Seems a little scary. I don't know.
You may have to
I might need
another
a
one when I
bottle of
post
the
my
good
video.
stuff. I might need a lot of I might need a bottle of the good stuff.
I might
Andy.
start working on an acceptance speech.
Oh, Andy, my acceptance speech is very clear. Well, let me give you guys a little sneak preview.
Oh boy.
My acceptance speech is fuck y'all. I'm awesome. I agree with that. That part I agree with. Other than that, and also in peace, Bob Lewis. That's like a third of my acceptance speech. I'll leave the other 2/3 to myself. That's like a third. Good third.
Seems fair.
Acceptance rant. Facts, Stuke. Facts. You get it, Stuke. You get it.
So
And
Ed,
I don't know if Jake would be dumb enough to let me out and give acceptance speech to that bullshit. Scott,
It's
7
gonna
second
happen.
delay. You might need a 70-second delay.
What'd be great is your acceptance speech, and right before it, leading up to it, would be the IRP's acceptance speech. We need.
Look, listen, Scott.
we must see.
Look, Scott. Much love. I think, unfortunately, Dave and Steve and the IRP are going to split their own vote.
I think they are.
I'm going to be blunt. I think they're going to split their own vote. I told Andy earlier. I think not enough people got the memo that maybe voting for the IRP as a specific entity might be the better play.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to split their own vote. Like, I'm predicting this in advance. if I'm right, praise me. But I think they're going to split their own vote.
I mean,
Dave
I'm
was
going
actually doing pretty
IRP.
well on his own, but I actually think it would have been more wise for them to make clear, hey, guys, just vote for the IRP. If you like us, vote for the IRP. That's the play. Do that, and then that's how you go.
So the IRP is going to be the Ralph Nader to Amish Dave.
Yep, pretty much. Yes.
What analogy.
Ed, I can tell you right now, Ed, I'm not counting the ballots, but even without counting the ballots, I can almost guarantee this was going to happen.
Why are you telling that to a Canadian?
Because I know the future, Scott. Did I not show you guys that tonight? Where you peasants, you American peasants, were in the past. I was in the future.
Yeah, you were. The tilt of the earth had you before us.
That's right.
Somehow.
So why are you questioning me? I'm telling you what is going to come. I'm saying they're going to split the vote because the IRP, Amish Dave, and Bargo 79 split the vote. I think it's actually going to hurt when the math finally comes down. I'm predicting in advance.
Math. Uh-oh.
It's maths, my friend. It's math.
I hope
That-
Eric is doing accounting.
Now that is that's a watch along you should do. Like you should do like an election night watch along where you got the map and everything. Back behind you. And you're-
Andy, there's milking this bullshit. And then there is what you just suggested. And I got to be honest, Andy, in the same vein as Hobby Palooza, when you invited me much to the, why would you do that? I like it.
humor me here. Like so you
Go
could,
on.
you could play it along where it's like it all comes down to Florida. So it's like, we're waiting for the ballots from Orlando,
Penny check.
Collector's Dream, and Mr. Fisher
Wow.
Bike, and
Woo.
it's all coming down to
Freddie
Florida.
Mike
baby.
M, Florida man. Jesus. Paul. Jesus, if we're relying on the vote of Florida man. Oh my God.
But you're missing the best possible scenario here. Just like the Baseball Hall of Fame, they leave everybody out. Nobody
I
knew
wish they did.
this year.
That's not true.
Yeah.
Somebody's in. I guarantee somebody's in on this
We'll
one.
waste all
I
the
guarantee that. No, I guarantee somebody's in. I'm sorry. They're gonna count. You don't need 75%. You just need to be in the top 5. Whatever that is. Look, last year, this channel got somewhere in the low 20s. I don't remember the exact number. I apologize. But somewhere in the low 20s. And this year, like, I've gotten a lot of notifications that I've been included in a bunch of ballots early. Like, we've got another, 10 days before the
Just
end
the
of the month.
public ones, not the private
Yeah.
ones.
Just the public ones, not the private ones, of course. Of course. So like the channel's done well, but it's one of look, Andy hit on the right note when he did his video. This is a made up bullshit Hall of Fame that Bob Lewis is in. Okay? That's my argument. My point is that Bob Lewis is in.
I wish
Okay?
it said Bob Lewis with chair. It'd make it more acceptable.
Well, chair
right?
would be legit. Chair would be legit. If your chair was in, it'd be legit. Bob Lewis, bullshit. There's a reason I put the cricket sounds whenever I discuss Bob Lewis. But yeah, the reality is like, no, it's this made up thing. Although, Andy, if Mike ever did make a Hall of Fame at the ranch and he had busts, I might visit just to check out the Bob Lewis one.
Now, if he was
Who
gonna
the hell engraved this bullshit?
if he was going to actually do that, like make an actual Hall of Fame at the ranch, I mean, that's a game changer at that point. This legit.
Yeah, I don't know. Ed, any thoughts? I know you're on mute. Any thoughts? History's back.
I was fact checking, son. You got 21
All right.
votes last year.
All right, I was close. I was pretty close. I wasn't far off. I was all right.
Can you spit out some history, Ed? Like, because there has been a lot of people that seem to like think that this is just like for vintage baseball people.
Ooh, hold on. He's about to do that. Oh, I'm refilling this shit. Go on, Ed, as you were.
I was going to do a rant in my ballot video about that because I keep hearing that.
I know it's ridiculous.
Very annoying when I keep hearing that.
Yeah.
It's all vintage baseball collectors. That is unequivocally not true.
Big
But
words.
what is, I mean, if you look at the history of the YouTube community, though, it is ironical how the vintage subsection of the community, that's more the new school. If you really take a look at the big picture.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Andy?
Well, yeah, because
Yeah.
just from, I mean, obviously I wasn't there back when you got on and all that stuff, but like from what I've learned from, guys like yourself and Brad and Dave and stuff like that, it was mostly football community back then, right?
Yes, correct. Predominantly football, predominantly modern. The only there was a couple people doing vintage. The one predominant person that was doing vintage at that time was Michael Shane, Jericho, IF1, who I'm going to be voting for.
Yeah, for sure.
But he did all, and B-Roth was around a lot at that time. And he was also very big on Hank Greenberg, and he was a big SGC guy. But other than that, there wasn't too many people doing vintage. Maxa Jackson was around at that time, but he started off doing modern. I believe he collected Tim Lincecum, and then he gradually got into vintage over time.
And then Lefty was around back then, right?
Yes, but I also believe he was collecting Braves at the time, and then gradually went into pre-war.
Yeah.
But I would say the vintage stuff got big around 2018 onwards. And it makes sense that there's a good amount of vintage represented in the Hall of Fame because obviously this originated from Mike's channel, so it was already existing from Mike's subscribers, who most of them were vintage people that were watching it.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that there's a good representation of that.
Yeah. Here's I guess this is funny because you mentioned him. Is Brian Roth, is he the original SGC guy?
Him and Nolan, I would say.
Yeah, because that's right. He was all about SGC even back then.
Nolan
Before it was cool.
Nolan really coined the term tuxedo.
Yeah.
He's the one that confirmed he's the one that kind of coined that whole in the tux thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Nolan was kind of the main SGC guy forever. I mean, he did so much publicity for them and really helped them out because at the time it was mostly PSA and it was really BGS dominated because of all the modern football.
And it was funny too because if I remember correctly, when he came out with the whole tuxedo thing at that same time, he had a feature in the PSA magazine.
That's
if
correct.
I remember correctly.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Well, he would Nolan advertised his business a lot, KC Futures, in the PSA magazine.
I bought cards from him quite
So
a bit.
real quick on the chat, I know that the first thing is really a super long link. I didn't realize it was going to be that long, so I apologize. The last link there that I give is to Legends Never Die video from last year. And that link will actually give you, if you go to the description, it'll give you a link to the last year's voting totals. It'll tell you the voting totals. It'll tell you the information. So that's kind of how you can track it. To their credit, like I said, and also, good evening, Amish Dave.
What's up?
Hey.
To their credit, if you want to look at the last several years, you can actually go look at what the voting is. Look, here's the thing. I'm going to put myself in the camp of I don't question the numbers. It's just the nature of obviously you make a video response. You got to make sure you tag the right person. You got to make sure you put it in such a way where somebody has to sit there and do a spreadsheet and add up the numbers. It's very analog. It's like you almost have to be paying attention. You can make mistakes, stuff happens. So you could audit it very easily. It wouldn't take much to audit it. But for the most part, I'm pretty sure. What's funny though, and Andy, this is the only point in your video that I would disagree. It's 100% a popularity contest. It's always been a popularity contest. It's a competition. It's a competition of who can have the most amount of people who pay attention to them, who are willing to actually make a video and include their name in it. So from that perspective, there is a popularity contest. Obviously, there are some folks who sit there and say, like, no. I don't want to just pick my friends. They'll go out of their way. They'll have a criteria that will be like, look, I joked with Scott earlier tonight, and I talked about, Mike Baseball Collector, your buddy as well. And the running joke has been the longest time that Andy and I chat on a semi-regular basis. He and Mike chat on a much more regular basis, but I chat with Andy on a semi-regular basis. Like I consider him a buddy of mine. But I haven't met him in person. I haven't bro hugged him. I'm sorry, distance. Distance. I'm not a hugger. Sorry. But the thing is, though, I appreciate Andy. I respect Andy. And here's the thing. I joked earlier tonight. It's like, look, Mike says a lot of shit that I'm like, I can't co-sign on this shit. I won't. I will not. Ever. Not today, tomorrow, or ever.
Yeah.
But look, he believes what he believes. He hangs in there for it. I'll question him on it. I'll check him on it. That's why when he did his ballot, he says, we've got a storied history. I guess so. I guess we do. But I don't disrespect Mike. I joke with Scott. It's like, do I respect Mike? There's some stuff where it's like, you do realize this is bullshit, what you're saying that's coming out of your mouth. I don't agree with you at all. But you're willing to say it and you're willing to hang in there with it. So I kind of respect that. I do kind of respect that. Doesn't mean I agree with it. No, God, no. I don't agree with it at all. But that doesn't mean I can't at least hear you out. Doesn't mean I won't invite you on. Doesn't mean I won't talk to you. Doesn't mean I won't talk to friends of yours. Andy's a good buddy of his. Andy's right here, right now. Obviously, I like Andy and I chat with Andy and we talk regularly. But I'm not going to say yes or no, but I'll respect what Mike has to say. He can say his piece. I'll disagree with him where I disagree with him. And we'll chat about it if we need to. He's always welcome. I told him the last time. He is welcome to come on here anytime he wants. He has an open forum to discuss anything he wants to talk about. If he doesn't agree with anything I say, and vice versa.
So in my video, did I say that it's not a popularity contest?
I thought you mentioned it. I might have mixed it up with a different video.
Because if I did,
I thought there was a bit about the popularity contest.
if I said that, I didn't mean to say that because I agree.
I thought you mentioned the popularity contest piece. I thought you mentioned the popularity contest. The problem is I've watched too many videos on it, so I apologize. If it wasn't your video, it was. I definitely heard it a couple of times. It's like, no, it's totally a popularity contest.
Because what I'm trying to get across in my video is you guys, everybody else vote the way they want to vote. Do have your process or whatever. But I vote for channels and people that I like and I watch.
Sure.
I don't do it based on how many subscribers you have or how good somebody else thinks your channel is. I don't care because the one thing that I think just in general about most things is the general public is usually wrong. So whether it comes to TV shows, whatever, usually if it's super popular, I don't like it.
Well, that's kind of number one rule, right?
Yeah.
Right, Carlos? Rule number one?
Listen, rule number one is serve me well, sir.
So if I said that anywhere in my video, that I didn't mean to say that because it is a popularity contest.
Yeah,
it is.
No, I apologize, Andy. I might have mixed it up with a different. The problem is I listened to a couple different videos back to back, so I might have mixed the two. So I apologize.
The one caveat I'll add on that, Andy, is I don't for me. I feel like that wasn't Mike's original intention. Though when he started it, it kind of warped into that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the original intent was to learn about new channels and kind of get some channels names out there that maybe they're not as big as what you think they potentially should be or could be. And that's why I still don't really care about how many subscribers a channel has. If you were just basing it purely on merits, then you would go by all these numbers, right? That's what the Hall of Fame does. It's a numbers thing. If it's a real legitimate Hall of Fame. That's why I don't consider this anything legitimate really, because just me personally, I don't go by any metrics or numbers, any of that stuff that would qualify you for a legit Hall of Fame. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the
Andy,
only
do you want to know? Do you want? So sorry, Ed. I'll come back to you. Do you know what the funniest thing about this whole thing is? Kind of what to Andy's point is. So I'm kind of sitting where I'm sitting. So Scott, I know you've kind of monitored as you built up your subscribers, as you've been doing your live streams and everything. Live streams have been really good for my channel. That's always been a very good. I consider the live stream to be a flagship of my channel. I built it as a flagship. That's kind of how I treat it, and that's how I've looked at it. But I've kind of reached my plateau. And a lot of what I laugh is that on my YouTube algorithm, I get a lot of channels talking about, hey, you know, I'm walking away from YouTube. I'm doing all this because a lot of them have reached their plateau and they're sitting there going like, okay, so it's too much work to try to get to the next level, or the algorithm has changed a bunch of times, and which is all true. All that's true. But I'm sitting as a channel. And we talked about Dakota earlier tonight. Dakota built his channel up, Sports Cards Anonymous, built his channel up to almost 6,000 subscribers in a very short period of time based on some viral videos that really hit. They really resonated. People enjoyed it and what it was. I could sit there and bitch and moan about it. I'm sitting there. I'm at 4,960 subscribers. Just shy of 5,000 subscribers, which isn't terrible. Certainly not terrible. I'm not going to complain about it. But at the same time, it's kind of plateaued where it is. It's going to take look, I'm going to have to basically declare war on John Mangini to get over 5,000. I basically have to just declare war. If I do so, then that'll probably work. I have to do something controversial.
It would work.
Scott, I got to really go out of the way to be really. Basically, it's got to be Carlos after he drank wealth levels. And then I'll get to 10,000 subscribers. Otherwise, it's sitting where it is sitting. It's plateaued where it is. But YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame happens. I do my video where I have my fun, where I literally just repurposed an old video, made a couple of small tweaks, had some fun with it. My subscribers was kind of plateaued. It was sitting where it was sitting. It kind of went, and then it bumped up about 10, 12 subscribers. That's it. That's all it's going to do for me at this point. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. But
so
we're where we are.
If it was like a real thing where people looked at the numbers, there would be probably 4 or 5 channels that, if you go by the numbers, they would be the first 4 or 5 channels that would be voted in. And between those 4 or 5 channels, they probably won't get 10 votes total in this thing. Yeah, because people don't like them.
Jab's family would be in.
Right. Well, listen, Paul's favorite Sports Car Dad is really struggling right now. Based on the votes that I've seen, Paul's sitting there going well, if I had a YouTube channel, I'd vote for him, but nobody else is voting for him. It's tragic. Well, it's tough.
If you know,
don't shake your head, Paul. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You're trying to snake away from it. I know you'd be sitting there Sports Car Dad, fuckers, let's go.
If you know the people that are the people that know about the Sports Card Hall of Fame and that actually will cast a vote, you should know that if you try to tell them they should vote for you, they will never vote for you.
Right.
Yeah.
You would have a better chance of the Carolina Panthers winning the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Yeah. But look, the only reason I bring it up is that subscribers is a metric. We're not going to lie, subscribers is something. People are willing to subscribe to the channel and whatever. But look, let me peel behind the curtain. After my third whiskey, after the beer, the point is, I'll peel behind the curtain a little bit. The problem is there's limitations. There's certain little thresholds, and I've actually talked with folks about this. Is that the problem is, okay, look, I'm right at about that 5,000 subscriber number, which is, believe it or not, it's this weird glass ceiling that it's very difficult to cross it. But then when you do, then the 10,000 is sitting there and you're sitting there. The problem is most of the sports card channels never make it past that point.
Yeah,
they just don't.
Most of us plateau way lower than where you're at.
Yeah. and part of it is because of my old videos. Some of our old subscribers from when I was doing the movie reviews and stuff, I'm not complaining, but I'm guys, this is about where it's going to be. That's the reason why when I do the wrestling card content and stuff, like I'll do it on another channel because at least it's fun. I can kind of play around with that channel and like I don't care what happens with the subscriber count because we're where we are. If it crosses 5,000, that'd be amazing. But at the same time, it's like it's not going to change anything. Yeah. Another 40 or 50 subscribers, one way or the other, is not going to change the game. It's not.
I mean, I think that most people that have done this for several years and are, you know, fairly competent at making videos, if we really wanted to say a bunch of dumb shit, we could probably gain a ton of subscribers like a lot of these other channels did. But, you know, some of us actually have some dignity and don't want people thinking we're a bunch of morons.
I'm going to start live watching the 4 farmers looking for a wife. That's what I'm doing.
I mean,
Scott, I already told you that's Scott. If you look, I know you're trying to pretend to be joking, but Scott, if you ever commit to it, I'm in. I'll co-host that shit. That's the path to riches. That's the path to fortune.
Am I wrong, Ed?
Sports card are niche. I've been saying it for forever.
Don't you think if you wanted to like become a really big channel, you could say a bunch of really dumb shit that would just gain you a big following?
I think that probably the best way to do it is just keep cracking open case after case after case of new product. Yeah. That's probably the surest fire way to get the most subs.
Or just say controversial stuff.
Because people just want to see what's in the boxes. They want to see the heads. Kids want to see that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably why Mr. Jabs has what he has.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to get a surprisingly candid review of a lot of YouTube sports card content right now. The reason why a lot of the controversial content works is because, again, people will click on negative. That's first. People will click on if you really kind of poke certain people. I poke people, but I poke it in a way where it's like it's within a niche. It's within the specific boundary of the walls. If you're going to go beyond that, yes, you can do the breaks. That's going to work. Ed's right. That's going to work. That's one niche. That's one argument you could do. That's the Pac-Man. That's a couple of different categories of it. Another one is slick production. That's your sports card investor. That's a different category. Even the one that a lot of people really love, sports card investor, dealer, collector, whatever in that order. You know who I'm talking about. Chris Sewell. If you do that one, you're going to go like, oh man, Chris Sewell's the best. You know, he's awesome. Okay, great. But he found himself a very specific niche. He found himself a very specific pocket of people that will follow, and he does good content for it. Yes. But even that's plateaued.
Yeah.
It's hit about its level. It's about where it is. Yeah, he'll get some more subscribers here and there. And I'm not complaining. I'm not. I promise. I'm not complaining at all. But I'm merely stating a statement of fact that in this niche, in this genre, unless you're willing to make this lowest common denominator, it ain't going any further than where it's going right now.
I think with like the problem that those newer channels, even the bigger ones that are new, that they have as far as resonating with like, you know, a lot of us that have not only been on like, because even some of us that haven't been on YouTube that long, we've been involved in cards for much longer, right? So the problem they have as far as resonating with us is like they're talking about stuff that we learned about like 20 years ago, you know, or they're just saying stuff that's just wrong. You know, we know that too. They're speaking to an entire different audience of people. They're speaking to people that are kind of new to this. So they just kind of take their word for it. You know, they know what they're talking about. That's what I think anyway.
Yeah, for sure. I think what it comes down to, though, is that there's always going to be a audience for basically distilling it down to the absolute base the basics.
Yeah, that's what
That's why.
I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's look, again, I joke with Scott. I tease him. I poke him a little bit where he'll reference somebody and they're like, no, Sports Car Dad, Dustin. I have him. He's on the Discord. Paul knows. And we have a lot of fun with him. But he'll always poke fun at a lot of this stuff. And he did his little mini campaign videos and all that stuff. And it's like, and his argument is that, oh, well, they're kind of holding back. So no, your audience could, again, you could stuff the ballot in your favor. It wouldn't take much. It really wouldn't. Like, it's not that many votes required. If that's your goal in life and you want to prove a point, you could mobilize your audience and whatever channels you shouted out over the past that qualify, and they could stuff the ballot for you and you'd win. You'd be in. Done. All right, you get a little patch and good for you.
I like Dustin. I've met Dustin several times. I like Dustin a lot. But what are you trying to win? Like, there's nothing to win. You don't win anything. You get the patch.
Well, that's kind of my point, Andy. Andy, my long-running joke about this whole thing is like, look, guys, I don't give a shit what you do or don't do. Like, it's on you. Whatever you want to do is fine with me.
Yeah.
I only participated because some people voted for the channel. I appreciate you, bros. Like, that's great. I appreciate it. But outside of that, it's like, guys, I'm going to do what I'm going to do next Friday anyway. It's not going to make any difference.
I mean, like, but what I don't understand with him is like, he talks about it in such a way where he talks kind of down about it. But then if that's the case, why does he want to be in it so bad?
It's for engagement, Andy. Engagement. Engagement.
Listen, the man
he's
had a
winning
whole
already.
addiction.
You're clicking on the video. He's winning.
And the man had a whole addiction arc. He had addiction. Do not understand. Paul, do they not understand the addiction, the painful, crippling addiction?
Yeah, this is one of those things where I'm happy that I have 0 subs and 0 videos. And
Paul, you should fucking make a video for a year so you can vote for me, you fucker. You
only got to make one.
Jack might be subscribed to my OnlyFans, but like,
you're good.
Yeah, the drama in this is just fucking hilarious. It's also sad. I keep the content to written form because of this shit.
Guys, I'm going to take off. It's been fun.
No worries, Scott. Now, I hope you've been taking careful notes, though. I've been taking careful notes on watch time. Scott, I'll be in touch with you. Maybe we'll do an NFC Championship thing. We'll see.
Yeah, just let me know.
Maybe.
Let me know.
Maybe we will. Andy, we gotta do the watch time. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. Like, we gotta do it. Might have to. But look, the reason I asked Paul is that we're on the same Discord with Dustin. And we always have a little fun. We poke fun at a lot of the aspects of a lot of these elements of it. It's like, yeah, Andy, you hit on the right note. It is not serious. The fact that I did 1 year where I talked to my own logo, and I did a following year where I literally just played back my own video with some small minor tweaks, it should indicate I don't give a shit at all. But at the same time, it's like, some people do, though. Andy, it's scary. Some people do, though. Some people take this shit seriously. That's kind of a little bit frightening. I don't know what to say at that point. I really don't.
Yeah.
I like the fact that the guys who are in it aren't in it because of subs. They're in it because they know stuff. And as somebody who has exactly 0 subs and may or may not know stuff about a specific niche, I like that. I would rather sit there and have breakfast with you guys at the National and have that with 0 subs versus being like, I got 5,000 subs. I feel important, or just nonsense.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about metrics. The only people were talking about statistics and stuff like that in some of the ballot videos I've watched. The only metric that I will use, and Carlos, you might not might give me a little backlash for this one.
I was going to say, Ed, accept my greatness. I have almost 5,000 subs. Accept my greatness, Ed.
The only metric I like to use is longevity. How many years have you been doing card videos on YouTube? Because I will say, unpopular opinion, and I know it'll probably piss people off, I do get personally annoyed and frustrated when I'll watch a ballot video and we're going heavy for people that maybe have done it 1, 2, 3, 4 years over people who've done it for like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years. That to me is just mind blowing. It's not.
I think so, Ed. I don't disagree with your premise, so I'll include Dave's comment here. I know one guy who's insanely destined and getting in this year. I trust you know who he is, probably. So Ed, I don't disagree with you at all. I actually don't disagree with you in any way, shape, or form. But I would point out though, how long you've been doing card content depends on you. I've been on YouTube longer than I've been doing card content. I could have been doing card content the whole fucking time. My YouTube channel, the initial YouTube channel, goes well before my card content. My card content,
but you still got 5 years though.
I agree, but the only point I'm making, the only thing I'm saying, is that my YouTube sports card content goes to September 11, 2018. Ironic, given the U.S. calendar, September 11th. But the only reason it goes to 2018 is because that's when I was looking at a channel that had been sitting there for a bit, quiet. I hadn't made any videos on it. I already had it. And I said, all right, well, I've been doing this card thing since 1990, 1990, uninterrupted. Oh, what the hell? I can talk about this at length anytime I want, as long as you want. So I decided in 2018 to flip the switch. If I had done it in 2010 or 2015, it wouldn't have made any difference. I am what I am. My opinions are what they are. They're based on what they are. I have more than 30 years of backlog, knowledge, experience, whatever you want to call it, that I'm basing this on. So because I started in 2018, you're right, 5 years. But the thing is, like my experience in the hobby goes beyond 2018.
Yes, I completely understand that.
Yeah,
but
I just started in 2018 because that's when I started.
But we're making a distinction here between the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame, YouTube being the key thing. How long you've been on YouTube? I agree. Doing sports card content specifically, yes. And I think a lot of people just like gloss that over. They're like, I really truly every year this gets me frustrated that people don't weight the history and the longevity. It's like not necessarily valued, which I don't understand with that.
I agree with what you're saying, Ed, and I think it's better now that he made it, that Jake changed it to 3 years instead of the one. The 1 year is definitely ridiculous.
Yes.
And
that was Mike's biggest mistake that he.
And I mean, I'm one of the people that got in like after like 2 years or something. And I think it's still ridiculous, but I think the problem with a lot of the older channels is a lot of those guys don't make content anymore. So if you came around like, in the last 5, 6, 7 years, like you don't even know who those guys are. There's no way for you to even know about them. You know what I mean?
This is true. But
that's the problem they run into.
That's the problem that they run into. But if you, the one thing I like, Jake, I keep asking every year, and I'm going to probably ask again in my ballot video. Like, I still think 3 years is not enough. Like, there's so many people that do 3 or 4 years and then they're gone.
Yeah.
Like, that's another thing that I really appreciate about people who've been around a long time. You know that they're not going anywhere. There's some people that are around for 3, 4, 5 years, and sometimes they might leave.
And I mean, if
you see that in the whole, you see it when you look at some of the channels. There's like 3 or 4 guys that
if you were going to start the whole thing over again too, you would probably limit it to like 5 per year instead of like 10, what it was,
Yes.
there for a long time. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things they would probably do differently, but I mean, it is what it is at this point.
The key is participation. That's everyone's just got to, make a ballot and make their opinions known and not be scared to give their opinions.
What about this? What do you think about like every year, like you have 5 people go in, you have to vote 5 out?
I'd definitely be in favor of that.
Andy, how many times do I have to vote Bob Lewis out? Like, how many times do I
Like you get five guys get voted out.
I'd definitely be in favor of that.
That would be fun.
But the problem is, Ed, every time I was just vote Bob Lewis. Bob Lewis. And then you vote him back in. And then I vote him out the following year. And then you vote him back in. And then I vote him out. And we just keep this cycle going.
At least one out per year. One person gets out every year. We should do that. That'll be fun.
I've asked about that, Dave, and I never got an answer. It was the AR Falk 77 Lifetime Achievement, and the other one was the Joe Ryan Fan 30 Good Guy Award. They haven't done them since Jake took over, and I never got an answer why they got rid of them.
Well, did you ever message Jake directly?
I mean, I've asked.
Okay.
And I just didn't get an answer.
No. Look, I'm only asking the question. That's all I'm asking. But so real quick, I'll read a couple
Steve, because that's caused confusion, because I know one of those years, Steve, Purple GT 22, I think it was the last year Mike did it. That Mike was the commissioner. And I thought Steve was in. But then, and I don't know what happened. I guess he wasn't in. So that's why, like, for 2 years, I didn't vote for Steve, because I thought he was already in. And I'm like, what? He's not in. Wait, didn't he win that award the one time? And like, it was kind of like a veterans committee kind of thing. And I'm like, oh, wait, no, he's not. Oops.
Yeah.
Well, look, and jokes aside, this is what happens when you get into this weird, murky. Okay, look, Andy, my great joy in life, every single year, and I've literally said this on the record, on video, you can clip me as many times as you want. I've said it repeatedly. This gives me joy. Why? Because it's nonsense. It's all silliness. Like it's this weird middle ground of like, well, it was supposed to be this, but then it became this, and it sort of did this, and then that's it. And like Bob Lewis, and then we're done.
There's a lot of rules.
Yeah, like it's weird. Like the whole thing is weird. The whole thing is weird. And that's what makes it funny for me.
Yeah.
That's it.
It is funny.
And I've been very clear on this issue to the point that I have made a video where I argued with my own YouTube logo, and another year where I literally just recorded myself and then made small modifications to a video I already made. Like, I can't be any clearer on this matter. How seriously I take it.
It's
but
kind of like, if you're sitting around with buddies and you're arguing about like, who's the greatest? Was it Michael Jordan or LeBron, and you go back and forth, and it's fun talking about it, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Like,
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't not matter at all.
It doesn't matter.
But the point though is that because you've made small tweaks to the whole thing, and look, if it was supposed to be one of those good old fashioned, there you go. It matters to me, damn it. That's right, Bob Jackson. That's right. That's right. But because it's this silly, nebulous concept to a thing that isn't a thing. Oh, but we got a patch. Cool. Good for you. You made a patch. I'm happy for you.
The patch is pretty cool.
I've got a patch.
I'm very Ed, I'm thrilled for you. Look, listen, Ed, this year, I got to be honest, Ed, I've only watched a handful of videos. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to pretend I've watched all the videos, but I got to be honest. This channel's getting a pretty strong upsurge in the votes. Pretty strong.
You're trending towards.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, I had to buy the One Touch even. It didn't even come with a One Touch.
Wow.
This is what you
Man.
get. Guys. This is it.
This is where, Paul, this is where if Dak wasn't trash, I could be like, Dak, vote for me. If he hadn't taken all his videos down, we might have been good.
Doesn't Bob have his like on a jacket or something?
Yeah, he does. But he's Bob Lewis. You know, he's a different breed of cat.
That's what I
He's a
need.
different aspect of it. But look, the point is, if I wanted to, go ahead.
So how do you get voting privileges on this?
The voting privileges are easy. The voting privileges is making YouTube sports card content for 1 year.
1 year.
That's it. That's
You
it.
have to have a channel and you have to make content for a year. I
That's
said
it.
the C word. God damn it. You trapped me into saying the C word.
I know. I talked about that.
Ed,
I talked about that.
Edward, listen to me very carefully. I want you to listen. Edward, this is the first time you're on the channel. I appreciate you. Thank you for being a guest. Thank you for joining us. But, Ed, I need you to look at the corner. Do you see where it says praise the content gods? The
Yes,
content gods. Ed, we got a thing here. The content gods.
Ed and I are in agreement with the whole content creator word. We ain't on.
I make content. I don't make videos. Fuck you all. Ed, Andy, much love to you both. I make content. I do not make videos.
Maybe you make content, but
I make content.
Most of these goofballs make videos. Let's be fair.
Andy, I'm not saying no. Andy, I am not saying
That's
no.
so true.
Your statement may be 100% factual, but I assure you, sir, I make content. I worship the content gods. That is it. I make content.
You saw,
note this. Write this down. I make content. Everything you see on here is content. Fuck everybody else.
You saw my video where I wrote the names on like some old envelopes. That ain't content. That's a video.
Andy, I have no problem with anything you just said, but I just want to make clear for you, Ed, and everybody else, I make content. I worship the content gods. That is it. End of story. Good day, sirs.
Ed and I, we got the same guy that edits our videos.
That's an 8 Phil Hughes.
That's right. Look, I get it. Ed, Andy, I need you to respect that I make content. I make content.
You want us to call you a content creator? We'll call you.
I am content. I am a content creator and nothing else. I do.
I'm not calling anybody else one.
But does your head float?
My head is currently attached to my body. He makes bullshit is what that guy makes. That guy's a different issue entirely. He's one of my favorite issues. He makes bullshit is what he makes. I might talk trash, but I assure you I don't make trash.
Did you care for my analogy that I made
I
in
do
the
not
video?
make trash. What's that?
Did you care for the analogy that I made in the video where I was talking about it?
I did appreciate your analogy.
I was like, like it's like if you tell somebody nice tattoo and they're like, "Oh, it's not a tattoo, it's body art." That's a content creator.
Andy, you know full well, despite my and Mike Baseball Collector's storied history, quote, I appreciate you, bro. Always. I appreciate you. I do. I appreciate you, bro. 100%. No question, no doubt. No doubt. Look, man, this is just fun for me. It's all fun for me. I enjoy it. Carlos like button sponsor? Yes. Right. Eric isn't even here and he's paying for this shit. Think about that. He should be.
It should be.
Seems like button is sponsored by content. That's right, Bob. All right. So we'll talk about a couple things, then we'll wind her down. So bottom line, though, have fun with this. It's silliness. It's nonsense. It's all ridiculous. We've got Ed here with Ed doesn't even come on video. He's Grimace. That's how serious it is.
What an infinity gauntlet.
So Ed, I have a serious question. So let me ask a question. So is it like you don't want people to see your OnlyFans content? Like, why are you simply an avatar? Like, what's the deal?
I don't really have a good answer for that.
He wasn't prepared. He wasn't prepared for that question. Next question, please.
Okay, great. Okay, interesting. Go on.
Like, I'd rather not talk about it. Thanks for asking.
It's like none of you can ever see what is happening in here. I see. All right. Go on.
I want to protect the
either way-
grandfather clock.
Oh, sure. Great. Either way, Ed Wesker Griff has joined us in avatar form. Either way, this is by the way, Ed, this is the first time you've ever been on the channel, so I appreciate you. Thank you for joining.
I figured out who my second OnlyFans subscriber is right now.
Man, crazy talk. Do you know the Hamburglar? Valid question.
Is he in the YouTube Hall of Fame? Sports Card Hall of Fame?
Look, I can't say definitively he's not. I can't. I have to check the website to be 100% definitive on that.
Here's a hot topic question.
Go on.
Who is Carlos's favorite YouTube Hall of Famer? Sports Card Hall of Famer.
Ooh. Whoa.
Favorite and least favorite.
Hold on. Oh, I gotta go to the website to figure this out for myself.
Just to make it a little spicy, he's got to give his least favorite.
Woo! I gotta go on there. Legends.
That's a good question, man.
Bullshit. Hold on. I have to figure this out for myself. I almost have to I don't know, Ed. Do you have a leader in the clubhouse? Like, what do you got?
Who do I think you're going to say? Yeah, I definitely have someone in mind that you're going to say. I'm not going to say it.
I will answer this question truthfully, but before I do, I'm going to go to the website and make sure that my answer is what it is. But do you have a pick?
Yes.
All right. You said favorite YouTube Sports Card Hall of Famer.
Right. I have a feeling on who you're going to say.
I'm taking a look right now. Look. Okay, so do you want me to figure it out first before you pick, or do you want to pick?
You say it, and then I'll say I'll be truthful.
Okay. So sorry. We're saying favorite?
Yes, favorite.
Okay, hold on. I will be truthful here in real time. Hang on. I'm gonna scan real quick. I'll pick. You scroll through because there's like 55 of them. So it's like it doesn't take me 2 seconds here. I gotta make sure I look through this properly. All right, hold on.
I know you ain't going to say Mangenius. I know you're not going to say Mangini.
Absolutely not. Look, much love, Mangini, but like God no. When you have to make a rant where your video is rant in the first word, bullshit. Shut up. Get out of here.
And I know it ain't Bob Lewis.
No. Bob Lewis needs to be impeached. That's a different issue.
He's the first out.
Yeah, he's out. He's out 100%. This is, by the way, Ed, this is not an easy decision. Like I'm scanning right now, and it's not as easy as you'd think. It's actually tough. I'm having to think about this for a minute. I've got some options in the top of my head right now.
Come on, man. There's one on there that I know that's your fave.
Oh, and I don't think it's as obvious as you think. I think you're underestimating the thought process here. But all right. No, you know what? I guarantee you will never guess it if I give you 20 choices. My favorite out of this list, I guarantee you will not choose it if you had 20 options. I guarantee.
Now I'm scared.
You will not choose the correct option. You're wrong. Whatever it is, you're wrong.
It's funny. He's going to say somebody, and you're going to be like, "Oh no, I hate them."
No. I'm going to pick somebody. Whose videos I actually watch, whose videos I actually enjoy, who's on this list. But it's not necessarily the obvious. Like I've got a top 2 right in front of me, facing me right in the face, and you're still going to get it wrong.
Well, say it. Who is it?
My choices are Nuff Set Cards and Scotty. Those are my 2 top choices.
I was thinking Filmington.
No, God, no. Filmington sucks. He's trash.
Filmington.
No, John Filmington is trash. Get out of here.
Yeah, enough said cards. That's a good choice. Scotty too. Yeah.
No, enough says cards. Enough said cards is great, and Scotty's got some. He's got some amazing cards.
Oh yeah.
He's got some great videos, some amazing cards. Like I'm looking at it right here. And what's funny though, the irony, Ed. If I look at this page, the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame page, that specific 2020 class includes the following: Blue Jacket 66, Bob Lewis,
Big thumbs up.
B Roth 6,
Yeah.
Dustin and Blake, Nuff Set Cards, Filmington, Scottish Edition, and She Blinded Me with Refractors.
No, that guy stinks. He doesn't even make videos.
The Mangini Collection.
Does he even buy
and
cards at a
Triple
card
Crown
shop?
24.
No, that guy. I'm not even.
And Triple Crown 24. That is the 2020 class. These are facts. That is a statement of fact. You can look that up. That is there.
Least favorite. Who's your least favorite? Who's the worst?
Woo! Hold on. I got to think about this one for a second. Hold on.
I should have definitely
think
got
about this
Scotty. I screwed that up. I didn't get the Packers connection there.
Yeah,
I fumbled that one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, like if you had stuck with, listen, Scotty's got some amazing cards. He's got some really good stuff, man. Some pretty good stuff. Least favorite, dang. By the way, okay, look, for the record, I will answer this honestly. I will answer this.
That's why I asked, because I know you will.
But I want the least favorite from Ed Westergriff and She Blinded Me with Refractors. I want least favorite
I can
on
do
this
that.
list. I'm sure you can.
Yeah,
But look, I demand, look, the respectful thing is to include your least favorite because I'm going to answer this honestly. Least favorite.
All right, I'm gonna look
All
at the
right.
list.
Giuseppe.
I'm scanning. I'm trying. Look, I want to analyze this correctly. It's got to be right. This is tough. I don't have too many issues with too many of these. I got to be honest, the least favorite, it's not easy, but at the same time, the cheat mode is if I'm not too familiar with their content, I can pick them pretty easily because everybody else I've seen. So I'm going to go with Giuseppe 1.
God damn it, that's the one I said.
That's what he said.
God damn you.
I just don't know too much about him. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Like, I just don't know enough about the guy. Like almost everybody else, I'm at least vaguely familiar with. I'm like, no. I scanned through. I scanned through all 55. Legit. I scanned through all 55 just to be fair. I got nothing to most of them. Most of them are at least watched something. But I got nothing.
I mean, if you guys are going with Giuseppe, I'm going with him too because I don't know who he is either.
There you go. This stream, if the like button is sponsored by Content Facts. I have a question for Ed. Do you know the Hamburglar? That's not neither a yes or a no, Ed.
That would be a no.
All right. This is peak
But
content.
He might make it
Raise
into
the
YouTube
content.
Hall of Fame next year.
Peak content. Facts. Should have been the bottom 3. It's late. Carlos is overly honest later. That's true. That's true.
Hold
was,
on.
thinking-
Leave that on there for a second. Dave.
All right. Go on.
Go back to Dave. Call me. Go back to Dave.
Wait, which one? Sorry. We're going this
Dave.
one?
Almost Dave.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Is it going to be someone's new content? Yeah, this is going to give someone new content. True. Okay, do a least favorite was read in the video title. Carlos had to drink a few as also loosen up. Listen, man. Bob, you know full well that I'll talk shit. Look, if nothing else, Bob Jackson, you know that I'll talk shit regardless. You've seen enough live streams that I will talk shit, and it makes people look. It makes people uncomfortable to the direction, and we talked about it earlier tonight. It makes people uncomfortable to the direction that Mike Baseball Collector will vote for me for the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame, and then also make reference to our storied history. What, Andy? What does storied history even mean? What does that even mean?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't feel like I've gone out of my way to make fun of Mike. I feel like I've called out, like, I don't agree with this. This is bullshit. This is trash. No, I disagree with this. But outside of that, like, I don't feel like I've gone out of my way. Mike has been on my live stream. He said words, and we've had conversations. I've literally had him on my channel twice in a full-length conversation. I have no issue with I could have him on tomorrow. That's not a problem. I don't have any issue with the dude. But, like, you know, I don't agree with stuff. It's okay. It's fine.
It's not. What is that? What did Amish Dave say?
It is not essential to have for you to tell the truth. There you go. Look at you, Amish Dave. But no, I'll talk to I will speak to a lot of these folks, man.
Well, I mean, that's the thing.
to
Like, you and I have talked about this before. Like, you can be friends with people that aren't friends with this person or that. You know, there's like all these different things. Like I don't have to be like, my friends don't have to like all the other friends I have, and the other friends I have they don't have to like all these people over here. I don't care. You know, it's
Ed, I don't know, Ed. I don't know what you were laughing about. What are you cackling about over there? Your grimace avatar over there.
I was
Ed,
thinking of.
I'm a man of peace. I'm a man of peace. Everyone knows this.
I was thinking of Amish Dave yelling at a body of water, and then you on the Canadian side also yelling at the same body of water.
I remember that video.
It's probably not. It's probably not wrong. I probably could, but it's fucking cold, Paul. It's fucking cold out there. Look, I'm sorry. I've been in Canada. Look, Paul. Listen. I've been in Canada since 1988. 1988, the year of our Lord, 1988. I'm not used to it. I still hate this cold. It's bullshit. It's all bullshit. I can't stand it. It's not good. Yeah, I understand. I get what you're saying. It's not like I'm like super warmer. Hey, screw you. Like, get out of here. It's not like, oh my God, it's so much warmer over here. No, shut up.
The funny thing, Ed, is I remember Dave's video yelling at the water, and I remember it was about Mike. But I can't for the life of me remember why he was yelling at him.
Does he need one reason?
I don't remember which thing. I don't remember which thing it was that he had done that time.
Does he need
it could have been several things. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so wait, Paul, what was the feels like? Sorry, what was the feels like over there when you were doing that?
Negative.
Feels like minus 17. Feels like minus 17. Okay, feels like minus 17. Hold on, I want to make sure we do this properly. Hold on, for the sake of scholarship, let's do this properly. Okay. Minus 15, fucker. It's not that much different. Shut up.
Wow. Dang, you guys.
What's the wind, though?
I know it's the wind. I'm aware it's the wind. It's cold.
Well, no, I'm saying, what is the wind there?
No, that's the second number.
That's the feels like? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's it feels like. It feels like is the only part that matters. Like, I don't care about the other one.
We're like 22 degrees here, and people lose their mind when it gets this cold.
Yeah, I can't do it. Carlos is a man of Schadenfreude. These are facts.
I had shorts on when I got the mail before, so.
Damn.
Zach says, I think Carlos does sugarcoat it, even if he's being overly honest. Dang. If I'm sugarcoating it, dang. If this is the sugarcoated version, dang.
Dang.
No, that's my answer. Dang. Whoa.
I guess they want you to go full Amish Dave.
I guess so. I just need to string curses after curses after curses at a body of water, and that'll.
What was he?
That'll satisfy Zach.
What was it Mike had done that time?
I think it was the YouTube Hall of Fame.
Was it? I mean, there's been
I think.
Sorry,
think-
Andy, what are you referring to? So what are you asking
the
about?
one where Dave was yelling at the body of water.
Oh, I'm sure it was the source of. Yeah,
I think it was the Hall of Fame.
no doubt.
See, I couldn't remember if it was that or maybe it was the card burning. I couldn't remember.
Well, the card.
Oh,
burning
you know
thing was
what?
pretty
It
good.
might have been the card burning.
The card burning thing was pretty good. Look, point of order. The card burning thing was where Amish Dave first saw my channel. That was my first video that kind of took off a little bit on that side of the algorithm.
Really?
Where like,
I didn't know.
yeah,
that.
100%. But the thing is, like, if you go back, like, and Ed, you're more than welcome to go back and like fact check me on this. Fact check me on it. But like, I don't think I went that hard into Mike. My argument was like, look, you can do whatever the hell you want, but it's not a good play. And that was kind of my argument at the time. I was pretty even keel on it. I was being pretty even. I was being pretty nice.
You got to give Mike some credit though, because he's boosted some numbers for quite a few people when he's done some stuff.
Andy, it's been the running joke every time I bring Mike on. I go, "You are fantastic for content.
He's good for
You are
ratings, man.
sensational for content." Every time you say some stupid shit, it's great because I get to make fun of it.
Yeah.
And then I bring you on, and then we have the conversation, and then we're sitting there like, "Are you guys sure you're cool with this?" Yeah, I guess we are.
So the card burning is how you found Mike's channel originally?
No, I had seen a couple of videos here and there, but the card burning was how. So Ed, okay, we'll wind down on this because we've had an amazing live stream. By the way, thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you. But we had a great live stream. But the thing is that the thing is at the time, he's making this video, bullshitting about this card burning thing. He thinks he's a great comedian. You know, it's this great, amazing, sensational stand-up comedy. And he does the card burning video. And I'm sitting there like, oh, this is fucking bullshit. This is stupid. And then I make a video about it. Like, this is early in my days making sports card videos. And then I make a video where I'm actually being very reasonable. I'm not picking on the guy too much, you know, but I'm like, this is a stupid video. And then I'm laying it out, and people are like, "Oh, you know, you're being pretty reasonable, whatever." And then that led to a nice boost of subscribers. It worked out. It's like Mike has been great for content over the years. Mike, baseball collector, I appreciate him, bro. Wow. He'll say some stupid shit, and then I'll respond. There you go.
Yeah.
Biggest Dave Still thing, I guess so.
This is
Every time he says
definitely
something
storied history.
That's what I'm saying. Here you go. Ed, I found Carlos due to his vid on Mike's burning 2020 cops. Thank you. There you go, Ed. That's the answer to your question.
That's pretty cool.
People caught on to it. Like, Mike made a video. I responded to said video. And then 1,000 ships were launched.
You know, Mike,
1,000 ships were launched from there.
he's really kind of like softened up a little bit though as he's gotten a little bit older. He doesn't get into near as many feuds now as he used to.
No, he leaves tied to that.
Like he
Let's
used to
talk
have
about rock autographs. Let's
he
talk
used to
about
have
the rock.
the feud with Zombie Collector that kind of went on and off for a while. That was a pretty big one.
I think that
You realize when you can cite specific feuds, that ain't good. that actually isn't great. And am I wrong? Like, am I losing my mind here? Like does that look? I'm an asshole, and I'm a self-proclaimed asshole, and yet for some reason I don't get into like a fraction as many feuds and issues as this guy does. What's the deal?
well, most of that drama was around the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame because every year there would be some type of controversy around it.
Right. Mike's the kind of guy you just kind of have to know him, because if I didn't know him as well as I do, I would probably get pretty pissed at a lot of the stuff he says too. But I just know him, you know. So it
Well,
doesn't.
and the running gag part of the storied history is that no, I understand Mike well, but I also call him bullshit. Like, he's like, no, that's trash. That thing you said, no. Well,
I mean, we have like a little like group chat every once in a while, and I mean, like that's where we just really pile on each other, like me and Mike and Garrett and JT and some of those guys. Like we just really just freaking get in there and just give each other hell for like hours.
what you just
We just kind of
described.
do it in private. We don't do it on videos,
So what you just described, Paul, help me out here. What you just
Yep,
described is
100%.
what happens on the Discord
Yeah.
whenever Dustin
Every
says
day.
some bullshit. Whenever Dustin says some bullshit or Neo says some bullshit, are we like, all right, I guess it's time to eviscerate you. All right, hold on, I'm warmed up. Let's go.
We're like a veteran sports team. Like we handle our stuff in the locker room. We don't let it go public.
All right, I get you. Look, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you at all. All right, folks, ladies and gentlemen, this is an old school live stream here.
5.5
By the
hours.
way,
That's
for the
long.
record, to be on the record, it has been a long time since we've gotten into deep waters. It has been. Like everybody sits there and goes, "Oh, Carlos does like 8, 9, 10 hour live." That's 2021, bitches. Like I was a younger man back then. I hadn't turned 40. Like I'm old now. I can't do this shit anymore. I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's not true. I could. I'm an asshole, so I could do that, but I'm not going to. The point is, though, when it happens, it happens. What do you want from me? Canadian Cars and Mike and Garrett mentioned something about the Eagles Nest and Thursday get together. That's facts, Dave.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's facts. Listen, the Eagles
Like,
Nest.
we'll get in there, and it's not just like, I mean, everybody gives Mike baseball collector shit, but I mean he gives us all shit too. It's like everybody's dishing it out, taking it.
Listen, I've
it's
talked to
all
Mike. I've talked to Mike offline. Well, online but offline. And no, he's got a little bit in there. But I will say, like, and I've said this to himself, to his face. There are moments where it's like, yeah, like you're self-aware, but then there's moments where it's like you like completely lose it. You lose the self-awareness, but there's moments where like you like totally have it, like you understand, like you get what's going on, and then there's other moments where it's like you realize that what you said didn't make any sense, and it created this issue that you're talking about. You created, you said the thing, so it's like you gotta again, quick behind the curtains before I log off. Every video that I've ever made on this channel, I have gone back and rewatched. And when I rewatch them from the perspective of the viewer. I don't understand. I pretend it's not me. I listen to somebody else saying the words, and then I ask myself, does it make sense? Do I come off a different way? And the answer, if the answer is yes, then something I need to address. But if the answer is no, oh no, I said exactly what I wanted to say and exactly the way I wanted to say it. I'll stand behind it. I don't give a shit. Whatever. Full speed ahead. Not everybody does that. And if you don't, fair enough. But like I've listened to some stuff, and after a while, I'm like, oh shit. Nope. Carl shouldn't have said that. And that's happened. And that's happened. That has totally happened. Yeah. I can be self-aware enough to know that. I know that.
Well, one of my favorite moments in the National. When you make as many videos as like, you and Mike and other people do, you're gonna say some dumb shit every once.
It happens, yeah.
Because it's just a quantity.
The point though is that you need to be able to acknowledge it though. Like if you said the wrong thing, is like actually know what? You know what? I would totally argue against this shit. Nope, I disagree fundamentally. It doesn't stand up. Like there's a bunch of holes in this argument. Like it's a terrible argument. Don't fight it. Just accept it. You know what? You're wrong. Fair enough. It's all good. Yeah. Amish here, Dave here says one of my favorite moments of the Nationals with Mike and I met and Ed right there, giggling and laughing, and eager anticipation of what's going to happen.
There were a lot of people probably anticipating what was going to happen.
It was a great moment in YouTube sports car.
That was a historic moment for the YouTube community.
A moment
really was. It really was. It really was. Ed, I want to go to you for this. This is the first time that I have actually had you on my YouTube channel. So I want to thank you for joining us. History is indeed back. But Ed, any last salient words before we log off?
Thank you for having me on, Carlos. This was an enjoyable experience. Don't yell at bodies of water. Well, do yell at bodies of water. Everyone does say dumb shit. What else did I learn? Let's see. What else did I learn?
No, there's an opportunity.
I learned
I'm
that
giving you time. Go ahead.
I learned that the card burning video led to Carlos or Amish Dave finding Carlos. And
Yeah, I didn't realize that either.
that was pretty wild. Didn't learn that. Also learned that we need to praise the content gods. You got me to say the C word. And this video is 5 hours and 35 minutes.
Ed, don't question the path. The beautiful content path. It is the righteous and right way. Praise the content gods. It's right in the corner. Praise. That's it. Thank you to Ed Westgriff for coming on here and joining us for the very first time on the channel's history. This is history. Very first time ever. Ed Westgriff joining us through Grimace. Thank you to Paul Boomer. At least we did indeed beat the Cowboys. It was a good game against San Francisco, but unfortunately it didn't work out the way we wanted, but it's okay. It happens. And thank you to Andy for joining us in the post-game show portion. By the way, I don't think anybody expected the post-game portion to last as long as it has. It's been pretty good. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Almost as long as the watch along.
Look, Ed, we've learned a lot. Ed, we've learned a lot of things tonight. We've learned a lot of things. And with that said, thank you all for checking it out. I'm gonna sit here and stew on it. Maybe we do an NFC Championship thing. Maybe we do. Because I'm kind of enjoying it. Maybe we roll it through the Super Bowl. Maybe we do. All right, folks. Have yourself a good night. By the way, hit the like button. Eric pays for it whether he's here or not. Eric pays for it. So
Definitely hit it then.
I would say hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel because maybe I'll get to 5,000 subscribers by the year 2040 of our Lord. Maybe. Maybe I do. But until then, remember 2 things. Remember to vote for the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame if you're eligible, and remember to vote for me because fuck these other people. I intend to use the patch for evil. That is my pitch to you. I will use the patch for nothing but evil. Nothing but evil. So vote for me if you're eligible. Thank you to Ed. Thank you to Andy. And thank you to Paul. Paul, not the outcome we wanted, but the future looks solid. Yes. I'm liking it.
Love got that first on 4th and 1, and the refs are stupid.
All right, folks. Have yourself a good night. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. More playoff football games to come. And more videos coming up on the channel. Live streams at Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we'll talk more bullshit. It's coming. Plus, we have another week at least full of YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame voting. More rants, I'm sure, because they can never resist the drama, and that's what I'm here for, the Schadenfreude. Have yourselves a good night. We'll catch you in the next one.